birthday! We are continuing our birthday celebrations today. Welcome to Sewing Quarter with me, Vicky Gordon. I'm not just being biased, but I think we've got the best day of the whole of the birthday celebration. It is absolutely amazing, our showcase that we've got for you today. So if you've got plans, cancel them. Seriously, cancel them. Stay with us for the next 5 hours. It's going to be brilliant. So, shall we start with... Right, this isn't just my favourite ever early bird. I think this is genuinely one of my favourite ever products. Those of you that have seen me talk about Eau de Cote before will know how much I love this. The fact that this is my early bird, we've done it once before. I think it was probably the most popular early bird we've ever done. So we've brought it back especially for the birthday, especially for our second birthday. It was with John Scott in the early bird, and I have thrown my toys out of the pram and said, I'm so jealous, this is literally my favourite product ever. Please, can I have an Eau de Cote early bird? So, go for it. Those of you that have never tried Eau de Cote before, trust me, have a go whilst it's being reduced as an early bird special. Have a go. It is an absolutely fantastic product which, if I'm being brutally honest, I've literally looked around my living room and said, what can I Eau de Cote? What can I Eau de Cote? What can I Eau de Cote? It's going to make your fabric wipeable and waterproof, basically, which is just so exciting, isn't it? For makeup bags, for placemats, for table runners, for all sorts. The possibilities are endless. So, second day of our birthday celebrations, should we make sure everybody is involved? Here we go. So the early bird today with a reduction. Now normally this was, well, it's always been a brilliant price at $14.99, which I've seen it a lot more expensive elsewhere. Today you're getting it with a reduction. Less than £10. Happy birthday from Sewing Quarter, £9.99, so a saving of £5 a day. Just to warn you though, last time we did this, it sold in the hundreds. So go. Join the queue early. There will be a queue for this, but check out of your baskets. Every single time you are checking out your order today, you're going to be entered into our prize draw, which I will talk to you about. We've got loads of competitions going on over the next couple of days, so do make the most of it. So let's open it up. It's like a PVA glue sort of texture. Oh, it's just so satisfying. And you brush it on, it's going to be completely clear on your fabric, and when dry it creates an oilcloth feel and makes your fabric water resistant. So here's a bit of an example of what we have done with it. You're making toiletry bags, makeup bags. Am I the only person I'm just the typical person that I have a bag and a biro will explode in the bottom of it? It always happens, or my blusher will break and I'm like, ugh. So I just do all of the linings of my bags or placemats. I get my dinner everywhere. We'll talk about the quilt as you go doggy placemats. I definitely need to do mine. But here's just a few more ideas. So, oh, in fact, let me show you this. I was showing this yesterday. So we went on our lovely lunch with our competition winners, Carol and Sue as well. And Sue was saying that she wants to get some Eau de Cote. So I was showing her these yesterday. But I've got to say hello to them both, by the way. Hello, Carol and Sue. It was such a lovely afternoon. It really was. So this one has not got any Eau de Cote. If you're worried about how it's going to affect your fabrics, honestly, it's absolute minimal. If you see any difference, it's only that sort of shine depending on how many coats you put on, but it's not going to damage your fabric at all. And you can use it on virtually any fabrics. Just give it a little patch test just to be certain, but that's 0 Eau de Cote. That's 1 coat, I believe. No, that's 2. That's 1 coat. It's got numbers on it, yeah. I'm just trying to follow the numbers. Can you see there's just a slight shine on that one? Then this is with, no, it hasn't got numbers on. 2 coats. Oh yeah, 2 coats. So you can see a slightly more shine again. And then there's 3 coats. So you have got more of a shine. But still, it's not going to affect the colouring. You've still got the same colours that you see in that first one, haven't you? Loads of people coming in for this, our early bird special, especially for our birthday. Lots of multi-buys as well. Stock up. I love it. You're going to have so much fun with this. In fact, Carol actually said to me yesterday that she used it at the start. So she actually eau de coated all of her fabric because you can still sew through it. If you want to press your fabric first. That's what I would suggest you do, because otherwise you're probably going to need some sort of specific gauze to put in between, or, you know, a pressing cloth between. You don't want to just put your iron straight on top of it. And remember to leave it to dry for a good sort of, well, leave it overnight. If you leave it for 24 hours, then it will be thoroughly dry. And then you apply another coat if you want to, depending on how sort of waterproof or showerproof you want it. All of your instructions are on the back. It will then be wipe clean. It does say machine clean on the back, machine washable up to 30 degrees, but just it's at your discretion, whatever you're sort of odor coating. Give it a bit of a patch test first to see that you're happy with it. But honestly, we've had so many amazing comments, feedback, reviews on Odor Coat. I took it home and Odor Coated the inside of my makeup bag, and as I said, it's just a dream. If you've bought it before and you're thinking it looks slightly different, it's just a new packaging. It's still exactly the same Odor Coat that we're familiar with. And it's up to you whether you want that glossy or matte finish. Both can be achieved depending on how many layers you're going to build up with it. But it does give you that lovely wipe-proof, wipe-able surface. So if you're making bibs, if you're doing umbrellas, raincoats, little doll shoes, you can make them like looking like little painted shoes there. That'd be so cute. Alex has asked a question. Do you odor coat both sides of your fabric? I suppose, no, you don't have to. If you just odor coat the one side, then just the outside, the main print, that's what's going to make it water resistant or showerproof. So no, you don't need to odor coat both sides. I would do your lining though, definitely. Remember, you can keep checking out as many times as you want and you still only pay 1 P&P, but you're going to be entered every single time you check out for our prize draw. Saving of £5 a day. It was $14.99, reduced down to $9.99. We would stay on this and talk about it for the next 20 minutes. We've got demos galore today. We've got a guest every single hour. We've got so many competitions to talk to you about. So we are going to wrap it up very soon. But continue to come in for this. Continue to come in for it over the next, over the next few hours while stocks last. Just £9.99. Your Odor Coat gel repels water, mud and oils from your textiles. Just like our Paul, he repels women. £9.99. So he didn't get on very, very well with his speed dating. Oh no, he did all right, he's telling me. I thought you said that everybody put you as a friend. Oh, so when you kissed her on the cheek. Oh. He said that he had a love heart, and I shouldn't be telling you all these tales, should I? But John would definitely be telling you. So he was given a love heart that said, kiss me. So he had a chance of having a kiss, and he went for the cheek. He said, what did I do, Vic? Why did I just, oh, you went like that? Oh, he went like that. You didn't even give her a kiss on the cheek. Oh, no. Oh, but there's so many. So there's the finished makeup or wash bag, toiletry bag. With the Odor Coat, we love it. £9.99, £5 reduction today, was $14.99, and after today's show, it will go back up to $14.99. So today's going to be amazing. Should we have a look at our lineup? Oh, it's going to be brilliant. So, guests galore today. We've got some of our favourite guests as well. Cara and Victoria Carrington are going to be here, as well as a brand new, very special guest for our birthday. So, this first hour, sewing themed craft tote. It's one of Becky Alexander's designs and it's gorgeous. With Cara, we're going to show you that this hour. At 9 o'clock, we've got the Peacock quilt. We've had so many people messaging about that gorgeous foundation paper piece, Appliqué Peacock quilt, which was designed again by a very, very, very popular designer. The same designer that designed the dogs and cat quilts that we all loved as well. So I've got a feeling it's going to be a repeat at 9 o'clock. Sellout auction. I think that's going to be a sellout at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock. Have you seen all on Facebook the most adorable bear and bunny? Oh my word, they've been like our little mascots for our second birthday. They are adorable and they are so plush in a beautiful brand new velvet fabric. So Cara's going to demonstrate those at 10 o'clock. 11 o'clock, we've got a very, very, very special guest. So whatever you do, make sure you tune in. She's such an interesting lady. Her name's Helen McCook. She's a Brummie. She's from the Midlands, but do you know what? She's flying the royal flag, the British flag for embroidery. She's just outstanding. If you did see the VT about her, I mean, I feel crazy at the minute, because last night I was literally just going on a bit of a rampage, Googling her, looking at all of the amazing things she's done. I did hear that she worked on the royal Kate Middleton's wedding dress, her veil, her shoes, the embroidery, but also, I mean, the Oscars. There's so many amazing things that she's done. So we're going to hear all about it and see two beautiful projects from her as well. And then the last hour, what have we got as well? I tell you what, this is the end of the Brits. It's like the Oscars and the Brits combined, because Victoria Carrington and Kath Hardcastle have teamed up to put together amazing cushions, Appliqué animal bolster cushions. So Victoria's going to be demonstrating those at 12 o'clock. Get in touch with us today if you've got any messages, if you've got any birthday wishes, if you've got any questions, then get in touch with us the usual way, whether via our website or the www.sewingquarter.com. Click watch at the top of the screen. Scroll down. On the right hand side, you'll see message to the studio. Happy birthday. Paul's been here since day dot, you know, when we were conceived. Haven't you, Paul? Best day today. I was here before it was here. Fact, he says. So send any messages to Paul through. Or, of course, you can send in your photographs, any longer emails to studio@sewingquarter.com. There is so much going on today. Every person that buys, every single person, whether you are a new buyer or an existing buyer, you will get, where's my badge gone? Oh, there it is. The new Sewing Quarter badge. I've got it upside down. There we go. Our new Sewing Quarter badge. Oh, I love them. They're so cute, aren't they, in the red? So you will get our brand new Sewing Quarter badge. It's one per person, so if you did buy yesterday with John, yours will be sent out for you already. With every customer, see terms and conditions on the website. And what you just saw very, very quickly was the competition for today. The competition for today. So, the prize draw, anybody that bought yesterday, I'm not sure whether we'll be revealing it today now or whether Jess is going to sort it, so we'll find out. But anybody that buys today, you're going to be automatically entered into Day 2's prize draw, which is to win 96 Metler threads in a beautiful box and case. You've got hoop art books, so those of you that love embroidery and are going to be watching Helen's show later on. You've got big embroidery, you've got passion for quilting book there as well. That is worth over £180, that bundle, over £180. Okay, first hour. Bags galore. So, also, just preview, the Peacock quilt that you've seen is going to be coming up at 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock, we've got our So Special. Oh my word, I haven't even told you about this either. There's so much going on today. Our So Special, back in December before Christmas, we launched some amazing little silver thimbles. We saw some beautiful designs, which are amazing. We've had more from that incredible collection. Lots of these are actually limited edition. This is a thimble case. It's a little treasure chest, and see those handles on the side, they move. The filigree work is amazing and the detail is just beautiful. They are solid sterling silver, and we're going to have 4 different silver pieces as our So Special later on at 10 o'clock. At 11 o'clock, also in that hour, by the way, of course, we've got the bears. We've got the lovely plush velvet bears as well. That's at 10 o'clock. We've got so much to do. They're ready for the party, aren't they, in their pyjamas? Come on. We need to dress up in our party frocks. Wake up, still in their pyjamas. Then, of course, we've got Helen. Oh, my word, these are just unbelievable. We will look at them in more detail. It's just incredible, isn't it? Gold work. They look like jewellery. They're just gorgeous. Then at 12 o'clock, we've got these gorgeous cushions. Loads coming up. So, actually spoke to Becky earlier on. We love these. These are great. They're designed especially for anybody that maybe is going on a quilter's retreat or a sewing workshop, or if you've got the chance to start maybe a new workshop this year. Maybe it's your New Year's resolution to start quilting. Maybe you're an embroiderer and want to start quilting. Then this is going to be perfect for you. I love the detail with the spools. So in the kits, you get 2 meters of fabric and you get 5 fat quarters. So are we looking at the pink first? So you get your fabrics, 1 meter of each, 1 meter of bright pink, 1 meter of cream, and then your gorgeous rainbow fat quarter pack. It says 5 in the graphics, doesn't it? But there's 6 on my table here. We'll check that. You also have your thread, and you get Becky Alexander's instructions as well, which are very, very thorough. Those of you that have made Becky's bags before, she's fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. I know she'll be watching today. Hello, Becky. Okay, should we do the Habby one? I love this. This is your Habby one, which is very sewing quarter-esque, isn't it? Our colours. Very, very sewing quarter-esque, especially with that Habby fat quarter bundle, which has been so popular. So you get 1 meter of our turquoise spot on, and you get your dressmaking pattern fabric as well. I've not seen this one before. That's really nice, isn't it? You get 1 meter of this as well. You also have a pack of 5 fat quarters, your sewing machines, your spools, your threads, scissors, and then this one's lovely. It's got so many amazing motifs. You're going to have lots of fussy cutting opportunities with that one. There's everything you get with your thread as well, and your instructions, of course, for £54.99. So the last one, I'm just looking at your instructions. See, they're really, really thorough as well, and the detail in this, because you've got lots of lovely, really well thought out pockets, even ones for your drink, even ones for, you know, all of your maybe your patterns, your instructions. You've got pockets galore in here. We'll go through all of this with Cara, and I love the binding on the top as well. Lovely attention to detail. Great attention to detail with this one. Okay, your purple mist fat quarter comes with this one, so you get 5 purple fat quarters. No? I think you're on the wrong one. Purple and silver. This is your... Oh, you think your graphics are correct, though. So then you've got you spot on 1 meter. And then your dressmaking 1 meter. £54.99. Right. Let's go over and see Cara. Happy birthday!
Oh, happy birthday to you all.
You're wearing your sewing quarter as well.
I know. Got
sewing
my badge on and everything.
How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
How have you got on with quilting?
Patchwork, I've not done a huge amount. Quilting, I haven't done a huge amount. So this was a lovely project to sort of get me started.
Well, I think it was after you were so fantastic at the Sashko show, and I know Cara was saying, look, I'm a complete beginner at this. It was just amazing to see. So, I mean, you tend to do a lot of embroidery, toy making.
I
we do all
do
sorts.
lots of anything to do with sewing.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I've managed to avoid sort of patchwork and quilting. But I have. I can remember my first, I think I did do a cushion years and years and years ago, and it was hexagons, and it was, now I understand it's paper piecing. So it was all hand stitched and everything. I think I made a bag, I'm talking a long time ago. So that was my first sort of thing, but it has changed so much since then. And I'm so tempted now, so tempted. So you never know, one day I might do a blanket or a quilt or something.
Yes,
we'll see. But this was lovely because this sort of, used the spool block that I know was in a magazine. So it was brilliant to do that. And then with Becky's bag as well, it's just fab.
Well, there's so many compartments. Do you know what? I'm just looking, there's even more in here.
Yes.
And she's thought of everything. So if you're off onto a retreat or a workshop.
Honestly. And it's so roomy as well. Yeah. So there's so much space, you know, to put everything in. And we've got the fusible fleece on the inside, so that makes it nice and firm. You've got fusible fleece around the inside of the actual bag, so it stands nice and firm. And it protects everything. But you've got room for your rulers, your scissors, your thread, everything, absolutely everything. And you've got pockets on the outside as well. So, you know, there's just so much space. So much space, yeah.
So what is it that we're going to show today, Cara?
I thought it would be good. I know the spool block has been used before on a cushion, and I can't remember the date, but it has been used on a cushion before. But I thought it would be good to go through that again.
Definitely.
So I wanted to go through that and then see how we get on time-wise. But, you know, I've partly done bits and pieces as well, so I've done the front of the bag here, so I can talk you through that.
Oh, I like that you flipped the colourway. So because you've got a miniature of each,
yes,
I suppose you get the choice, don't you?
Definitely. And I played around with the fabrics. I just thought I hadn't seen Becky's version, and I thought, well, what would I like to do? And I thought, I love this colour anyway, and I knew it was your birthday, so I just thought, you know, this is a good one to do. So I did it the other way round, and it's just been so nice to sort of see the other versions.
Yeah.
So you can use up, you know, lots of bits and pieces, but also put these colours together as well. So, so I thought we'd start. Also, because I've not done a lot of patchwork before, this is really good. Either plastic containers, or I found plastic bags, because once you start going through the instructions, there's lots and lots and lots of pieces to cut. So, but they're all listed here.
Okay,
and
so
you'll get
into strips.
Yeah, you'll get your instructions as well for this spool block. So don't worry that, you know, you've not got the instructions for the spool block. You'll get the instructions for the spool block. But I found it was much easier to actually label everything, because you've got lots and lots of pieces. It's really good to actually label everything. So
these instructions are mainly sort of for the bag construction, but then you get a separate one of your spool block.
Yes.
I'm with you.
Yes.
Okay.
So the spool block will have all the instructions and cutting guide for all of these. But because some of them are quite similar sizes, I thought it was good to actually, you know, just label them, put them all in bags. And when you're cutting, when you're cutting anyway, you know, it's good to have, you know, these spare bits, because you can do other things, you know, because there's so much fabric, you're going to have a lot of fabric, you know, that you'll be able to sort of make smaller projects with.
Oh, brilliant, that's good.
Which is really nice.
Especially because these fat quarter packs are lovely, aren't they?
Oh, they're gorgeous,
great.
Really, really nice. So I thought what would be good is to actually just go through the construction of the large spool block. So you're starting with these tiny little squares, and this cutting mat, again, my cutting mat at home is very old, my rotary cutter is very old, and my ruler is very old. So it was really, really nice to actually have all these bits and pieces to play with. And obviously these type of accessories really help if you've never done it before. And, you know, I've maybe tried at home with what I've got. It's actually so nice to have the real thing. And this, I don't know how I've survived without.
Oh, they're brilliant, aren't they? They've got all the measurements that you are going to need as a quilter.
Oh my goodness! And you know, even for normal sewing, just the quarter inch, you know, is just fantastic. So I really enjoyed sort of having the opportunity to sort of use these. And this is lovely as well, this rotating block.
Oh yeah, that's great as well, isn't it?
So once you've done and you've got your measurements and everything sorted, this is lovely. Instead of moving the fabric, you can actually move the block as well. So it was like Christmas for me.
Oh, good.
Or a birthday present.
There you go.
So as I say, what we're going to do, let's turn that back round so you can see. A little hint and tip is, if you've got directional fabric, just be aware of that. So, you know, the directional fabric is the darker fabric, and just be aware of, when you're cutting pieces out, the actual direction of the pattern, because you don't really want it to sort of end up that way.
Right.
It wouldn't look so nice, and I'm sure somebody might spot it, but you're aware of it as well. Also, this one is directional, so again, you might want to just sort of keep an eye on that, although there is an overall pattern. I'm just seeing where, I think it was on one of my, oh here, this one. When I first did it, I actually did the sew and it was upside down. Oh. So you think, oh yeah, right, you know, so just be aware of that.
Okay.
Anyway, so for the small and the large block, you have 1 1/4 inch squares. So these are used for all of them, and you'll need 4 for each of the blocks. You'll use a sew line pen or something like that just to mark the diagonals there, going straight across. And then this was the bit I thought, ooh, that's strange. You want to match the actual square into that corner. So that's why I laid it out like this, so you can see it. So the square has the diagonal going across the corner of that rectangle, okay? If you've done it that way, you know you've done it wrong.
Right, so you want it pointing in towards the centre.
Yes, in towards the centre, and that's the actual spool block. So that's the top and the bottom of the actual spool, the spool end they call it. Okay, so that's your first thing, so we'll have a go at machining that. The next stage will be machining your pieces together. Mm-hmm. So for the large block, you've got 4 pieces. For the small block, you've only got 3, like that. So you might want to play around with the order of your fabrics, pieces. Yeah. You don't have to match them. You know, if you wanted to, you could actually have them, because especially on the large block is at the end of the bag, so it's not like it's going to sort of run across. But I think with Becky's, I think she's matched the patterns going across. If you have a look at the small pockets, she's matched the patterns going across. So it's up to you. It's entirely up to you. You get plenty of the fat quarters. You'll get a fat quarter for the large blocks that you may not use. So pop that to one side, because you'll use that later for the scrappy binding. Which is lovely as well. Okay, so let's get started. I've actually got a walking foot on here at the moment, and the only reason why I've got the walking foot on there is that later on, if we get onto onto the fusible fleece, then it's useful to have it on here. And let's hope. Last time I used this,
it's going to be all right this time. I know
I have tested it, so it's I think it was the little lever that I hadn't got in the right position, so this should be fine.
If you have got a walking foot, though, do you think that this is going to help?
Yes.
If you haven't, is it the end of the world?
No,
H640 is not too bad to go through.
No, I did all of this without a walking foot. The only thing was that because of the, if you're machining where you've got your cotton fabric on top on the H640 underneath, because of the texture of the H640, the teeth didn't sort of take it through at the same time. So that's the only difference, but you can do it. There's no problem at all. So let's just move that over slightly.
Oh, just so you know, Paul's going to bring in the graphics for the H640, which we'll bring in later on.
Okay, so you're doing your diagonals. Just look at that.
We've got about 25 minutes.
Okay, that's lovely. So pop that in. And it doesn't take long as well. I was amazed how quickly sort of everything came together, which was good. So that's just one piece. Could I ask you maybe to press?
Yeah.
What we will do is we're going to trim, but if you press first, and then we'll trim. That'd be lovely, thank you. The other thing I learned, and in fact Victoria very kindly helped me this morning, because there's technical sort of terms that I wasn't sure about, and one of them was about folding your seams to one side.
So then you can get them to nest.
And that was the thing I didn't know, nesting. So that was really good, was sort of understanding all the technical terms and everything, and how it does help when you're putting something together, and you know, getting the points to match and things like that. So that was lovely. So I'm learning, you know, from here onwards, it's going to be a really good learning curve.
We're keeping you busy, aren't we?
Oh, definitely. And I love having different projects, which is great. So, you know, take me out of my comfort zones as well. Oh, I'll do that other one, sorry. And it's just so nice to have the opportunity to sort of try things and, you know, things that I thought, oh no, I'm not sure about that and whether I'll get on okay, is have a go. And, you know I like things to match, so sort of matching points and things like that was my concern when I was actually putting this together. So what we'll do is we'll just move this out of the way, get that ready to stitch, and we'll just trim. So the other thing I'm getting used to is the right way of using the rotary cutter as well, and remembering to put it on lock when I'm not using it.
Yeah, what's quite nice about these ones though, they do just automatically.
Yes, which is fantastic. So we just run that away. And I love the noise as well, and you know whether you've actually cut through the fabric or not. This blade's a bit blunt, but there we go. And then rather than moving, you can just shuffle that round and get the other one. Just do that one there, all the way. Oops. Pop that one. So this is 1/4 inch seam, so if I turn that round and just match up the stitching. I know quilters know all of this, but it's just obviously a revelation for me as well. Okay, brilliant, thank you. We can just press that again, that'd be fab. So this is the corner sections of the spool ends.
I suppose then once you know how to do this, you could just then almost appliqué it onto all sorts of different
You can use it for so
yeah.
many different things, and if you wanted to, you could do a whole quilt.
Oh yeah,
You know, with squares in between, which would be lovely. Really, really nice. So, as I say, the blade's not brilliant.
Yeah, they're going to bring you another one.
Yeah. I think I've got another one in the trolley, but that's fine. That's
I'll
excellent. So what I'll do now is start machining these together.
So you're just going to, you've already put them into order, so you know which way you're going and that you've got the right direction.
Yeah. Hope so. We'll soon know. We'll soon know. So there's just the 4 blocks here.
How many of these spools do you need to make then? 4?
So 2 of the large ones and 4 of the small ones.
Do you want me to keep pressing? Or do you sew them all?
Sew them all.
And then press?
So I'm actually alternating between the patterned fabric, the darker patterned fabrics and the lighter patterned fabrics. So I want that one there. And then we can press that all together and then we can start assembling the actual block.
We've had so many lovely messages, by the way. Thank you all so much for your birthday messages. Michaela. Oh, thanks, Michaela. Love your presenter's infectious enthusiasm and pure joy of fabrics and projects. It's very courageous. Thank you. It's very exciting today.
So how long have you been?
I've been here for just over a year.
Yes, so halfway
through.
So this is,
I first started when it was our first birthday as well. So.
Oh goodness! So you've seen the first sort of your first year here,
which is amazing.
Fab. Yeah. Well, it's wonderful. It's so nice to sort of see so many different projects. I'm addicted now. I love sort of seeing. In fact, the Goldwork later on, I did a little bit of Goldwork when I did my City and Guilds, but not like the Goldwork you're going to see today.
Oh, she's fantastic,
I know. So if you'd like to press those, press them all in one direction would be fab. So yes, sort of to be able to have the opportunity to see different techniques and everything, which is lovely.
Well, that's it. Every single day, having all of these different demonstrations and projects is brilliant, isn't it?
It's so good.
So these bags, of course, are designed to store everything that you're going to need to go into a quilter's workshop. So we just want to run the graphics. A couple of people are asking about some of the things that Cara's been using. The rotary cutter, which is the most popular one, that's $24.99. I mean, you could put your rotating cutting mats, your rulers, all sorts.
I mean, that just fits in the side pocket perfectly.
Oh, this is what's brilliant, isn't it? Becky has really designed every single part with so much thought and detail.
So just turn that round. Okay, I have got the bust upside down. I'm going to rotate that actually. So what we want to do now is put the corners. Right, no, we do the side bits first. So with machine, if you can have a look, you just see there, there's side pieces there. So I'm going to just put the side pieces on there and machine those together. So this is why, as I say, it's really good to actually have everything marked in the bag so you know which bit's which, and then we can trim it. What I did wrong the first time I did this was actually trimmed it as I went, and in fact the tiny little slivers of fabric that I took off all mounted up, and I found that my panel was a little bit smaller than I thought it was.
Right.
So I would suggest actually, if you can, try and not trim until you get to nearly, right at the end. And also, especially on the small blocks, you want the small blocks to be the same, and make sure that you measure and trim those at the time. So you can see this comes together so quickly, which is lovely. So we're just going to do that.
Well, that's it. It makes it lovely detail, doesn't it? To well, I mean, there's lots going on with the bag with lots of pockets, but actually it does come together.
Yes.
Really nice and quickly.
Yes.
Oh, loads of lovely messages. Happy second birthday to all that's so important from Sandra in Greater London. Thank you, Sandra. There's loads. Jeanette, morning all. How nice to see a demonstrator is learning how to do a new project. Exactly. This is what's brilliant as well, isn't it?
I know, and I'm still learning, so I apologise if I make any mistakes. But,
oh no, we're all still learning every bit. I don't think you can ever know everything.
No. So if you can press that,
Yeah.
I'm just going to see. So when we put that on, we want to be sure that so if you press those seams to the centre, like that, okay, that'd be fab.
So both the seams in,
Yes,
sorry.
inwards,
Okay.
yes please. And then we'll pin and attach the top of the spool. So you can see the top of the spool just here. What I love about this pattern as well is that you've got the points sort of matching here, but I love the fact that you've got the upright on the top of the spool, which is as the old-fashioned spools were. They weren't sort of straight to a point.
Right.
So that's really, really nice.
I'm getting confused on they wanting to go the other way. Hang on.
Do you want me to do it?
Go on then.
So just press it that way into the centre. Don't know if the steam's on or not.
Yeah, it's wanting to go the other way, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, we've got, by the way, I will show these now, but they're going to be coming up later on. Loads of birthday treats today. These are going to be coming up later on at Cara's next hour at 10 o'clock, isn't it? Brand new, very, very, very special price. Very special price. Oh, we said these bags are going to be great to stash everything in, so you're going to love these. Trust me, and
so
stay
nice.
stay tuned for these because the price is ridiculous. Special birthday, another very special birthday treat.
Okay.
Do you agree? It wanted to go the other way,
Yes.
didn't
No, that's fine. Lovely. Okay, so now we want to actually do the top and the bottom of the spool. So I'm going to do it that way. So we're going to, right, now this is where, as a beginner, I looked on the internet and I looked on Sewing Quarter and I thought, right, what's the best way to try and make sure that the points are in the right place?
Yeah.
So there's a couple of ways of doing it. One is to actually do your 1/4 of an inch seam and press it. And when I'm not sure if you can catch this, but when you're folding that over and pressing it, you want to try and match those points. Now at the moment those points aren't matching, so it may be that you want the seam just slightly smaller until those points match at the side there. The other way, and this was the way that Victoria sort of suggested this morning and I found at home was actually just, you want to pin it in that position. So pop a pin in when you've got that in the right place. So that's where the points match. Can we see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you pop a pin in with that in that position. So that's in there. That pin's not very good. Try a bigger one. And you know, this I'm sure will come with practice, because I found that after I'd done one or two, I was a lot better at matching my points. So you put a pin in one side, you put a pin in the other side to match. So roughly your 1/4 of an inch there. Okay, pop another pin in. Okay. And then if there's any excess fabric, which there isn't at the moment in there, you can actually just stretch your fabric to make sure they match. Okay, so we'll do that. The other end. So turn it round.
Oh, we love this rotating.
I do love it. So we want to make sure that our points are matching on the seam, so we can see there. This would be miraculous if this actually stays. And
oh, it will! They will match.
They will match. So we just pop another pin in there, just to hold it in position. Oops, try not to prick your finger. I'll do another one this side.
Surprise, the most popular kit is this one that we're demoing with, which is the lovely Happy style. I've not seen the dressmaking fabric before though, that teal lovely dressmaking pattern one.
It's gorgeous, isn't it? It really is nice. I love all of them,
I think
actually.
how many people are going to love this one, especially with the Great British Sewing Bee starting soon?
Yes, definitely.
In fact, the 12th, what day are we now? The 7th, 8th?
Yes, so next week.
8th today, so literally in the week it starts.
Is it next Tuesday?
On Tuesday, oh
I
my
think
word,
it's
how
Tuesday.
exciting.
I know, it would be brilliant, won't it? So we just move that.
It's worth just spending that extra couple of minutes, isn't it, just to make sure that you've got that matching.
Yeah. Can you see I've got a little bit extra fabric here, but what I'll do is when I'm stitching on the machine, I'll pull the fabric underneath so that we don't move. You don't really want those to move.
Okay.
So that's sort of really good. So let's have a go at stitching. So this is where it's roughly 1/4 of an inch, but you can see where I put the pin in to hold that in position. I'm going to actually just by eyeballing, just do my seam along there. So just pop that down. Try and make sure that that goes through. So we're in line. Oops, thank you. And this was the one that matched, so there's no need to pull so much. Whoops. Just a little bit higher. I'm sure with a lot of practice that I will get better and better at matching the points.
Oh, absolutely. But like you say, it looks very difficult. You think, how on earth have you got those? But it's simple tricks like that you've learned.
So one
Perfect.
is absolutely perfect.
Oh, look at that.
The other one is just slightly off, but I would notice that, but I don't think anybody else would.
No,
so,
you're being pernickety. I think that's brilliant.
So we'll do the other side.
Lots of people getting involved, saying happy birthday, thank you so much. Remember, if you're buying anything today, you're automatically entered into our free prize draw tomorrow. In fact, every single time you check out, you're basically having another name put into the hat, put into the draw for the prize draw, which is a daily prize draw. Anybody that shops with us today, whether you are new or existing, you get our new pin badge, which is lovely. I like the red, actually.
I love it. I really love it.
Mine keeps spinning around there again.
All right, let's have a little look. Oh, not too bad.
Again.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, proud of that one.
Sorted. So that's basically the block, which is fantastic.
So you repeat that.
You repeat that.
Twice.
So you've got your 2 blocks there. You want your small block is for the pockets, if we can look at the pockets on the front. So you'll make 4 of the small pockets, and then you'll actually join them together, and then you put the strips around, or they call it sashing, is that right?
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, there you go, sashing around, and then you start building up from there to make your pocket. So
okay, so we're doing the construction a bit. We've got about 7 minutes, so we'll try and get through as much as we can.
Shall I carry on talking really about the bag? Because once you've put these together, the instructions are fantastic. The photos that Becky's done are really good for showing you. You know, because it's the first time I've done something like this, I was obviously wanting to make sure that I was doing it properly. But it's just so lovely. So once you've done your big panel, which we've done there, you'll be adding extra fabric at the side, which is in here. Okay, and the other side. Then you'll put right sides together. So it will be, so that's got your, so you'll actually have, I think it's that way around. Just trying that way around. Anyway, that's your lining. So you've got your lining inside there. Okay, so right sides together, you'll do your top stitching at the top, so make your stitch length a little bit longer, and then you fold this in. I found it much easier once I'd actually put the lining, I'd stitched the top. I actually found it easier to fold my pockets because this has got sort of like a gusset in there. And I found that I just did a line of basting stitches just to hold it in position before I actually attached it to the side piece. It was just much easier to keep that in that position there. Good tip. Okay. Then for the small ones, you do the same. So you make your panels and you join that together. So you've got a panel in the center there. Then you've got larger, thicker panels at the side, and then you've got a long strip at the top and the bottom. And then again, choose one of your fabrics. What's lovely is that you've got the fat quarters, so you can play around. This was one that I didn't actually use for any of the alternate patterns there. So this was one of the different ones. And you've got fabric left over.
You've got plenty of fabric to play around with.
Well, you can make scissor cases, pin cushions, needle cases, so it all matches. So when you go for your workshop, you've got a fantastic bag and you've got all these wonderful things. The handles are very easy. It's just a long strip that you fold and then fold again. And you do your top stitching on the handle on the left and right. So that's all nicely together. Then you attach it to the actual side panel of the bag there, again with top stitching. You will measure down, I think it's 1.5 inches from the top, and that's so your handles aren't right up to the top. So that's how it hangs, which is beautiful.
Yeah, I love that.
So that's the construction of your front and back panel. And then you've got all the other bits and pieces here. And this is where I think it's much better to actually label everything, to remember what everything is.
Yeah, because you've got a lot of pockets here, haven't you?
A lot of pockets.
And have you used HX40 on all of them, interfacing on all of them?
Just interfacing on...
Just your medium weight?
Yes, your medium weight interfacing on some of the pockets. So these are the central pockets. We just grab that over. These are your central pockets here. Okay. Similar, so you're actually putting right sides to right sides, sewing round 3 sides, then turning it, and then top stitching. So you've got a nice top stitch edge there. And then you can put them together, you can sandwich them together, and it's up to you. You can actually put some stitching here. So if you wanted to put your scissors in, or your rotary cutter, you can actually make pockets like that.
If you've got something in particular that you know you're going to be taking, you're thinking, right, that's the width of it, you measure how big you want the pockets. That's a really good idea.
And I think what's lovely about that is that if you do a pocket, this isn't going to be rattling around all over the place. It's going to be kept nice and secure there. So that's the pockets on one side. And then you've got the H640 for the other pocket on the other side, just here, I think it is. think it's this one. So you've got the H640, yes it is, for the other side. And again, just matching the, right sides to right sides, machine round and then turn, top stitch, and then actually just keep those two together. But this is lovely because, again, this is more protection.
That's it. You've got a lot of tools that you've spent a lot of money on, rulers and creative grids and everything. You want them to be padded and protected. So there's lots of stability in there.
Definitely. So this is all for the lining. So that's your lining. I use the blue fabric for the lining. When you assemble, there is part of the instructions. If we just grab the instructions. And this is something that Becky, I think, mentioned to you about.
Oh yeah, she did. I was messaging her last night, so she did say to make sure that everybody remembers that 1/4 inch at the bottom.
So when you're making the outer bag and you're attaching,
it's all in instructions.
Yes, you're attaching the side gusset, you want to measure the centre, but you also want to measure 1/4 inch in either side, and it just helps with the actual construction of the bag. So it just really, really helps that to get your corners there. So it is something that I think Becky wanted to sort of just highlight to make it a little bit easier. So really, once you've done your spool panels, I wanted to carry on. I wanted to get them all done and then assemble the bag. And this is definitely going to be a bag that I'm going to assemble and bring all my sewing quarter, partly worked bits and pieces
because we always have loads, don't we? When we all come here, everybody's like moving house with all the bits and bobs they've got. So this is perfect to keep it all.
I know.
And then just quickly, we've got about a minute. At the top, you've got your own binding, haven't you?
Yes, I love matching binding. I don't like going out and buying normal binding now. So you have plenty of fabric left and you can cut on the diagonal and it's scrappy. So that's lovely. This one is just all in one piece, but if you have a look at the calico one there, I think that's got the scrappy. So it's just lovely because it all pulls it in together, and this is your way of actually attaching it to the top and making a beautiful finished bag.
Lovely.
So
Thank you very much.
Fun, real
I'm
fun.
pleased that you loved that. We love giving you lots of new things to try out for us.
What are you going to give me next time?
Well, what are you back with next time? Bears. You're comfortable with bears.
Yeah, bears and the bunnies. And then I think the next shows, they'll be interesting.
Okay.
Different. So
here's the bears and the bunny. Oh my word. Well, the bear and the bunny. They're ready for their party. They're still in their pyjamas. Come on, chip chop, we've got to get dressed ready for the party. 2 hours. Thank you very, very much.
All right, no problem. See you later.
See you in an hour. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right, let's head back across and we can have a look at the kits. Oh, by the way, we've had so many lovely messages and we've got so much to talk about today. It's manic. We've got loads going on. So I apologise if I'm a bit speedy through and going through everything. It's just we want to make sure that everybody's clear on what's going on today. So let's go through the kits first. The one that we were just talking about with that lovely rainbow scrappy binding, it's actually with your linear texture. It's 100% cotton, solid, a metre of that and a metre of your hot pink, which we can see Becky's used for the lining. You get 6 fat quarters and you have your thread and instructions to get you started for £59 and 99 pence. £59 and 99 pence. Lots of people are adding to their basket. Remember, keep checking out. The more times you check out, the more entries you have then into that prize draw, our daily birthday prize draw to win. Load of goodies today, in fact worth over £100 of goodies. The one that Cara was working with, which of course is going to be the most popular, it is a quilter's bag. It is a sewist's bag, therefore you've got to have that lovely Habby fat quarter bundle as well and dressmaking fabric. I love it. So you have a metre of your lovely spot-on turquoise, which is very sewing quarter-esque, isn't it? You then have that turquoise teal dressmaking fabric, a metre of that, and your Habby your fat quarter pack, 5 fat quarters, all sewing related. Threaded instructions as well. And then the last one, again with this brand new fabric, I've not seen this one before. Purple mist, 5 fat quarters, 1 metre of your dressmaking and 1 metre of your spot on. And that's to create this. And remember, it's got so many pockets, all of your instructions plus your spool block will be in your instruction kit. So then, like Cara said, I mean, you can carry on creating these and make a big quilt. That'd be brilliant, wouldn't it? Or that perfect bag for any retreats or sewing workshops you've got going on. Enjoy that one. We really liked that make, didn't we? So, yesterday we launched, 10 were shipped over especially for our birthday. A lot were checked out yesterday. We are now extremely limited. So we just wanted to quickly mention that there are still a chance to get the 680, which is arguably, I'm just going to say actually, I think it is the most popular Elna machine that we stock. So much so that in fact Lucy Brennan bought one from us, Joe Carter bought one from us. It is one of the most popular machines that we have. It's been bundled today with a saving, so you get the rotary cutter plus 18 fat quarters as well for free. So nice saving of £89. Also, it will be sent by Elna, and the accessories, the fat quarters and the rotary cutter will be sent by us, but it's still that one P&P, it's still that £2.95 P&P. It'll all just come in two separate orders, basically. It will come from Elna. So make the most of that. If you were thinking of maybe taking that leap and going to a really gorgeous machine, it really is a gorgeous machine. There's lots of features and functions, lots of accessories that come as standards with the little wardrobes and those hidden places to keep all of your feet. Have a look on our website for all of the specifications, or if you want any questions, email in or call the customer service team. As I said, I mean, this is the machine that our experts have bought from us, Lucy Brennan, Joe Carter. That speaks volumes. But also, in fact, both of our demonstrators today using this machine, we're very lucky here. We've got quite an array of machines out there that whenever we have a demonstrator come in, we say, come take a look at our machines, which one would you like to use? I'd say 9 out of 10 times, everyone picks the 680. It's just a really gorgeous machine. We've still got some early birds left. The early bird was one of my favourite products ever. So at $14.99, I love it. You'll hear me screaming and shouting about it. But today, reduction. £9.99, saving of £5. I'd multi-buy on that. Just £9.99 for your early bird. Right, the moment is here. The time is now. I feel like I'm in Les Miserables. Are you ready? Not one more day. It's coming up in a couple of minutes. He's been watching us for the last couple of days, hasn't he? When we were just doing that demonstration with Cara, he was literally peering over my shoulder, looking at what was going on with the bag. This is the most exciting, most anticipated quilt. No pressure, Victoria. But we've all been waiting for this one. The Peacock. Right. I'd have us on speed dial. Get ready. Pop the kettle on. Don't go anywhere, though, because it's the Peacock quilt coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you right after this.
We've turned 2, and to celebrate, we're giving you the chance to win an array of fabulous prizes every single day during our huge second birthday event, taking place from the 7th to the 12th of February. We've got fantastic bundles for sewers and quilters of all abilities, with hampers from June Taylor and thread boxes from the like of Madeira and Metler, as well as all the storage and books you need for 2019. To enter our daily competitions, all you have to do is make a purchase at Sewing Quarter via our TV auction or online. You can also enter for free. Simply head over to our website and click on the web banner to find out more info. We've also got daily sew specials that include the brand new Sewing Quarter Aurifil thread box. So make sure you tune in every day from Thursday the 7th to Tuesday the 12th of February, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687, or watch online at www.sewingquarter.com.
Follow us on Twitter for more inspiration, top tips, news, and share your own creations with us. Birthdays are better when they're full of surprises and gifts. So we decided to make our second birthday extra special with a free gift for new and existing customers who purchase any web or auction product during our second birthday event. Shop between 8 a.m. on Thursday the 7th of February and midnight on Tuesday the 12th of February, and you will automatically receive a free brand new Sewing Quarter pin badge. This new exclusive pin badge, worth $4.99, is the second Sewing Quarter badge in circulation and is the perfect gift for any Sewing Quarter fan. You even get a £5 off code on the back of the badge for your next purchase. Plus, if you spend over £30 in one transaction during our 6-day event, you can also get your hands on a brand new Sewing Quarter shopper tote bag worth $6.99. Which includes not only one, but 2 beautiful patterns worth £7.99. So join in with the birthday celebration and get your hands on these fabulous free gifts. Each offer is available while stocks last. See the website for full details.
Hi, it's Lynette Anderson here from Australia, and I'm just here to wish you a really happy birthday to Sewing Quarter.
Welcome back to our birthday extravaganza, our 4-day. It feels like a whole big party, doesn't it? A whole 4-day long party. It's exhausting, but so exciting. We've got a brilliant day today, so stay with us till 1 o'clock. We mentioned these earlier and then people are emailing in, so we're just going to run the graphics now because the price on these are ridiculous. If you're after a gift for somebody, or just treat yourself because you're entered into the prize draw every time you check out. Everybody that buys, remember, gets that pin badge. And if you spend over £30, we've got a really special offer as well, which I'll show you. So this is the pink. It comes in pink and blue. Your 4-piece scissor and tool set. So I mean, that alone, just your little scissors or just your quick and pick. I mean, that is brilliant, isn't it? So in here, super value added pack. You have your quality comfort grip scissors. You get your 8.5-inch dressmaking scissors, and you get your 4.5-inch embroidery scissors. You also have your retractable measuring tape, and you get your premium quality seam ripper with safety ball as well for £3.99. Honestly, I'm not one to normally scream and shout about a price because that's not what we do here, but £3.99. I spent more on, I went just to the shop to get some milk and you end up spending more than £4, don't you? You know, you just think, oh, I'll just have that cream egg. Oh, I'll just have that. That's what happens, isn't it, when you're at the till and they've started bringing out the cream eggs. I know, I've got a wedding in 5 months, but Joy did tell me it's too late. Joy said it's too late to me, so that's sunk into my head now. It's too late. Blue one. Right, £3.99. These are just that cream egg at the end of the till. Just add it into your order. Definitely make the most of it while stocks last. What a lovely gift idea for somebody. Or if you don't like to take your really expensive scissors, you know, off out to workshops all the time. If you do want to, or is there somebody at your workshop that always wants to use your fabric scissors maybe? If you've got these in your bag ready to go, you can just say, oh yeah, there you go, you can use these. £3.99. Embroidery snips, your fabric shears as well. Your retractable tape measure, and it's on a nice key ring. You could even just have that. How useful are tape measures? I need them everywhere. We were talking about it yesterday with our horned furniture. You're just thinking, oh, just measure that. You see a mirror somewhere, you think, oh, just measure that. Or, of course, at all of your classes as well. Seam ripper as well. Those of you that are just tuning in, I mean, we've had some brilliant deals already, and it's only 9 o'clock in the morning. We've already had of course, the early bird. We've got our Slow Special coming up at 10 o'clock. This is another just added Brucey bonus. £3.99. Okay, we've waited too long for this already. The Peacock quilt. We've all been admiring it. It was up on the back of the desk yesterday. Victoria, I can see her in my provisional vision doing her lunges, getting ready for this, literally doing stretches. But anyway, we're very, very excited. Here's the lovely Peacock, the Appliqué Pilgrim Peacock and the FPP feathers. We're not going to tease you too much. one kit, because we're all going to want ours to look exactly like that one, aren't we? So you get, the graphics are in, by the way. I would go for it now. If it's anything like Kath Hardcastle's last design that we had here, the cat and the dog quilts, it's sold out. In fact, we brought it over, and before we even got over to it was Jane, wasn't it? Jane Alcott. It's sold out completely, so I'd make the most of this. Right, 10.5 meters of fabric. 10.5 meters of fabric you have. Let's do the breakdown. All of these gorgeous colours. Loads of people are coming in, by the way. There is a bit of a small queue on the phone line, but just stay where you are. It's going to be worth it. Because what we have is what we have. We're going to try and do... We've put together as many kits as we can, but I knew that this would happen. It's going to be busy. Right. 4.5 meters of navy. 1.5 meters of teal. And that's just like linen texture. You get 1.5 meters of bright yellow, 1 meter of turquoise, 1 meter of peacock, 0.5 meter of black, 0.5 meter of purple, magenta. You then also got your fat quarters, silver and white. You get a thread to start you off, and part 1 and part 2. Part 1 and part 2. You get both sets of instructions as well. There is a queue on the phone line as predicted, but bear with us. Our customer service team are fantastic, and they will be flying through your calls. So it's a free phone line number. Just stay where you are. We're going to be going through all of this all hour, but I would secure it early if I were you. £99 and 99 pence. Should we go across? There we are. Hello. Happy birthday. I can say happy birthday to everybody, but it's exciting to have you here.
Thank you.
How are you?
Yeah, all right, thanks. Yeah, not too
All
bad.
in the dark, ready to go.
I know. I was warming up my hands, ready to get started.
This is an exciting one, isn't it?
I
actually
know.
think that this is one of the most, this is one that everybody's been really excited to see, because she's just, I love peacocks. I think they're just so elegant.
Yeah,
aren't they?
fabulous. And there's sort of the different techniques. So you've got the foundation paper piecing, and you've also got the appliqué. So it's a really fun project to do.
Okay.
And although it looks quite daunting,
Yeah.
it's actually, when you break it down, it's not too bad.
So where is it broken down? How is this sort of put together? Because it's not obviously in blocks like a quilt,
No,
is it?
That's
Like
right, yeah.
traditional
So
quilt.
basically, which I've got a sample sort of prepared, but it's in sections. So you make up each one of these segments, and then you stitch them together in the round, and then you put your peacock over the top of your hole.
Oh, I love it.
So yeah,
Okay.
it's really nice. And when I started making this, because when you first get the book, there's so many
You've got
templates and
part
things.
1 and part 2, yeah.
Yeah, and it does feel a bit daunting when you get it, but once you start reading through it and going through it, it's actually quite straightforward. But I would say probably it's more sort of intermediate to advanced.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, like if you were new to foundation paper piecing, you could always sort of buy it, then get a couple of more projects under your belt, and then get going with this one. So
Absolutely, don't miss out on
so
this
don't
one.
be, if you really like it, just go for it. I would.
So do we start with the foundation paper piecing?
So what I thought we'd do is if we just go through the pattern, so
Yeah.
I can explain what we've got in here. Okay, so you get 2 books. Okay, part 1 is all your cutting information and your written instructions. And there's not actually that many written instructions, which is good, because it's all sort of based off the diagrams and using the templates. So these are your foundation paper piecing templates, which a couple of them you just join together.
Okay.
And I think most people are familiar with that.
Yeah.
And then you've got your various templates for your different elements. So if we look back at the quilt, so you've just got, so this is called your eye, okay, and there are 3 different versions of that, but they're all very similar, so it's not like you've got to
Is it just the
relearn.
size that's different?
Yes, I mean, these 2 are the same, but this one's got this element around it.
Yeah.
So it's mainly it's just these 2.
Yeah.
And then these feather sort of segments it's just the same method for each of them, but they're just different sizes. Okay.
So once you've got into a bit of a routine and a bit of a roll with it, then
absolutely. Once you've made one up,
yeah,
it's really straightforward.
Okay.
Okay. So we've got the templates there, and then you've got all your applique templates.
Oh my word, and you've got everything. The pupil, the iris. I didn't think they'd give you literally every single point.
Every single bit.
Like when Kath did the dog quilt and the cat quilt, I mean, they were so detailed. The instructions were brilliant for those, weren't they? So
exactly.
Same again.
And you'd think, because that peacock's face is so detailed, and I was like, oh, that's going to be really hard to put together, and it was not at all.
Okay.
Really straightforward. So there's all your templates for that. And then you come to your diagrams. Okay, so this is the diagram which I mainly sort of used, which gives you all the information about which of the foundation paper pieced blocks that you need. So all the letters are foundation paper pieced. And then these segments at the end are made up from the
solid,
from the templates which are in this booklet.
Right.
Okay, so although it looks like a lot of templates, it's actually not that bad because there's just sort of a few segments around the edge.
So did you read through all of your instructions first?
Yes. So I'd always do that. Like, read through it first. Don't just start cracking open packets and cutting things up. You need to read it carefully first.
Okay.
Just familiarise yourself with what you need to do for which. And then also, Cass also put in here exactly how to construct and your applique peacock as well. So which sections go behind which.
Oh, it looks amazing, doesn't it?
Yeah. And then there's also these colour diagrams which we'll go through a little bit further on. But I'll just show you how this segment here is joined up. Okay. So, do you want to put those on there?
Thank you.
Vicky.
Lots of people coming in.
Okay, so the section we're going to do is, what I'm going to show you is just this one here. So this is section 4, okay, which is made up of this that I've got here, okay.
Okay, so the feather part first.
Yeah, so we've got this feather part first, which is 2 pieces which join together, like that. So that's straightforward enough if you've done some foundation paper piecing before. Then you've got your small eye, and then a larger section of those 2 which then join up, and they all join together. And then you've got your large eye on the top, and then to make your segments for this section here, which finishes off to the side of the quilt, then what you do is you take your templates which are in your book 2, join them together along the dotted line where it tells you, and then you just simply use those as templates just to cut out the fabric around your template, and then you join those 2 together.
So what are the largest pieces? Are these ones that you're going to need to cut first, really, to make sure that you've cut it right? Or you've got you've got a lot of fabric, haven't you?
You have got a lot of fabric. I mean, this is based on sort of intermediate to advanced, so it's not like you've got enough fabric where you can be cutting huge amounts for the foundation paper. So you just need to be aware of that. But yeah, I would cut the segments first.
Okay.
So you've got all those cut, and then you know what you've got to play with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with that end piece, all you do is just stitch it down. So you stitch those down the centre, and then you pop that one there and join them together, and that's that section done. Okay. So the other bit I was going to show you is, so if we go to this bit, let me just move these on.
Oh look, this is perfect to have a bit of a key all ready to go.
Yes. So what I do is, because you've got these 3 colours that are sort of similar-ish, is before you start opening the bags and taking stuff out the bags, just refer to your fabric list in the booklet, which says fabric A is whatever code number, and then just write down those on there. And you also need to put down dark, medium and light. So your dark is your teal fabric, your medium is your turquoise, and your linear peacock one is your light, because that will come into play later on when we do the foundation paper piecing. Okay, so we've looked at section 4 there. Okay, so these are all pieced in a similar way, but just using the different foundation paper piece templates and segments. Okay, now these ones down here, these sections, because you've got your peacock over the top, you don't need to obviously do any fancy piecing on these.
Did you still use your dark fabric? Did you still use your navy?
So this is out of navy. So these 1, 2, 3, 4. So those 5 sections, they're made. What you have to do is you take your foundation, which seems a bit strange, is you take your foundation paper piece templates A and B, okay, and then you just use those as templates to cut the solid fabric that makes up those segments.
But you're not going to see those at all.
You don't. I mean, you do a little bit,
okay.
But it gives you, it obviously gives you the right amount of fabric to make it all sit flat. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I haven't explained that very well, have I?
No, you have. I just wondered whether you could use something from your stash. But
well,
no.
I think you've got enough that you can just use that. Yeah. So basically, all I've done here is just cut those. The fabric out the same size as templates A and B, and just stitch those together down the middle. And you make 5 of those, and they get stitched together along the bottom of the quilt here.
Any particular way you need to press your seams?
Kath recommends pressing the seams open on virtually everything, I think. So yeah, I would do that just to keep it all flat. Okay. So that's that. And to be honest, I mean, doing that one segment, that didn't even take me a working day. So it's not going to take you years to make, even though it looks like it. So yeah, it's really impressive.
It does look so impressive.
Yeah, it does.
Jan's messaged in. Good morning, Vixen Victoria.
Good morning.
Oh, it's your birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
It's my birthday today too. But as much as I love peacocks, this might be too advanced for me. You never know, have a go. Like you said, if you start with something, maybe do a bit of foundation paper piecing, get the kit, and then go, right, I'm ready to have a go at the peacock now.
It's not like food, it's not going to go out of date, is it?
Yeah, that's it.
I might get one and save it to my retirement.
Oh. You got to finish this one now.
I did. Once I'd done that one, I really wanted to carry on with it. So yeah, it's a really nice one to make. I would highly recommend it.
So once we've stitched all of our bottom sections together that use the A and B template,
so you basically, once you've constructed all your segments, you just stitch them all around in a circle. Okay. And what Kath does in the instructions is she tells you, because obviously when you've got that many seams together going into a centre circle, it's going to start sort of going a bit skirtified. You know what I mean? So she tells you a way to make that, to cut that and just make it a little bit flatter so your peacock sits flat on top. So you cut a circle
through the middle?
So it's already there, and then you just trim it back about an inch, but she shows you tells you how to attach it to your ironing board and to press it and stuff like that. So yeah, they're really good instructions. And Kath is also absolutely lovely, and I think it's nice to make a project that somebody lovely has come up with.
There you go. Oh yeah, you said, well, you've collaborated with her, haven't you, for the last
Later on, yes.
We said it's like the whole Beyonce and Rihanna at the Brit Awards coming together to do a final performance. It's going to be brilliant. That's at 12 o'clock.
Not sure about that.
But I mean, it is really lovely instructions. Those of you that did make the Doggle Cat quilt, I mean, they're so popular. There's still people coming in for it. If you haven't got the kit yet, one kit, just to make it really nice and simple for you. We've tried to put together as many as we can, but it's already becoming limited, so make the most of it. $99.99.
And it's a good price as well for something like that.
Yeah.
Amazing. Right, okay, so like I said earlier, this is sort of aimed at intermediate advanced, so it's kind of been assumed that you have a certain knowledge of how to do this anyway, okay? So what you need to do is, I need to put that the right way up, you need to refer to this colour chart, okay? So this is for the big one, and then that's for the small eye, okay? So what I did is I took a photocopy of one of the templates for template N, and then I transferred these colours onto here. Okay, so let me
It's
turn it
fine,
round.
you can do it your way. You can do it facing you
Yeah?
if it's easier.
Okay, so what I've done is I've coloured in the yellows because that was the easiest thing for me to do. Then I'd put a little blob of navy felt tip there because I wasn't going to colour it all in because I'd obviously lose my numbers.
Yeah.
And then I then wrote on, you need to write on light, which is these two here, medium, which is like your boat round there, and your dark, which are these ones, okay? And that's why I've written them on this.
So you've got the dark, medium, light, okay?
Yeah.
So we know which ones are which.
So then I've just written those onto here, and then you can just photocopy.
So you've made that as simple as possible, so you know that when you go to the sewing machine, you know exactly what you're sewing to what.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so in the instructions, Kath gives you sort of she really breaks down how to cut. Okay, so under each fabric, she'll put set one for fabric A. So she'll put how to cut the borders. She puts a range of strip sizes to cut for the foundation paper piecing, because obviously some are quite narrow, some are wider pieces. Okay, so she's done all that, and then you basically just use the width of fabric that you think you need according to the size of your thing. So again, we're basing it on people having a bit of knowledge of that already. Okay, because it's not like a normal pattern where you cut a load of triangles or rectangles the size you need and then you piece those. No. This is specific because there are so many different size pieces. Okay, I'll get going on some sewing in a minute. I'm sorry, I'm waffling on.
No, it's really important that we break it down.
Yeah, because this one's a bit different, isn't it? So, okay, so first thing I do is, so I've got number 1, which is right in the centre, black. Okay, so I'm going to take a strip of black. Now, in the instructions, it gives you a whole list of different sizes to cut. Right. What I would do personally is just cut a few of a range of them, and then work with those first, and then cut some more, just in case you're doing them slightly differently to how it's been suggested.
So do you want to make sure that it's going to cover that space? You've got to give yourself enough. Yeah,
so what I would do is I'd check that this piece of fabric is covering that long distance there with at least ½ an inch, like I'd go even bigger than ½ an inch, which that is, okay? And then you also want to look at the width there, and then level that up, and then I'm just going to sort of hack it off there. Okay, but if you've foundation paper piece before, you'll have an idea of this anyway.
And you know the whole thing with upside down, is great because that's black.
Exactly.
So you don't need to worry about which way has it got to go.
Yeah. So what I've done with this as well, which I don't normally do, is on the back, I've transferred it over.
I don't know why more people don't do that. That makes it so much easier, surely.
Yeah, well, normally I wouldn't do it, but with this, because I'm using strips rather than a set size of fabric, it actually makes it a little bit easier to judge whether you're using the right side, but I'll show you that in a second. So, and you don't need to do it with a ruler all accurately, you can just like roughly do it.
Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is just use this glue pen and just put a little bit of glue in the centre on number 1, and then pop that on there. Okay. So I know my number 2 is going to be the magenta. So I'm going to fold back using my add a quarter ruler.
These are great because they are sort of designed for this. That they do give you that really nice sort of tapered edge on the end to fold it, but then they've got the ½ an inch.
Yeah, definitely. And I use this as a normal ruler as well, because with the quilting rulers, you've got it's quite deep, isn't it? So it's a lot easier to use one of these. Okay, so I know that this one's my next one.
How do you know? Because it says number 2.
Because I've looked on that side, and then when I fold it back along that line, that's like that. Okay, so then I'm going to cut a ½ an inch seam. Okay, so number 2 is magenta. So again, what I'm going to do now to know whether it's the suitable size strip is line up this strip with that 1/4 inch seam there, and I can see from the furthest point that that's a good allowance there to make sure I've got it covered. Okay, and then again with the width, it's from there to there, so I'm going to give myself about that.
And you have got enough fabric to make sure that you give yourself, you know, that extra 1/2 inch or whatever it's.
Yeah,
that's fine.
yeah, and I know.
And the more that you go through it, then you'll be more confident to not use so much fabric.
Yeah, exactly. You're right. Yeah. So then I level that magenta up.
Don't need to worry about what side it is.
No, not with
solid.
these ones.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only when you get to the teal ones and the yellow that then you need to start thinking about it. But
Okay.
if you've done paper piecing before,
It's fine.
it comes as second nature. Okay, so what I've done is I've reduced my stitch width down. Now, when you first start this one, because it's quite big, it's a little bit tricky. But as you work outwards, then you've got less paper to put under the machine.
Now, are you okay? Do you need to change your needle going through paper?
No. If I was making this project, I'd start with a fresh needle, and then at the end of it, get rid of your
Change it,
needle.
yeah.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is stitch along that line between 1 and 2, and I'm just starting a bit further. I'll show you after rather than wittering on.
Have you done a smaller stitch length?
Yes, so I've reduced it to, I think it's 1.8 on here, and I do maybe 1.6 at home. And helpfully, I've used white thread on this, but you know. So what I've done is I've stitched from here, so gone into this side bit and gone out the other side bit, but I can peel my paper back from there after. Okay. So what you then do is you open that out.
Do you need the iron or anything? Will you? No, just a roller.
I'll just use the roller for this.
At home, would you press between each one?
If I was at home, I'd have my cutting mat set up with my iron and an ironing mat and just do it all with a small cutting mat, because you don't need a huge one for this. Okay, so we've done that one now. So next I'm moving round to number 3. Okay, so again, I'm folding it back. My 3-year-old had me awake at 1 o'clock this morning until 3, and I had to get up at 3:30. So I'm amazed I'm actually still standing.
Oh my word!
Okay.
Is she all right?
Yeah, she's fine. She just couldn't sleep.
Oh.
So I know that this bit here is the bit I'm working on now. So again, I'm going to go extend out from there and extend out from there. Okay.
So do you, I don't know whether I've just missed this, but do you only use the glue pen right at the start to just attach it to the paper?
To just attach that first one to the paper, yeah. That's the only one you can do it on. But it makes it a lot easier than using a pin, because I find a pin tends to distort it when you're trying to sew over, what am I doing? Cutting it, that's it. Okay. And once you get going, it does come together really quickly, and it's so very satisfying.
Because you've coloured it in as well, you can see, you know which one is your next colour.
Yeah. So I know number 4's next.
Still a pink.
So I've already stitched into that little piece there. So what I'm going to do is fold that back and then just ease those stitches, just tear away the paper from the stitches. Okay?
You're making this look really nice and simple.
Am I?
Yeah. I'm thinking, do you know what?
That's a good job.
I can do this.
Oh.
Fold, then fold it back.
Yeah.
Trim off your...
The only thing that makes this slightly more complicated than the normal sort of foundation paper piecing we do is because they're all different sizes and shapes, whereas normally, like I said before, you'd cut these triangles like this and and then you just piece those, whereas this you need to kind of just think about the size of the strips a bit more. But it's really pretty straightforward once you've got into the swing of it.
Oh, and the result, I mean, we just love this quilt.
Oh,
everybody
it's
in the
lovely.
office has gone crazy for this Peacock quilt.
Yes.
There's still availability for just tuning in. If you thought you'd missed out, you've still got a chance. We made sure we put together as many kits as possible because everybody, as soon as it came into the office, Paul's saying about a month ago, he was saying, I have to have that quilt. Everybody loves it. So that's probably why you've seen it all over our social media, because we just love it. But make the most of it whilst it's here. We were talking about it earlier, saying, how can we try and put more together when we're friendly?
Yeah.
We need more.
I know. Okay. So I'm on number 5 next. I'll just do a few more of these on this, and then we'll look at one of the other ones.
So there it says to dark.
Yes.
So
right.
You're looking at teal from our key.
Okay. And as well, once you've done a few, you'll know which fabric's which. So you'll be well away.
And there's hardly any sort of wastage, is there, when you're using these rulers and if you're then cutting smaller pieces as you get more confident, it will be even less. Yeah,
exactly. And Cass giving you sort of a wide range of strips to cut, so then you can just pull on them as you need them rather than cutting additional strips.
Okay.
Okay, so I need dark, so that's this one, isn't it?
Teal, yeah.
Yeah.
So this is the only time that you need to start really thinking about.
Yeah,
right,
so
yeah. Well, this is the first
and it's
time.
only really this centre bit that's got the light and dark in. All the sort of rest is the navy, which is pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so again, I'm going to cut a length. And stitch that one in there. And normally at home, I'd have my extension table on my machine, so I'd put the fabric at the back of the template on the extension table and then just slide it in,
instead of
rather than having to and then trying to open it while it's on this short bed.
Yeah, that's a good idea. You're still managing to do it though, even without an extension table.
Yeah.
Doing it this way, I mean, that's what gives you those perfect points every time. To be able to do this without the foundation paper piecing technique, I mean,
exactly.
You just couldn't do that, could you?
No, and it looks so sort of crisp as well, doesn't it?
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, it's fabulous. And very satisfying when you've made one and you trim it back, you're like, oh!
I bet.
Yeah, lovely.
So you're going to do a couple more. We're going to go and quickly recap.
Okay, and then I can start doing this when you get back. Yeah,
brilliant.
Lovely.
Okay. Thanks, Vic. Okay, I'll take these across. Everybody's loving this. I'm so pleased that you love it as much as we do. Right, at the moment, basket situation. If you've got it in your basket, you are okay at the moment. However, we've had queues on the phone line virtually, well, we've had lots of people waiting. The whole of the day, we've had people waiting on the phone line for different things. So at the moment, you are okay, and if you check out, you'll still get this. But I wouldn't wait till the end of the hour. It's only yours once you check out, and I'm not here to pressure or to rush you, but just to be aware. I'd hate for you to miss out because we've waited so long for this one. I know that we've all been so excited about it. One kit, because of course we want to make it as simple as possible for you. This is the one that you're going to make, the one that's on the front, the one that you've seen on the wall. These lovely colours which are absolutely perfect, beautifully put together. Another Sewing Quarter exclusive, which is exciting. Virtually all exclusives today, actually, you know. Very, very lucky. Very, very, very lucky indeed. So you get 10.5 meters of fabric. Just indulge in all of this gorgeousness. So you get 4.5 meters of navy, 1.5 meters of your teal, which is your dark, 1.5 meters of yellow, 1 meter of turquoise, 1 meter of peacock, half a meter and half a meter. 1/2 meter of black and 1/2 meter of magenta. Then your 2 fat quarters, silver and white. Thread and both parts of your instructions, part 1 and part 2 by Kath Hardcastle. Look, if those of you that loved her dog quilt, the cat quilt that we had in, they were so popular. Back with a brand new peacock quilt today. you'll get both part 1 and part 2. So you've all the appliqué, the FPP, lots of skills, great techniques, and just the most amazing finish. We've all just fallen in love with it. I just love this peacock. I didn't realise that it was only male peacocks that have these incredible feathers.
I know the women are, the female ones are quite boring, and it's always the way, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Like, I always thought, oh, I want to be a peacock. I want to come back and be a fabulous peacock. They're like, I want to be a man. Oh, I'd still just love to be a fabulous peacock. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to do the feathers.
Okay, so the feathers. So so you don't get a colour chart for this one, okay? But on your pattern, you can kind of just look roughly to see what colours Cass used for which one. It doesn't really matter because you've got fabric that you can just mix and match them, but just as long as you've got your yellow, just as long as you've got your yellow at the top, and then what I did is I just went down tonally, so I went light, 2 medium and 2 dark, okay? So just have a look at the picture for that one.
Lovely.
And again, so what I've done is marked up my template. So I marked the navy, which is every other one, and then I put so then with these ones I marked yellow, then light, medium, medium, dark, dark. Okay. And then again, you can copy that as many times as you want, and then go from there.
Once you've done a block, do you then when can you take the papers out? Do you need to do this as many times as you have the feathers? Photocopy it as many times as you have the feathers?
Yeah, so it tells you in the pattern how many of these you need to copy.
Okay.
Okay, and then in terms of removing the papers, I spoke to Kath about this, and she asked, and I asked her, and she said that she was taking them out as she went, because then she was finding it straightforward to join the feathers together.
Right.
But it's personal preference, really. What I'd do is maybe just see how you feel about it when you've got it at home, and what's your personal preference, because I mean everybody does foundation paper piecing differently. Okay. So yeah, it's just personal choice, really.
All right.
Okay. So now what I did for this one is, instead of cutting sections down, because the edges are obviously slightly tapered, is I just used these, I just used it on the strip. Okay, now for the first one I am going to cut it down. So what you do with the first one, so you go in from 1 to 2, so you need to make sure you've got your seam allowance there. Now I think I've got actually, so the same size, I'll just use that. I'm just talking to myself, ignore me, ignore me.
You're just checking that was the 2.
Yeah, just blah 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 blah. Okay, glue pen. I'll be getting a big pink and white stick and dragging me off in a minute.
Who's singing happy birthday in there? Oh, Hayley's just come in singing happy birthday. When I say singing, that's very loose.
Okay, so I've just stuck that one on to cover there. You perhaps used a little bit of a wider strip for this first one. I haven't got that tiny end on, but it doesn't matter.
Okay.
Okay, so then I'm going to go between 1 and 2. And I'm going to cut that down. Okay. Then my next one I know is dark. Now I've just kind of roughly cut these to save time. And then again, I've drawn on the back of this so I can see exactly where.
So does that need to be right sides together?
Yes, because we've got, so this is like a patterned one,
yeah,
as it were. Okay.
There is a right side and a wrong side.
There is on these, yeah. So with these, I stitch right from the edge of the paper across the seam.
So they are the lines that you stitch on, aren't they? Yeah.
Yes.
And just slightly off it again.
So yeah, exactly. So I stitched across the seam there, right across and into the next one.
We've got about 15 minutes.
Okay, right. I'm going to, should we do the appliqué now?
Yeah, I think if anybody's got any more questions about the FPP, then please do get in touch with us and let us know. But we want to try and show you as much as we can.
Yeah, definitely.
There's loads of elements. Or any tips, then let us know if you've got any FPP makes. Yeah, send us in pictures. We want to hear from you today. If you've maybe tried EPP, let us know. studio@sewingquarter.com is the email address. Send in any photographs or any tips for us.
Vicky, could you pass me that board, please?
Yeah.
And would you just be able to pop the iron on for me as well? Thank you. Okay, so obviously this would be your quilt top now. Okay, so you'd have all your segments joined together and you're now constructing your bird. Okay, so all I've done is so I've put bonder web onto the back of each of the shapes. So trace them off onto your bonder web, press them onto the back of your fabric.
Before you've cut the shapes out?
Yeah, so, yeah, and then you cut exactly around the shape of your, that you've drawn, and then peel the backs off.
You're going to need quite a bit of bonder web, aren't you? Because you're using it for all of the different pieces, so we've got it on the roll.
Yeah, I used about 1.5 meters.
Right, oh, so you'll have some left over. Well, this is 5 meters
you'll have plenty.
You love appliqué, which if you've never done appliqué, this is going to get you into it. You will love it after this. Yeah,
definitely. And it's brilliant on the roll as well because it tends to stick to the backing paper a bit better than when it's folded. Okay, so what you do is you make your main body shape, okay, and then you pop your wings behind.
Is there a certain order that you need to do this?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so you do his wings, and then we're going to do the plume on the back. Okay, so what you do is
are there templates for all of these sort of plume?
There's template, yes. So you basically cut out, you cut 6 of the teal colour, okay, and 6 of your magenta. You keep your backing paper on the teal one. And then you remove your paper from your magenta and then press that down on top, okay? And then you can remove the back of the paper, because otherwise if you remove the back of your paper on your teal, you'll have it stuck to your ironing board.
Yeah, not best. If you're using your family ironing board, they won't be won't be happy.
No. Okay, and then if we look in the part 1, so that should be diagrams. So all of this, of how it's constructed, I'll show you here. Okay. Let me see that. Okay, so here we are, which shows you exactly how to put all these plumes behind your bird. Yeah, so it's really straightforward.
Yeah, all of the images are there for you to follow. Literally step by step, holding your hand.
So I'm just going to kind of freestyle this a bit. So you make 6 of these. Doop. And then you just want to, so with one of them, well, with 2 of them actually, you take, there we go. You take one of them and then you chop off 2 of the feathers, as it were.
Okay.
Then you pop him under there. Let's move these out a bit. So you want to get as much width on it as you can.
So before you actually fix anything to your fabric, you would lay out all of this first?
Yeah, so you lay out his body, stick all these bits on, and then you do his head separately.
Right.
Okay? So don't stick the one side down until you've done the other, because you want to make sure it's even.
Once it's stuck, it's kind of stuck, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah. There's no return. Okay. How long have we got left, Vicky? Are we all right for time?
How are we for time, Jessie? 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. I cannot panic then.
You can panic, did you say?
I cannot panic.
Oh yeah, you can relax. We've got loads of time. We're fine.
Okay.
It's our birthday. We're all celebrating. Have you had any cake?
No.
Not yet.
No. There was a bit on the table in the kitchen which looked like somebody had left it out overnight, so we didn't have any of that. I'll have to see if there's any more anywhere else.
Haley had some for breakfast whilst waiting for
Did
a
she?
toast to plop up.
Right, okay, so see
I'm
how
happy with
simple that is?
Yeah.
And then just make sure they all...
Oh, that looks so effective
yeah,
as well,
and look
doesn't
how
it?
quickly, like, all I did at home was just cut the bits out, and then it's come together like that.
So now
Okay.
I always get a bit stuck on how to do this. Do I need steam? Do you need a pressing cloth? Do you need, or what? How would you do it best?
You can, if you can use a pressing cloth, because some people feel like it's safer to use a pressing cloth in case there's any bits of glue that could go onto your iron.
Right.
I generally don't bother. But you just kind of sort of hold it down, sort of like that, rather than going, because you need the heat to obviously melt the
And do you
glue.
use steam?
No,
steam?
no, just a dry iron. Okay. And don't worry too much, because you'll applique these bits down anyway. Right, so that's that bit done. Now his head.
It looks brilliant already.
I know, I know.
Oh, it's so exciting.
Okay. Right, so the next bit is his head. Oh no, where's his eye? Oh, his
Are there
his
any
eyes
really
there,
sort
I
of
had a
tricky
panic.
shapes? Some of these have got sort of circles, but that's fine, just a little pair of scissors.
Yeah, so you just need a tiny pair of sharp scissors. For this sort of thing, you need sharp scissors. If you've got blunt scissors, you're off to a bad start anyway. So you just, to cut out the eye, you just sort of fold it like that, snip in, and then just cut around it, okay? So what you need to do is make up his eye, right, which I've already done. So
There's templates for literally the pupil, the iris, everything in the instructions.
And in the instructions, it shows you exactly what goes on top of what and how it goes behind the eye and all that sort of thing. This is probably the most straightforward bit of all.
Really? And
Yeah.
it looks the most complex, doesn't it? His face is so detailed.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. So what you do is you cut out your outer eye and you leave your backing on it, okay? And then you cut out your iris and your pupil, take the papers off those, position them on, and then iron those on, but you still got your paper on the back.
So you're not going to iron
because it's
it
not
to
going to
it
stick to your
anyway.
ironing board. Okay, so I've done that, so I'm just going to take that off now.
It sounds logical, but that is something that I would definitely do. You just don't think, do you?
No,
You'd be on your way,
absolutely not.
take all your papers off, and then you've stuck it to
Yeah.
wherever you're doing it. So.
And then you've got to cut more. Okay, so what you do then is you position. So you just so I'm positioning his head just over the raw edge there, and just positioning his eye behind. Okay, so I've taken off the papers. So when I stick it down, it'll just glue on.
Now you've done no stitching yet on this. You construct,
No.
you put everything on before you start stitching, so there's nothing yet.
Yeah, there's nothing to do until you've got them all down.
I love this.
Okay,
Now
so
this at the moment looks like what does he look like? He looks like a famous alien. I don't know who.
it does. I don't know who you like.
But
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Okay, so his beak pieces. Okay, so again, you cut the centre out of that piece for his nostril, and then you position those over each other so his beak meets at the end, and then you just pop those underneath. Okay. And you just want to make sure he's lined up. Okay. So that's that. Now what you do now is you press this down, but you don't press the top of his head down. Okay?
I suppose you need to put the feathers.
Because you need to put his crown on.
Yeah.
So just press it and then leave about an inch at the top free.
And you'd also recommend doing this on your pressing mat so you don't
Yeah,
have to lift
absolutely. Yeah.
everything across.
Otherwise, you're starting again, aren't you? Right.
Oh.
Okay, so the might be better on here actually to show you. So for his crown, which are the sticky up pointy bits.
I was just leaving you
Sticky
there.
up pointy bits. So you cut this rectangle out and you draw all these lines on, okay? Then what you do is you then cut down each one of these lines, but you don't cut right to the end yet, okay? So I'll just do a couple of those. Okay, so you cut all those, and then they're obviously still joined at the end, okay? And then you cut down the middle, so you've got 2 pieces that have got 4.
Yeah, fringe.
That's it, we'll call it that. And then you just position that behind his head and just like spread them out a bit. Because what you're going to do is put on the little bits at the top, which are these triangular bits. Now it doesn't matter if they overlap slightly, just do it however you like. Okay, so I'm just going to press those down. And obviously at home you'll have more time to do this properly. I'm just sort of doing it quickly. Oh, it's all right.
You forgot to put your other bit.
Yeah, I forgot to
You have got that
Yeah,
slight window, haven't you? Because it's hot to still be able to quickly
pull it back.
Oh, Angela said, I love, 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 love doing applique work.
Yeah.
Oh, I just think you get such amazing results.
Yeah,
so quick.
yeah.
So effective
Absolutely.
that is, isn't it?
And the Bondi web's so good, it just gives a real crisp finish. Okay.
How are we doing for time, Jessie? About 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
If you need longer.
No, I won't. That'll be plenty. Okay, so you'll make sure they're on nice and straight. Okay, so then you attach your little top bits. I should have probably researched what these things are called properly,
What are they
shouldn't
called?
I?
Let us know at home. What are they called?
Kath will know. And she's definitely
Is Kath
watching.
watching?
Yeah, she told
Oh,
me she would.
This
Hi,
is
Kath.
Brilliant, we love it. Like you say though, you say she's so lovely, isn't she?
She
as
is,
well?
yeah, and so talented to be able to come up with something like this.
Absolutely.
I could never do
All the
this.
hard work has been done for you
Yeah.
at home. All the instructions are brilliant.
Yeah. Okay. And then the final bits are his face bits. Okay, so this is like his sort of eyebrow. And then that goes about there.
Did you
But
find
these are-
yourself referring a lot to the sort of picture of no?
I did to start with the first time I put this down, but
Yeah.
I've obviously had a couple of practices at home.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to look like a plonker not knowing what I was doing. So I have practiced a couple of times, so I roughly know where they go now. So, and then we're just going to stick his face down. And there he is.
Amazing.
I know, look how quickly that was.
Oh, that is so good, isn't it? I just love it just like that.
I know.
It looks brilliant. So then when you're looking at actually doing the stitching on your machine, what stitch would you use?
So Kath has used a blanket stitch. And she's used different colours, which I think in the pattern she does. She tells you what colours to use for which section, so it turns out exactly like hers. But what she's done here to put a bit of extra colour in on those plumes is just use yellow.
Is there a certain order do you need so you can see here to detail the face? She's overlapped along here. Do you just go round or?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's pretty. Once you get going, you'll sort of see
route.
where to go. Yeah, I mean, once you've done one of those, you'll know the best way to do it.
Okay.
But, yeah, and then in terms of quilting, what she's done is stitched in the ditch around the borders.
Yeah.
And also put like a decorative stitch from a sewing machine, which I never really think to use those stitches on my machine, and there's so many of them.
Have so many,
yeah,
don't they?
yeah. So that gives a nice touch, and also you could use the metallic threads for that.
Oh yeah.
Which would look nice. And then she's also quilted along between the segments as well, so it's not like you're having to there's not a lot of quilting on this actually.
No, absolutely. It doesn't need it, does it?
No, and because it's pieced, it's not going to be kind of like baggy like when when they're big pieces, sometimes they can start to look a bit baggy.
Yeah.
But because they're smallish and they're all compact.
And then using the black for the binding, it kind of sort of draws your eyes into that centre, doesn't it?
Yeah, and then it picks up on the black in the crown and the centres.
For somebody that's
It's
not, what
lovely.
is the finished size of the quilt? Do you know?
Is it 56 by 56?
I think it's in your one actually, 56 by 56. So it's a really lovely big quilt. We've got another lovely message. Susan, well done, Victoria. You've made this pattern look very achievable with your calm and precise delivery. Looking forward to attempting this pattern now.
Thank you.
Susan.
Aww.
And Lorraine's got in touch with us as well. Brilliant show, Victoria. You are amazing. I think I could have a go at FPP. You made it look so easy. Thank you. That's been lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Did amazing. Is that
You're
it?
back.
Yeah, that's it. You're back at 12 though, aren't you?
Yes, I am,
Is
yes.
that it? Completely. Have some
I can't go
cake
home.
and then come back.
Okay, lovely.
What
Thank
are we doing
you.
at 12 o'clock?
Those appliqué cushions.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's going to be, this is a collaboration between you and Kath,
It
isn't
is, yes.
So you're in for a treat. Stay tuned. Right. Thank you very, very much, Victoria. We've loved that. If you haven't yet checked it out of your basket, please do. Oh, just quickly, the threads that Victoria just mentioned, your metallic threads, if you do want to maybe do some decorative stitching around the outside, the Peacock, I think this is going to look brilliant with your Peacock quilt as well. £17.99. They're your Madeira threads, all with that lovely metallic sheen, golds and blues, very peacocky, the greens and blue, greens and blues and golds and reds. You get 8 200 metre spools, £17.99. Okay. The kit. If you've not yet been tempted, why not? We absolutely love that. And do you know what? I actually thought, especially as during like meetings and things, obviously it is aimed at more intermediate advanced with the FPP. But after Victoria's just broken that down, come on everyone, we can have a go at this. I'm feeling inspired, are you? I just love it. I'm not one, if I'm being honest, for somebody to have a quilt on my wall. I love them draped over the bed or over the sofa. That is going on the wall. That is amazing. We need to see all of yours. Right, so 10.5 metres of fabric. You've got your navy blue, 4.5 metres. Your teal, 1.5 metres. 1.5 metres of yellow, 1 metre of turquoise, 1 metre of teal, of peacock, sorry, 1/2 metre of black, 1/2 metre of magenta, and your 2 fat quarters, silver and white, with your thread to start you off, and part 1 and part 2 of Kath Hardcastle's instructions. Thank you very, very much for those. Sorry, fat quarters of your silver and white. Loads of still in baskets. Please do check out. Remember, those of you that are spending over £30, you will receive our sewing quarter bag. There it is on the picture, with your templates as well. We're all loving this. And you're automatically entered into tomorrow's prize draw. Plus, you'll get a pin badge as well. Right, are so special. Those gorgeous silver items. Don't go anywhere. They're coming up in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you and the rabbit and bear all coming up after this.
We're starting off the weekend of celebrations on the 9th of February with something fabulous from the House of Alistair on Saturday morning. Emma Bradford joins us to demonstrate a brand new and exclusive to Sewing Quarter Riley Blake quilt at 9 a.m. Followed by more products from Alistair MacDonald at 10 a.m. At 11 a.m, we unveil the delightful Tilda Friendship quilt designed by the talented Louisa Gold, followed by an amazing hour of further designer fabric must-haves.
So a big happy birthday to the Sewing Quarter channel.
It's easy to buy the products you see on our shows. To buy any of the items featured on today's programmes, just head over to our website www.sewingquarter.com. Click on the video stream and you'll be taken to our watch page. Here you'll find the product that is on air right now at the top of the page. Beneath that, you'll find all the products demonstrated in this morning's shows. To add an item to your basket, simply log into your account or register with us. Then you can either check out or keep shopping. Remember, our flat rate delivery charge lets you shop all day and check out as many times as you like and only pay once for postage and packing. only on Sewing Quarter Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687.
Join us for our early bird special. Every day at 8 a.m. we will offer you an incredible saving on a fantastic product. This offer is for one day only and while stocks last, so join us early to not miss out on some incredible savings.
Happy birthday to the Sewing Quarter from me, Jill Rupp, and the gang here at June Taylor. I baked you a cake. It's in the shape of a quilt block called the Perpetual Motion, because that's what I see at the Sewing Quarter. You guys are continuously inspiring your viewers to create beautiful things. And speaking of beautiful, you've got the greatest customers around. So, my birthday wish for you, let me light your candle here. My wish for you is to have an incredible birthday and a wonderful year ahead.
It's so special. Oh, our birthday week. It's just getting better and better and better, isn't it? So, well, it was just before Christmas, wasn't it? Because if Ian came in to talk about this, we have never, ever, ever done anything like it. So before Christmas, we wanted to do something extra special, and our buyer, our head buyer, Ian, took charge and managed to work with the most amazing silver company, and we've managed to get 4 more incredible, brand new today for the birthday, 4 more incredible silver pieces. So I'll show you them one by one. They're all amazing. I don't know whether, have you had a sneak peek of any of them yet? We have one at 8 o'clock. I don't know whether you've seen any other pictures or, oh, how exciting. So what we'll do you want to see them all first? Right, so, yeah. So Jessie's going to show us each and every one, and I'll take them out of the box so you can see them properly. But this one is a little needle case or a little pill box with the most beautiful hand-finished sewing machine. That wheel actually turns as well. I've actually took these home with me last night so I could have a really good look at them. They're handcrafted. They're absolutely beautiful. So that's the sewing machine. We'll talk about them all in detail as well as we go along. The treasure chest, oh, again, it just looks like this beautiful Victorian treasure chest with moving handles and filigree detail. All hallmarked, 95 solid sterling silver. We've also got a thimble. Oh my word, the thimble is my favourite that we've had. We had 3 thimbles, I think, last time when it was launched on the 5th of December. This one's brand new and it's got the most amazing crystal Austrian sparkles, as well as the onyx as well. But that is just so delectable. The last one is your little needle case, of course. So your little needle case. And inside it's actually got a cotton reel holder as well. But it's got a little sort of key charm on the end. So you could even have that as a pendant. You could hook it onto a chain and have it as a pendant. All solid sterling silver. Let's start with the sewing machine. I want to show you how beautifully these are boxed. Now, I've worked with silver before. I've worked in the jewellery world before. So honestly, you can work with silver and you can work with silver. The quality that this company produces is amazing. I mean, so much so that they have got such a fantastic reputation. They've been doing this for over 100 years. They've been doing it for over 100 years. They're based here in the UK, they're made here in the UK, and they have got recognition from the Queen. They have been working with royalty, they've worked with Harrods, they've worked with Liberty. They are beautifully presented, a box within a box. What I love is that as sewers, I mean, you can get very practical gifts, But there aren't that many things that you could buy for somebody that are really sort of sentimental and ornamental. Whereas these are practical, but also so beautifully ornamental. Look at how plush the boxes are as well. So they come with your, obviously, your authenticity certificate, your sterling silver, but they come in this beautifully sort of velvety plush box. And how stunning is this? Like I say, it has the moving wheel. The detail of the sewing machine is just tremendous. It is solid sterling silver. It's all hallmark. There you go. They'll all come with your hallmarking. The lid opens. Pins, needles, buttons, anything you want there. But it's a really, really special gift for somebody. Maybe somebody is a true sewing enthusiast. To be able to find something as detailed as this, that they have that instant. If you read upon the company, R.E.D. Norman, they are a UK-based company. They specialise in silverwork, jewellery, but have worked with Liberty, Harrods, high-end department stores, ones that you'll recognise and ones that we'll all know. But for somebody that is a sewer, I think it is hard to find something that you could probably call an heirloom, passed down through generations. I love, 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 love these. So this is brand new today. And look at that detail. It's hard to show you on camera, actually. When you get it home, you'll see all of that lovely hand finishing. And I just love that the wheel turns as well. The manufacturing of it is just amazing, isn't it? This is our So Special. Not just one, though. Four So Specials today. Okay, the next one. Should we do the treasure chest? I just love that they come as well, a box within a box. Really, really beautifully designed. The most limited one that we have. Is this the one that says limited edition? I've got my notes from Ian. Oh, okay. And the thimble. Are they the two? Yeah. Right. So this one is your treasure chest. A lovely little trinket box, which you could put your thimble. Maybe if you get this beautiful special thimble, or if you got one during our birthday show, as it's spinning around there, just look at the detail. Look at the filigree work. So as I say, yeah, whether you put your thimble in or keep it as a little trinket box with all of your pins again. Any little treasures are just going to be beautifully kept in here. Again, look at the handles. The handles are actually sort of detached, so they move as well with it. All of the details that you would see on a miniature little treasure chest. So this opens, obviously. Oh, it is beautifully ornate. It's got all of the detail that you would see in a noble Victorian era treasure chest. It is so noble, isn't it? A lovely, unique design. And great to store, obviously, a thimble in, as I say, or other little treasures. £74.99. The two limited edition pieces are as well beautiful. So not limited edition for us, they are limited edition by the company as well. So the thimble, oh, the cotton reel holder first. Okay. So let's look at this one first. So there is, with the lovely floral climbing detail. They are, aren't they? Jessie, our director, is loving these. Beautiful floral motifs embossed onto the silver case. Inside, you'll find a little silver cotton reel holder. But the great thing is that you've also got the little loop here, whether you want to attach it to a chain, to wear as a pendant. You can wear it as a necklace. Keep it with you. Honestly, I'd have these though. I would have these as ornaments. They're just beautiful, aren't they? The detail in them are just amazing. £124.99 for both. The limited edition hallmark sterling silver. Last thing is your thimble. My favourite. This is actually my favourite of the whole of the collection, and it's limited edition. It's got little gems in which are just gorgeous. So you've got Austrian crystals and onyx with this, but it's that filigree detail which, oh my word, just looks beautiful. It's practical. It's something that's practical. It's something that you can wear, and yes, you can wear it and you can use it. So if you do hand sewing or know a sewing enthusiast, a hand sewing enthusiast. The next couple of shows, in fact, Cara does a lot of embroidery and a lot of hand stitching. This is something that is something that you probably wouldn't necessarily buy for yourself as a gift. It's just beautiful, isn't it? And you can't see on camera here as well, but when I looked at this at home yesterday, the sparkle under the light that you get from those Austrian crystals is just beautiful. But you've got the most stunning sort of lace filigree design with your onyx, with your genuine gemstone on the top. Very comfortable. You know, quite often when you have silver work, if it's not finished correctly, it can sort of be a bit grainy on the inside, but that is finished beautifully. Okay, $79.99. I'm so sorry that we've rushed through these. I want to talk about them honestly, and the company. Please, please, please do your own research and have a look into the company, because they are absolutely amazing. As I said, infamous with silver work and been established for over 100 years. And we've sourced these especially for our birthday. So make the most of today so special. We love, love, love them, and I'm very, very grateful for our buyer Ian getting hold of those today. So we also, though, have got loads going on today. So should we head back over? Meet Betsy and Bertie. These are our birthday mascots. They have been on so many of our marketing shots. Maybe you've seen them on social media or emails. We just love them. So there's the bunny. Bunny. So this is Betsy. She's adorable. She's velvet and plush. She's got the most adorable nightgown on with her headband as well. She's all still in her pyjamas watching the show avidly. Are you sitting at home still? I haven't got dressed yet. I know so many people. I started doing this yesterday. I found myself getting to about 9 o'clock thinking, I need to come in now, and I'm still sitting in my pyjamas watching John. But the pyjamas, if you want to make all of the clothes accessories, that comes separately. For the bunny, oh my word, we're so excited about this gorgeous brand new plush velvet fabric. It's just going to be amazing for this. So you have your fat quarter, which has been cut especially to bring down the price. Your fat quarter, and this is also being cut especially for you. So what does the measurement of this say? A fat quarter, but it is cut from extra wide fabric. So your fat quarter, shall I hold it out so you can see how much you've got? That is a big fat quarter. And it's just amazing. We're all the same, aren't we? When we get fabric home, when you receive fabric, do we all just indulge? I was talking to our lovely competition winners yesterday, Carol, and she brought along her friend Sue, and they came and met us and went for lunch, and she says, the best thing is, you know, when you get it home and you can just feel that beautiful, rich, velvety, oh, it's just amazing. £24.99. So you get the fat quarter, you also have obviously your spot on. You'll get your skein, you get your eyes. With the washers, your safety eyes, you also have your thread, your toy stuffing, and you get Betsy the Bunny instructions. Now the instructions are very important. They're by Michelle Goodfield, who actually also made our superhero cushion. So those of you that love the superhero cushion, this is a sewing quarter exclusive. It also has how to obviously make the bunny, but it also has how to make the clothes. So then you can make all of the clothes. You can do the little mini dressmaking. And there's so many clothes in here. We'll go through them all with Cara about what you can make, but you got the little night dress, but also she's got a party dress. She's got a little flower for her hair. I just love them. We've put together the most beautiful beautiful clothes bundle, especially for our birthday. So our theme for our birthday is the pinks and teals. So Wendy has worked very, very hard with our scheduling team to put together the most perfect bundles. Look at that. And priced right down as low as we possibly can, to the penny, £11.58. Your fat quarter pack to make the bear and bunny's outfits. So if you want to make Betsy, or I suppose you could do Bertie, the bunny, couldn't you? It's up to you. Right. So you don't get the clothes in the pack, but you get everything else that you need, and you do get the instructions of how to make the clothes. So this is Bertie. I love that you've got this movement with their arms as well. They're so plush and absolutely adorable. Look, his little ears. My friend's having a baby in the new year, and I'd love to make her one of these. It's just so beautifully soft. So you have your spot on fat quarter for his lovely little feet pads and little ears. You then have this beautiful brand new plush biscuit velvet. It's actually called oyster. It's like a lovely tan. You also have your eyes, your skein, your thread, and your instructions. Oh, plus the stuffing as well. The eyes on these are slightly smaller than the ones that you're seeing on Bertie, who's sitting here. Oh, we found his dicky bow. Earlier on, we couldn't find his dicky bow. He's so cute. But definitely get that fat quarter pack to be able to make all of the lovely clothes as well. Right, am I taking them both with me? Come on then, come on. Let's go across to Cara. Okay, thank you.
Hello again.
Oh my word, you are the tour making queen. You're fantastic.
I don't know.
But these are definitely in my favourites I've ever seen.
They're gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous, and I love the fabric. The fabric that, you know, if this was touch a vision, you could actually touch the fabric. It is so, so nice.
It's so plush, isn't it?
It is.
We've never had velvety.
And it's a knitted base, so it's not going to fray.
Fantastic.
You know, if it was a woven one, you get woven velvets and things like that. They fray like crazy, but this has been cut for quite some time, and look, there's no fraying at all. So, you know, it's really, really nice. It's lovely to work with, so it's exciting.
Our little birthday mascots, aren't they? Right, so what are we going to be able to show today? Oh, yeah, pop his party hat back on.
Well, I wanted to try and show as much as possible. So what I've done is I've actually prepared a lot of the bunny, Betsy Bunny or Bertie Bunny, to a certain stage, because I wanted to explain about the feet, because the feet are really quite unusual. But you can't do the feet just on their own. You have to get to this stage before you are able to do the feet. So I wanted to show the feet. I also wanted to show the arms, because they're quite different as well. So I wanted to show the arms.
But they've got great movement, haven't they?
They have, which is lovely. I mean, I think Michelle's actually just stitched these ones on, but we've got some lovely little buttons.
Oh, lovely.
So if you wanted to, you could actually put a button on there. Oh. Obviously, what we'd say is, even with safety eyes and things like that, if it's for a very young child, don't use the safety eyes, don't use buttons. Couldn't you? Definitely some felt, and you've got felt as well for his nose. Okay. So you can use the same felt for his eyes as well. But I would definitely, if it's for a young child, even though they're safety eyes, there is the remotest possibility that they could come out. So it's definitely best. Yeah. And
you could even just do French knots, couldn't you?
Yes, definitely. And, you know, having them just stitch the arms like that, they're you know, perfectly good for, you know, creating a lovely character.
Oh, we love them. Oh, you've probably seen them, as I said. They've been part of our birthday marketing sort of campaign. So you might have seen them on social media or on any emails. We just love them.
So, as I say, I wanted to sort of show the arms and the legs, but then I also wanted to start at the beginning.
Yeah, brilliant.
So, all the pieces, you know, you want to cut out all the pieces. Now, there is one thing that I would encourage you to work out. You have the velveteen finish, and if you smooth it down like that, and you smooth it the other way, there's one way that is, in fact, I think I've cut it on that way. Right, yes. That way is against the pile of the fabric. that way is with the pile of the
Right,
fabric.
so you've got to find which way the nap goes.
So you want to find which way the nap goes if you want to be very specific about when you're making the characters and everything. So with the head, it's good to sort of have the fur going and the velvet going in the same direction. So you may want to play around with that a bit when you're actually cutting it out and make sure that the fur is going in the same direction. Also for the body, for the back and for the legs. So all of the nap is going downwards on this one. If you had it the other way, then it would look like that.
Right.
Okay. So it's just a little sort of thing.
Details.
Yeah. When you're actually cutting out, that's a really good thing to do. So I've got all the pieces here ready for the actual that one there for Bertie. So we've got the 2 legs, the tummy, the back of the body. So these are the body pieces. Then the back of the head. There, the head there. This is the gusset. We're going to put the gusset in. And I wanted to go through as well sewing the ears, because you'll notice for the ears for Betsy and also for Bertie that we suggest when you're working with velvet against velvet, sometimes it will slip.
Okay.
So I've actually put a walking foot on there, but I don't have a walking foot at home, so all the other pieces I've done without a walking foot, so it is possible to do it without.
Just be aware, it's so soft though, isn't it?
Yes, so it
soft.
may slip. So, you know, I would recommend actually, if you have a walking foot, use a walking foot. When you've got cotton against the velvet, there's nothing for it to adhere to, so it's not like it's sort of grabbing the pile of the fabric. So what Michelle has suggested, and I think it's a brilliant thing, is actually when you're cutting the ears out, so you've got the spotty fabric on the inside and the ears for Bertie, that you have a large rectangle piece of fabric, you draw round the actual shape, and that's your stitching line. Everything else, you're drawing round your shape, and your stitching line is 1/4 of an inch inside that. So that's something just to remember. So all the other pieces, your stitching line is on the inside of the pattern piece, but for the ears, that's your actual stitching line, okay? So I've done one of the ears, I'm just going to do the other one and then show you how you cut them out and turn them. So we're going to start one end.
You get plenty of the velvet fabric anyway, don't you?
Yes, you do, definitely. But like I say, when you're starting to actually do the design, it is worth sort of laying all your pattern pieces out to be sure that you've got the pile going in the right direction.
Is the seam allowance on the templates, or do you need to add
No,
anything?
so what I'm saying is this, on the templates, for the body pieces and the head and the leg and the arms, it's inside that line.
Right, I'm with you.
So you don't add on the outside of that line. You're actually going to stitch 1/4 of an inch inside that line. So it is just important to emphasise that. It does state that the actual seam allowance is 1/4 of an inch, but I needed to check that whether it was inside or out. It's only for the ears that the actual template, that's your stitching line. And then you're going to add, when you cut it out, you've got the 1/4 of an inch on the outside. I'll show you in a minute.
No, sorry, you did explain that really clearly. It's me being...
No, don't worry. It's just, you know, sometimes I've done designs on here. Sometimes the seam allowance is included, sometimes it's not. So it's just good to be clear what each one is. So I'm just machining all the way around the ears again.
I'm just look, all of the. I saw this little Prezi box. That's in there, isn't it?
Yes, the pattern's in there as well.
Oh, get a little Prezi box. Cake not included, but we'll put the cake there as well. That's amazing. So the template for that is in the instructions.
Yes.
So then, how lovely is that going to be able to make lots of little...
And also the felt pattern is included. Obviously the buttons aren't. And then the ribbon for round the actual design.
Oh, I love it. Remember the Fat Quarter Pack is separate, but if you love our theme and if you love our colour theme this year for our birthday, the pinks and teals, Wendy's put together a beautiful Fat Quarter Pack that you'll be able to make all of the clothes for the bear and the bunny, and also you'll be able to do the Prezi. I mean, some of the... We'll talk more about this in a minute, but there's such...
Oh, that's gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous.
Dresses. Pattern as well for the dress.
And I love this one because she's got net underneath and all the clothes come off. So they are, you know, you can sort of play with the dolls and everything. And if you've got a couple of the bunnies, you can swap outfits and everything. I also noticed on this one, as opposed to the other one, she's actually added some eyelashes and also a little pink on the cheeks.
Oh, she's ready for a party, isn't she?
She's definitely ready for a party there.
The difference though, like you can see, look, using buttons on the arms.
Yes.
Looks fabulous.
Yes, so these are still jointed
Yeah.
as such and will still move. But as I say, not really for young children.
Okay.
So I just finished doing the ears there, so I'm just turning them. My handy
Chopstick.
yeah, my stick, just
That
for
you don't
turning
eat
it.
with, you only poke with.
I know, this one's definitely not going back in the drawer. So we'll turn them round.
So you've pinked them all. You
I
go around with
pinked
the
them
pinky shoes.
all.
Even though it doesn't fray, it's just
No,
going to help
it's just
the
to
curve.
help the curve, definitely. So it's just really good. So that's the way that you do the ears. So the only difference between the two characters is the ears and the way that you attach the ears. So I just wanted to show you how you did the ears there. You would press that, you can press that.
I was going to say, can you press this?
You can. When it's got the cotton, I press on the cotton.
Yeah.
When it's got the velvet, I just put a pressing cloth.
Okay.
So, you know, just to protect the velvet, but you can iron it and press the seams and everything. So I just really wanted to show how this little bit is a little bit not complicated, but it's different, definitely different. So that's what you would do. And as I say, the difference between the two characters is really the ears. The construction of the body and everything else is exactly the same. For the head, it is slightly different. You'll see that the ears on the bunny, actually on the side seam there, and then the ears on the teddy are in this seam here. So that's the difference between the two.
Right.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is Bertie. So I'm going to put his head together and then we're going to put his ears on.
Oh, I love him.
Okay. So you stitch from the nose downwards, okay? So you start at the point of the nose and stitch all the way down. You've got your 1/4 inch seam allowance. Then you'll mark, I've got a pen somewhere. I did have. Not to worry.
Let's see one.
You would mark just a little mark there, just for the centre of that, and you're going to match those two marks, or match the centre of the nose with the seam there. So I'm just going to pin that together to hold it. I have used, if you haven't got a walking foot, I found when I was actually stitching, it was much easier to use the fabric clips. So to hold the two together, it was much, much easier to actually have the fabric clips hold in the velvet together. So we're just going to pin this here and then machine it. And again, you'll machine from the nose backwards and the nose backwards on the other side. I just want to
Yeah,
pull
if
that
anybody
in.
that sort of isn't used to or doesn't like pinning, this is a fabric that you would suggest to pin because it
Yes, just
might
to
be
hold it in position. Thank you very much. So we'll just move that round the curve. There we go. So when you're doing the rabbit, your ears would be actually put in this section here.
Okay.
Okay. So that's this part here. So for example, if we could just turn him around, this is this part here. So you'll actually insert the ears when you're putting the gusset, the head gusset in. Okay. But whilst we're doing the bear, we actually put the ears in afterwards. So just machine that, and then we'll do the other side.
I'm so pleased that you love these as much as we do at home. They're adorable, and I'm so pleased that we've got this gorgeous plush velvet in. It does work so well.
It's beautiful, it really is. But as I say, just for the gusset and the head, just be aware that you want to make sure that the edge of the fabric matches.
Okay.
So keep that in mind when you're machining. And just take your pins out as you're going. So we're coming down to the nose, and again just want to make sure that the fabric's in the right position. And it's worth spending the time doing this as carefully as you can to be sure that you've got it in the right place. So I'm just going to hold that there. And I'm just going to stop once I reach that centre seam.
Do you feel that the walking foot's helping?
It is
compared to being
definitely
at home?
helping, yes. I decided when I came in, I thought I'll have a go with the walking foot, and it has helped enormously. Just from the point of view that it's just a bit neater and keeping your fabrics together. So we've just stitched down one side and we've ended up at the nose. So we go and we fold that back. We're going to do the other side now. Just going to pop a couple of pins in to make sure it's in the right place. The other thing that I'd like to explain, I'm not sure whether you've had many of the safety eyes on before.
I've not seen them with the washers on the back, I don't think.
Right, what I was going to do was just show people as well how to,
put those in,
put those in.
I just want to show you with the eyes actually, the difference in size. So we've managed to get the smaller ones, which we all prefer actually. So these are the larger ones, which are I think 12mm, and these ones were 9mm. So in your kit you'll get the 9mm eyes, which are lovely, aren't they?
Just give the bear and the rabbit a slightly different expression, I think, really.
You can see the smaller one on the one in the dress actually as well.
I used to use a lot of safety eyes, and I've never, ever, ever known one to come out. But as I say, for a very young child, I wouldn't take a risk at all. I'd do it with felt.
Yeah.
You can either do a little felt bauble, or just cut around and then stitch it. Let me just. So I'm just wanting to make sure that the seam, and I'm going to be stitching in the right place. Just want to push that seam to the back. Put the foot down, and I can just see in there where the stitching was for the rest of the nose. Okay. So again, just the 1/4 inch seam allowance. And move the pins as you're going.
Yeah, that's
just
important,
move it.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And you're very good, because I know so many people that would just, just leave the pins in, it's fine.
Oh,
But
I've had too many broken needles, and one of these days, if I leave the pin in and it breaks with the needle.
It can flick out into your face. You've got to be so careful.
Or you lose it on the floor, and there's nothing worse than losing half a needle on the floor, and somebody walks in and thinks everything's okay, and they go and step on it. Okay, so that's...
We've got about 20 minutes with you, Cara.
Okay, so that's the head. Okay, and you push the nose through like that. I would trim it as well with the pinking shears, but that gives you an idea of the actual head. Then you will fold the ears. If we can just have one of the bears over.
The bear or the bunny?
Yeah, the bear. So you can see there's a little tuck on the inside of the ear, and a little tuck on the back. So we just want a little tuck when we're putting the ear in, and you're going to match the centre of the ear with the side of the face, like that. Pop a little pin in. Just gives a bit more character, to the ears. Make sure that your spotty fabric is to the front. The other ears just under there. That's okay. So we just put a little tuck in, and then make sure the tuck's going the right way. We'll go that way. And I would actually, me personally, would actually just stitch that in position before I put the back of the head on.
By hand?
Just on the machine, I'd just baste it, a long stitch, just to hold it in position, because there'd be nothing worse. It's the same with the ears on the bunny. I would actually just machine that in place before you put the back of the head on. The back of the head, you just machine the whole of the back of the head, and then this is what matches. So we pop the right sides to right sides, matching the seams again, and you would machine that. Okay, so go all the way around. What Michelle recommends as well is leaving a gap on one side of the head.
Right.
And
Stuffing.
for stuffing, and the same with the body. So you'll notice here on this one that I prepared earlier, which looks horrible without the arms.
Oh, he looks a bit discombobulated.
But you'll see that you've actually left a gap on the head. Make sure that the gap on the body is on the same side, because there would be nothing worse than having a gap there and then a gap on this side. So just double check that. And that's to put the stuffing in. Also, what she recommends is once you've actually machined all the head together, so you're pinning it all the way around, is turn it right way round, put some stuffing in, and then mark where your ears
where your
eyes are going to go.
Yeah.
And I always say, and this is what I did here, was I used the glass-headed pin and I popped that in the place where I wanted the eye to go.
And then just step away and look at it and check you're happy with it.
Exactly. Because when
That's a
you
good
have
tip.
the eyes, if you've got them in the wrong place, they just look strange, very, very strange. So it's always worth, so turn your head all the way through, put a little bit of stuffing in just to make the shape, mark where the eyes are going to go, and then we'll just show you how the eyes...
Because you'll need to put these eyes in before you stuff it fully.
Yes, yeah. It's just really to get that position.
Okay.
So take then the stuffing out, because the head and the body are stitched all together. They're all together in one. So I just wanted to show how you put the eyes in. If you've got, I think, is it a roundel or something like that?
What's that? I've never had
A
these.
sharp pointed item. I think woodworkers use them. But what you can do, let me just get my other scissors, is with a little pair of scissors. Because it's knitted fabric and it doesn't fray, the chances of the hole getting bigger are very limited. If it was a woven fabric and you cut a little hole in the centre, it might fray, and that's when you could lose the eye, so it's not worth. So this is the fabric. You just take a tiny little snip in the fabric, just a little bit like that. Then you pass the eye through the hole, okay? So you can see that going all the way through, and you push that as far as you can until it's flush with the fabric on the front. Then you take the washer and you put the washer, so it's the curved side upwards.
Right, so there's a little lip on the end,
Yeah.
isn't there? So that part goes up.
Okay.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get it on if you did it that way round.
No.
This is the safety aspect. And then you just push that down, and you can hear it clicking, and you push it all the way down until that's flush. So if
And
you
that
have a
is
feel of
stuck,
that,
yeah. So then that is in place, you can't get that off then?
You can't get that off,
No.
no. So be really, really sure. Take your pin and make sure that the position of the eyes are in the right place. But that's how you put your safety eyes on.
That is really nice and secure then, isn't
Yeah.
it? Brilliant.
Okay. If we've got time, then the
Yeah,
other
got
bit I want
time.
to do is just explain about the arms.
15 minutes?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll do the arms and the legs, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, and the little
then
tail.
and the tail. And if there's time, I'll talk a bit about the outfits and everything. So the arm, you machine all the way around. You don't leave any gaps whatsoever. And then what you'll do
Hang on,
is,
even at the top of the shoulder?
yeah,
Okay.
all the way around, because what you'll do is, when I've found my unpicker, which I had so many unpickers, in fact I've got 2. So once you've machined all the way round, you think, how am I going to turn it round?
Yeah.
And with an unpicker that's got a sharp part to it, you're going to actually make an incision like this. So we just make sure that your unpicker just goes through one layer of the fabric. So make sure it doesn't come all the way through. And then you're just going to make... All of this is actually explained in the instructions, and it's also on the pattern. So you make a gap like that for you to turn the arm through, And like I say, because it's a knitted fabric and not a woven one, you're not going to have the fraying. So we just turn it all the way around. Take our trusty chopstick or your needle turner and pop that all the way around. So that's how you do the arms. So the arms are exactly the same.
Yeah, I've not seen that method of doing it.
No,
I
haven't.
Around, you're thinking, how am I going to do this?
No,
Yeah.
so you're actually left with an arm like that, with the little thumb there. Just push that through, make sure. And again, you notice that I clipped it, so I clipped it with pinking shears
So
to
that's
make the
why you've got
curves.
this lovely curve as well
Yes,
with this hand.
yeah. Then you'll stuff it all the way around like that, as firm as you can. And that's pretty good. And then what you'll do is do your ladder stitch. So just take a needle and thread. We've done ladder stitch before, but for those who haven't seen it, I'll just show you. And I've used double strand on this, just for strength. So
you knotted the end?
Knotted the end, and I start, the knot is on the inside. And then we'll do a tiny little stitch on one side. Try not to get your thread caught. Then you have, and it is in effect making like a ladder, tiny little stitch on the other side. Stitch there. And when you pull those together, they make like an invisible seam. So it pulls the fabric together. What you can do afterwards when you've done it is actually go along with a pin and just loosen some of the fabric. So if you pull that tight, you lose the stitches and you're just left with a very, very neat seam. And that's going to be on the underneath of the bear anyway, on the character, so you won't see it.
You won't see the stitching?
No.
I'm seeing if I can see. Yeah, it's nothing, is it?
No. So that's the way that you stuff the arms. So the other bit that I wanted to explain was you put the body together. So we've got the front part, which is, that part is, I put a T for tummy. So that's the front.
Good idea.
And a B for back.
Yeah, because when you've got all of these little parts,
they are very similar shape.
That looks like an arm, that looks like a leg, but some of them are in a shape that you're not
very
sure.
similar shape. So you're actually going to put these and do your side seams. So again, you can pop those, pin those together, and remember to leave that gap here. Okay. Then you're going to put your legs in. So the legs go inside the body. Let's turn these ones around. And this is before you stuff them.
No way, you would think that you stuff the legs as you go.
No, no. So you turn those around, just show you briefly. It's just all these little bits that I just think when you've got the pattern at home and you're having a go, it's quite handy to sort of know how to put it together. So you've pinned your body together, you've left your gap at the side, and then you'll insert. So we want, this is the back, so we want the feet at the front. So we actually put that, so the seam is in the centre at the top of the leg, and then you insert that.
That's on the front of the leg, the seam. Oh, nice.
Either side of the body.
And just so you know, sorry, I just want to reiterate, the outfits in the kits, the outfits aren't in the kits. The patterns for the outfits are in the kits. If you want to get the fabric that coordinates with our birthday, it's this fat quarter kit that you'll need, which we really have kept the cost down as much as we can. Every single penny is out of that. It's £11.58. £11.58. Lots of them are in baskets. So that's the fat quarter kit if you want to make all of the accessories that are in the bundle. The instructions for so many different outfits in there, which is lovely.
We will talk about the outfits a little bit, but this is the important bit. When you're actually inserting the legs, I've got my little B there for my back and my T for the tummy at the front.
Okay.
And you want to be sure that when you turn that round, the legs are in the right position. So you've got the toes pointing forwards. Okay, so the foot pointing forwards. Okay, so that's an important thing, because otherwise you
don't want his legs
one going one way and one going the other wouldn't be very good. Okay, so then what we do is you stuff.
So at that point you stuff your legs.
You've put the legs inside the body like that. I think at that stage you actually put the head in as well. I'm sure you put, so it's all in the instructions. So the head goes in right side to the inside of the body. So that would be on the inside. Then you stuff the feet.
You actually put more stuffing in than you think, don't you? Especially if you want how firm you want Bertie to be.
Yep. And then what we do, if I take my needle, I had my needle on my arm, didn't I? Trying to find, here we go. Snip that.
About 8 minutes.
Yep. So we just take again 2 strands of thread. Let's move all of this out of the way. See how that stuffing just goes everywhere. And you want to be quite firm with this, because you don't want, after you've actually stitched it, you don't want the actual foot to be squashy. And can you see at the bottom what I've done is you actually take the needle and you gather, you do little stitches about a 1/4 of an inch away from the edge. I might need to put some more stuffing in, but I'm just going to hold the stuffing in position with my hand. So we're putting a running stitch around the foot. And this is pulling up together. And you think, oh, that's a bit strange. And this is where Michelle suggests cutting out some card. And you'll actually put the card on the inside of the bottom of the foot.
Oh, that's a good idea.
To make it nice and firm. So once you've done some of the gathering stitch, pop your foot inside and the gathers go around the card. So it would end up like that.
That's a really good idea. I didn't realise how sort of prominent, but it is such a feature, isn't it? Those
it is,
feet that stick out at the base of the shoe. That works really well.
Definitely. So once you've done that, so imagine we've gone from that and we've got to here. You then take the other piece of card, so you've cut 4 pieces of the card for the base of the foot, and then you'll gather all the way round the outside. But before you finish that, just take a little bit of stuffing and put it on the outside.
So it's not too hard.
So you get a lovely sort of curved shape like this.
Love it, yeah.
Okay. If you turn that over, you just see you're gathering it all together to make it nice and neat. And then this, fits onto the base of the foot, and you're sewing one to the other, and that's how you get the feet like that.
That's such, again, a different way of doing it, and it works really well.
Yeah, and again, you can use your ladder stitch so that you don't see your stitches.
Right.
So you do a little stitch. Do you want me to do a little bit? Or
definitely.
I was going to say. Right, I'll just snip this one. The reason why I'm doing this is because it would take me the rest of the time to thread my needle.
Morag sent a nice message.
Hi, Morag.
It hasn't come through on here, Paul. She said, happy birthday!
Oh.
I got Bertie and Betsy. Oh, definitely.
Oh.
Just got to wait for them to arrive now, enjoying the shows. Oh, you will love them.
We want to see a photo when they're all finished and when you've dressed them in their outfits, because everybody will do different things. You know, you'll want to sort of make them in different, and you've got plenty of the grey spot and also this spot.
Of course, because you only really use it for the ears and the feet base.
So you can make
quarter.
loads and loads of outfits. So we're just going to do a ladder stitch to attach the 2 of those together. And when you pull that nice and tight, you won't see any of the stitches.
Oh, that's lovely.
Okay?
Oh, yeah.
And then you'll be left with your base of your foot.
Amazing.
Okay, have we got time?
Yeah.
Quick.
4 minutes.
Okay, so We used to have bunnies at home. We used to have bunnies in the garden.
Lovely.
And you can make
fluffy tails.
You can make a fluffy tail, if you like, out of wool and make a pom-pom or something and attach that. But our bunny always used to have a very smooth, sort of furry tail. So I've just made a little circle, and in fact I've shaped it into an oval, which I will attach to the back of the bunny.
Have you again just done that gather that we've done with
just
the foot?
Just a gather, yeah, and then again ladder stitch just to attach it. But it helps them with the character sitting.
That's
which is
a
good,
idea.
yeah. But if you wanted to, you could actually do it with a pom-pom, do a nice little white pom-pom. Okay, so the other bit is just to sort of show you a little bit of the
ideas of the outfits. Because so what patterns do you get in the instructions? You get the dress,
you get everything.
the pajamas,
You get absolutely everything. So
the
you
bow
get
tie,
the bow tie, the hat,
present,
the badge. Michelle's even included numbers. And the numbers are in reverse, so if it's a present for somebody for a birthday, you'll be able to do a little badge on there. It's just absolutely gorgeous. And then the flowers, everything, absolutely everything. And she's included all the instructions there, even the little leaf for the flowers as well. But the outfits are really, really simple. So I think we've got the nightshirt on Betsy just over there. So if you want to bring Betsy through.
Oh.
So this is the nightshirt, and there's a lovely sort of little detail here, and this is really easy. You've got a facing, then there's a line down the centre, and you machine down the line and just go round the outside like that. Then you'll just clip that and turn it through, and if you want to, then you can actually top stitch, and you can top stitch all the way around. There are sleeves as well to insert just there.
Oh,
and
I love it, little mini dressmaking. They won't complain about
my
the
gosh,
fit.
yes. And just hand hemmed around the edge, but you can add bits and pieces to it as well. So we've also got a waistcoat. So the waistcoat is really good.
Have a look at the waistcoat and the little badge with the sticky bow.
I mean, I got a bit carried away. I thought, oh, I'd actually like a lining on the inside of the waistcoat.
Oh, really? Fancy bunny.
Well, yeah,
fancy
but
bear.
it could be another of the spotty ones. So you could make it reversible, because it is actually, if you put a popper and Velcro, you can actually reverse it. So you can put it so you've got a different colour on the inside.
That's a good idea. And then look, a little badge. So the instructions as well of how to make the badge are in there.
Yes, yeah. And can we get the other little bear down?
Yes, absolutely. Oh, of course, because he's got his little sleeping nightcap. Hang on, is the bunting or is that just bunting?
No, that bunting's included in the pattern.
The little mini bunting?
Mini bunting as well. So you can make mini bunting. You've got all the hats and everything.
Oh, this is brilliant.
This is the turquoise nightshirt, but this is the hat. And I know this looks like eyes, but actually a tiny, tiny little bit of iron-on interfacing, and you have the sticky side facing upwards. Then when you've actually machined round, cut the centre, you're going to put that through, so post it through the little hole, then iron that, and you're left with a really, really neat edge. So you can see here. Mm-hmm. And that's for his ears to come through.
Yeah, so that'll be perfect to reinforce it when you... Because you can undress them, can't you? They're not attached.
Yeah.
You can change their outfits. So when it's time to go to the party, then of course you can put their party outfits on. And the little present box.
I think that's got card. She's just covered it in card. So just really, really cute.
Brilliant. They're so lovely, aren't they? Amazing. Is there anything else that you want to mention?
No, I think I've tried to cover as much as possible.
Oh, absolutely.
I wasn't going to be able to do a whole bunny, but there were certain bits and pieces that I thought would be useful.
There's so many elements with this, isn't there?
Yeah.
Again,
but follow the instructions. The instructions are really clear, and you'll have fun. And we can't wait to see your Berties and...
Send them in, definitely send them all in. I'm taking them all with me. Cara, thank you so
That's
much. Thank you. It's been brilliant to have you here with the birthday. When are you back next?
21st of February.
I don't know where we are now. Yeah, a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Enjoy your fortnight.
Yes.
Thank
you very much indeed. See you soon.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
Oh, I'm here. I'm here then, actually. They're telling me I'm here. I have no idea what I'm doing tomorrow. I'm so, am I here? No, I'm not. Right. Oh, let's go through Bertie the Bear first. So there's our bunnies. Right. Bunnies, 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 bears, bears, bears. There's Bertie. Bertie's made in a lovely sort of oyster, plush oyster, which is this one. In the kit, so just to make it really clear for you what you get in the kit, you have this gorgeous velvet fat quarter, which has been cut from extra wide fabric. So it's bigger than what you think when you see a fat quarter. It is big. It's obviously half of the ½ metre, but the ½ metre was very wide, which I would like to open out just to quickly show you if that's okay, because you get a lot of this gorgeous plush oyster. Jessie! There you go. So you get a fat quarter. You also have fat quarter in stone, which is spot on. So that's your regular width, which you only use for your ears and the pads of your feet. So if you think about it, you're going to have so much more. If you want to start doing a bit of dressmaking, then you have got already your spot on there to get going. Because in the instructions, you do get all of your dressmaking accessory instructions. You get your thread, you get your skein, and you get your stuffing plus your eyes. And in the pack, you get 4 eyes. In the instructions you have, which by the way, those of you that loved the superhero cushion, this is why there's so many elements. They're by Michelle Goodfield again, so you have so many different elements in here in true Michelle style. All of your instructions really clear with text and photography as well, and all of your templates for the little cute dresses, the flowers, all sorts in there. Oh, and an alphabet for there. Sorry, not an alphabet, your numbers for your badge. Number bet. Betsy, Betsy, Betsy. Okay. Oh, I don't want to just put them in my trolley. We'll sit them back up on the set. So here's Betsy in a nightie, and here's Betsy in a party dress. But to make Betsy herself, you're going to need this kit, £24.99, made as affordable as possible. Wendy has worked wonders with this kit to be able to say that you're getting this amazing plush, velvety fabric for the first time ever. It's brand new today. It is a fat quarter, but cut from extra wide fabric, so you're going to get loads of that. Also, loads of your spot on, a fat quarter of your spot on. Your thread, your skein, your eyes, 4 eyes, stuffing, and all of your instructions as well, and templates for all of the outfits. But we thought we would love to have a fat quarter pack made especially with our birthday colour theme. So, sorry, you get 4 fat quarters, pinks and teals for £11.58. Just very quickly, you're going to be doing a lot of stuffing with this, so you might need a stuffing tool. Now, we love to offer you lots of different gadgets. This is just £2.49, and those of you that are maybe making this as your first purchase today, if you've not bought during our birthday bonanza yet, then every single one of our customers, whether you're new or existing, will get one of our pin badges at just £2.49. Sorry, I just knocked my mic, but it's lovely. Our red pin badge. The sewing machine bundle, a lot of people are checking out on. It's another just great special for our birthday week. It is the 680. It's back in stock. We managed to get 10 of them, very limited amount, shipped over for our birthday bonanza. £999, but this time we've bundled it with £89 worth of goodies. So you're going to get all of those fat quarters, plus a rotary cutter, a massive saving of £89. This is the machine that is the go-to for a majority of our guest designers. In fact, so much so that Lucy Brennan actually bought one and Jo Carter bought one. So it really is one of those that does it all. Have a look at the specifications on the website and make the most of the offer while stocks last. Okay, take a deep breath. I need to take a deep breath because I'm so excited and honoured to be joined by our next guest. In a couple of minutes, we've got a really, really, really special show coming up. We've got a brand new guest, Helen McCook. She's going to be here with the first ever Goldwork demonstration. Those of you that have seen the advert break, those of you that may have heard of Helen before, oh, you know what a treat we have got. There's just one example of her work, of what you are going to be able to create as well at home. She's going to talk us through it. I cannot wait. I know everyone's going to be watching, so stay tuned. We're going to meet Helen in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. We're back on the other side of this.
Sit back and be prepared to laugh your way through Sunday the 10th of February with Double Trouble, Lisa Lamb and me, John Scott. Lisa is back with a crossbody bag in a variety of stylish fabrics and a must-have Mary Poppins-inspired weekend bag. Susan Briscoe will also be joining us following her recent trip to Japan. She will be launching her own fantastic range of Sashiko-inspired Japanese panels and complementary fabrics. We are in for a real treat when Susan returns with her inspirational Japanese taupe quilting book, full of techniques and projects to create the latest trend in Eastern quilting. We have turned 2, and we want you to join us in celebrating our huge birthday celebrations from Thursday the 7th of February until Tuesday the 12th of February. We are covering everything from quilting to cross-stitch, dressmaking to bag making, embroidery to EPP. We have got it all. We've got special guests joining us over the 6 days, including Mandy Shaw, Lisa Lamb, Jane Greenough, Susan Briscoe and more. There are plenty of brand new products and fabric collections, as well as 12 exclusively commissioned projects for Sewing Quarter. We will also be announcing the winner of our Search for a Star competition. Prepare to be inspired and entertained as presenters lead the teams for our grand finale Sew-Off, starring 2 special guest designers on Tuesday the 12th of February. We also have daily birthday sew specials, including the debut of Sewing Quarter's very own Aurifil thread box. Plus our biggest ever daily competitions, which include a huge June Taylor hamper and an exclusive dressmaking bundle. So make sure you tune in for plenty of fun, inspiration and celebration from Thursday the 7th of February until Tuesday the 12th of February. Only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 73, Sky Channel 687 or online at www.sewingquarter.com. On Monday, the 11th of February, we can't wait to show you our creative new twist on the popular Bargello quilt, designed by our very own Jane Alcock. And we are thrilled to present the incredible new Cape Facet quilt designed exclusively for Sewing Quarter. We've also got 2 hours of simply beautiful hand stitching with our very own stitching queen, Jane Greenough. This magical day concludes with none other than the latest mystical fabric Hogwarts collection for all you Harry Potter fans. Sewing Quarter is the UK's first TV channel dedicated to sewing and quilting. On air and behind the scenes, our team of top industry experts work hard to bring you tons of exciting projects. Whether you're into dressmaking, bag making, piecing, patchworking or quilting, you'll learn something new every day from our talented guest designers and fabulous presenters. Our online shop is packed with tools, haberdashery essentials and fabulous fabrics, from simple solids to designer gems. And with our 30-day money-back guarantee and single daily postage charge, you can shop with confidence. So tune in daily on Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687 and shop online at sewingquarter.com.
I know so many people are going to be waiting for this hour. We've seen all of the adverts. We've been really looking forward to welcoming Helen here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly go over the kits because we want to spend as much time this hour with Helen, obviously. We have the most beautiful instructions and we're going to learn all about Goldwork and all about Helen McCook and her embroidery. She's amazing and you're going to absolutely love her. So, which one do you want to do first, Paul? Let's do the dragonfly. So we've got a dragonfly and a butterfly. You might have seen the two in the hoop that we've already shown to you earlier on. This is the dragonfly, which again, I mean, Wendy and Helen have been working together to put together these instruction booklets for you, which actually even include Helen's own artwork, some really beautiful hints and tips and photography, along with all of your instructions in text as well. We've never, in 2 years, done Goldwork before. So we are so excited about this. I was actually messaging one of our Search for a Star finalists yesterday, Ellen, and she was saying, I'm going to be watching. I'm so excited to see this because she's always wanted to see Goldwork, and I know so many sewing enthusiasts will also be thinking the same. So in the kit, you get your Dragonfly metal thread kit, which looks like this. Now, I don't know what's in here, so we're going to go through it. We're new to this as well, so we're going to go through it with Helen. Everything that you're going to need will be in here. You also, thanks to Leah, we've managed to get some brand new embroidery hoops, which are just gorgeous and I think going to complement Helen's designs beautifully. These are all Helen's designs. You also get 2 brand new skeins. There they are in the image. Brand new silk fat quarter, which is in our lovely sewing quarter turquoise as well. A fat quarter of your silk for £49.99. That's everything, including the hoop as well. Okay, that's the first kit. The other butterfly kit is virtually the same, well, a bit just with the different kit that Helen's put together for us. So this is your beautiful butterfly design. It's amazing, isn't it? It just looks like jewellery. It sparkles. It looks amazing. Helen and I were talking about this earlier on. Everything that you see of Helen's work, you are just going to want to dive in and touch. They are all amazing. They're so indulgent. There it is. See what I mean? It's just so impressive. So much so that I thought, do you know what? I'm never going to be able to do this. These are absolutely works of art. But Helen has assured us that this is something you are going to be able to do. It looks very complicated and it looks like you cannot put a stitch wrong, but we're all going to have a go at this. Victoria Carrington, Cara and I are all enrolling on Helen's, we're just saying in the break, right, we're going on one of her workshops. They're brilliant. So in the kit, again, you get your hoop. Lovely and rustic, isn't it? I do like these. They're gorgeous. Brand new today. You also get your fat quarter, your silk. You then, in this one, will get all of Helen's butterfly thread kit. We'll go through all this with Helen. Anyway, also, have you noticed that it has actually got Swarovski crystals, which just look beautiful? We've managed to source our Swarovski crystals. So if you want to add them to embellish any of your embroidery artwork, it is artwork. It's just amazing. £2.99 for your 12-pack of 4mm Swarovski crystals. Okay, come on, let's go and meet her. There it is. That's what we're going to be making. That's what we're going to be creating. Hello.
Hello, nice to see you. Oh,
it's so lovely to have you here. It's such an honour to have you here. I've been Googling and having a look on the internet at all of your I mean, we could sit and talk to you for the whole day.
Oh, thank you.
You're a writer, an author, a historian, a designer.
I don't sleep much.
You've done so much. We've got so much to talk about. I'm just gutted we've only got an hour.
I know, we can squeeze it in as much as we can though, so.
And the best thing is, you're a Midlander, you're from Birmingham.
Good Brummie girl, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Nice to be home, so.
Yeah, nice little easy journey for you, isn't it?
I know, it's really easy this morning, couldn't believe it.
Well, thank you for putting these kits together.
My pleasure.
They are beautiful. They are beautiful. I mean, you've brought in as well some of your creations, which...
Yeah, selection of goodies. So
they are unbelievable.
Well, the thing about a birthday is you've got to have sparkle, so...
We've never done Goldwork. You have absolutely bought the sparkle. That's what I love about this Goldwork actually is, I mean, you've got a selection of lots of your work here, but when you see the Goldwork pieces, they do
They really
Just
hop
sparkle.
off the fabric, don't they? You just really want to get in there and do it.
So how did you get into it then?
Bit serendipitous. So basically I did a degree in print and dyed textiles with art history, and then
With
felt
art history as
yeah.
well. I know I was talking to Wendy about this yesterday, that she was saying it's your love of history as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm such a history geek. Such a history geek. You know, it's 17th century embroidery, particularly from Britain, but like you name it, I'm interested in it. It's the story of it, how it developed, where it goes from, where it goes to, how it got there. I love it. So it's the personal touch of it, though. How it's a very personal type of art form. So
So you started off at university in doing
Birmingham,
textiles. Okay.
And then went to the Royal School of Needlework, so I became apprentice there for 3 years. So I left there in 2000 as a graduate apprentice.
And now you're a
Yeah,
lecturer there.
yeah, so I teach and lecture for them all over the world. But I run the Scottish branch. I do stuff in headquarters at Hampton Court Palace, and I do stuff in Birmingham branch and Rugby branch as well. So
But you're
nice and
based here
local.
in the Jewellery Quarter, aren't you?
Yes,
You've got your
I've
studio.
got my own studio in the Jewellery Quarter, so it's good to be in the kind of heritage making area in Birmingham. So lots going on there and lots to see. So
And so you're still doing, obviously, you're lecturing and busy all over the world.
So I like to balance all the different aspects of the things that interest me in textiles. So I make new pieces for people to make themselves. So and I teach them how to do it or do kits. And you make pieces for designers, you know, fashion, theatre, you name it.
Yeah, you name it. I've got to just drop this in there already. So I don't know if you've heard, but I'm getting married in July, and you've worked on a very special wedding dress,
Yes, I did.
You?
I was very lucky to work on a very special wedding dress. I worked on the wedding veil, the dress and the shoes for Catherine Middleton when she married Prince William. So that was a really special commission that I worked on as part of the Royal School of Needlework team. So it was a fantastic experience working on it. She was delightful, you know, it was an amazing thing to be able to share with people as well. So people quite often, they're not too sure as an embroiderer what you do these days. They think you're doing, you know, rugby caps and things. So nothing wrong with that, but it's not really what I do. So to be able to kind of show people a finished product and go, actually, we did that, you know, it was a fantastic thing. So.
Oh, amazing. I mean, the wealth of experience that you've got is just mind-blowing. It's amazing. So this is something that anybody that hasn't done Goldwork before is going, I don't think I could ever do that. They are works of art. How are we going to be able to do this?
The thing is, as with everything, it's eating that elephant is one bite at a time. So it's
I've not heard that analogy. I like that.
Yeah, well,
tasty.
It's one of So one of the things is that it's step by step, and there's a very orderly process to Goldwork. So you start with the couch threads. You put those on first because they're flat. They're quite malleable.
Right. So we'll have a look through the kit. So what have we got in the packs that you've put together?
You've got things that are called passing threads. So we've got this in all different colours. So I don't know whether you can see that, but they're very shiny.
Fine.
They have a thread core, and they are frayable. So the only thing that we need to make sure that we do with this, it's very easy to work with, is you couch it down, hold it down with a stitch on the surface of the fabric, and then you make sure that at the start and the end, you leave an inch tail that we take through to the back and over sew to fasten it off securely so it doesn't fray. So that's the first type that we work with. And then we'll work with a type called pearl, which is looks like little beads. Yeah. Looks like a row of little beads. So it's a really lovely thread as well. It's just made like a spring, but quite hard. So you can kind of mould with it and sculpt with it. And you can see it's kind of got a body and life of its own. And so we again stitch that down, but it's not frayable because it doesn't have a thread core. So you basically don't need to have anything spare at the start and finish. So that's great. So once it's on, it's on. Yeah. And then we've got obviously the crystals. You can put the crystals on there. So we'll be looking at how you put those on because they've got the little metal mounts. So we'll be talking about how you stitch those on. So you know, if you're going to put a sparkle on, you may as well really go for it. So,
absolutely.
And then we've got things like the bright check, and we've got that in different colours.
That's what's sparkling as well. So beautifully, isn't it?
So this one's an interesting one because this is a breakable thread, which is. People quite often worry about Goldwork because they think, oh, I'm going to make a mess of it. But there's different types of metal, and that's also what puts people off because there's lots of different names. So, as I say, passing in Japanese, it's things that you couch with. Bright check and smooth, they're the ones that you cut to size and then stitch down like a bead. So that's what we're going to do with this. We're going to do chips into the wings of our dragonfly and butterfly, and they're really lovely. As I say, they're soft, they're easy to work with, and it's made a bit like a spiral, but instead of being circular, it's got facets, which is what makes it twinkle.
Yeah.
So to do chips, we cut them into small pieces, stitch them down like a bead flat at different angles, and it makes the twinkle kind of magnify. It's multiplying that twinkle factor. So it's a really lovely finish. As I say, so we'll be taking you through all of those, and hopefully people will feel confident not only to do these, but to have a bash with other types of metal as well.
Well, that's it. That's what's brilliant. And in the instructions as well, you give all your templates, which are beautiful. We're working with the butterfly and the dragonfly. You're an artist as well, obviously. I could not draw out things like this. So you started off, did you say?
Yes, so my interest was art initially. So I started off as a printer and dyer, and all of that's kind of underpinned with the drawing skills, the design skills, colour, colour theory. So basically I just went from there, and I've always loved texture. We were talking earlier and I was saying I was every shopkeeper's nightmare when I was a child. My mum used to have me by the chops, don't touch anything. And as soon as the back was turned, I'd just have my hands up all the textures, and I haven't changed, and that's why I love texture on embroidery. It's the thing that kind of attracted me to it. Yeah. So get your hands in there, give it a go. Everyone kind of always says, oh, I'm not patient enough for that. And it's not about patience, it's about that there's never any lost time. So whatever you're putting into it, even if it's not gone quite how you want it to, it's easy to reverse, and you can just have another bash at it. And there's plenty of threads in the packs. If you feel that it's not going quite how you want, you can always just take it off and have another go.
Oh, brilliant.
So, yeah.
Lovely. So I love the fact that Helen's put these kits together for us, because they're going to work, aren't they? You follow her instructions, they're going to work. So where do we start? Once we've got the kit, you've got this gorgeous silk.
Yeah, so you've got this beautiful silk. It's a silk dupion, and it's a shot silk, so it means it has that slight iridescence to it. So it's a two-way colour. So the weave thread and the weft thread are slightly different tones, so you've got a two-tone finish to it. So it's got that lovely kind of luscious kind of sheen. So that's the lovely thing about that. You'll get a template in your pack, so what you need to do is you need to get your favourite way of transferring it on, whether it's a waterproof pen or the Soline pens, for example. That's what this is. It's a quilting pencil, and what you'll do is put it onto your light box, and then you'll literally just transfer your design on so that you can just draw it over. It's nice and clear. As I say, draw it on so that you can see the whole thing. And these lines will all be covered, so you just don't need to worry about it. So once you've got it on nice and neatly, try not to feather the line, try and get one smooth line. So just take your time with it. Nobody's sitting there with the time stop clock on you. So get it all on there as much as you can, and once you're happy with that, you'll see, you'll get your lovely line to follow. And as I say, the good thing about a quilting pencil is you can obviously lift it off afterwards. If there's anything you've slightly missed, you can rub it off with the fabric eraser, or you can get scotch tape off and just lift any residue off without it damaging. You obviously don't really want to get silk wet, and preferably you don't want to get your metals wet. So it's better to obviously not be washing the piece, but if you can avoid those things, then that's fantastic. And with mine, sometimes just to make it a bit darker to see, my sample, rather than doing a full line, I've done little dots. And if you're doing fine finishes, sometimes if you've got very fine lines like the legs, sometimes it's nice to do a series of little dots, so it's easier to cover that line rather than having one solid line, and if you go slightly off, you worry about it. But as I say, with the quilting pencil, you don't need to worry about that, because you can lift it off really easily. So that's the first stage. You need to transfer your design on, and once you've got that done, you can get into your hoop. So once you've got your hoop sorted, we're ready to start stitching.
Brilliant. You've had so many lovely messages coming in, by the way. Loads of love. There's too many to even read out, so we'll make sure that they'll be sent through to you.
Thank you. That's really lovely. Thanks.
Yeah, everyone's been really, really looking forward to this show.
It's been really exciting. It's something different. Yeah, I mean, there's so many techniques, and as I say, being able to share the techniques, and not only the fact that I love it, there's so much to see and so much to do. And if you find a technique that you don't love, you try the next one, and it's that you'll find a passion for it.
When you do your courses and your workshops, do you find that beginners come to you?
Absolutely. I've had people who've never picked up a needle before, and I've had people who've been doing stitching for years and want to be able to push to the next level. So basically the idea is that you look at the level they're at, you find a course that's appropriate for them in the technique that interests them initially, and you'll take them through the process, and it's all step by step, it's all very logical. You do tips and tricks to make sure that they're kind of adapting it to suit them, and they're well away, you know. They'll go home and they'll suddenly be like, oh, you know, I've done this and I've done that, and now I'm really interested in this, and the confidence builds. So once you've got the confidence on one thing, you'll suddenly be like, okay, I'm ready to try the next thing. So it's all interlinks.
So what is the history under Goldwork?
Well, Goldwork,
I don't know too
I
much
mean,
about
we've
it.
always related Goldwork to special occasions.
Yeah.
So originally it was used traditionally in ecclesiastical work, so the church work, and pomp and pageantry. So we still use it these days for the same thing. So, you know, kind of ceremonial banners, things like the militaria. So anything that's special, you know, special occasions, things like the coronation robes for the monarch on their coronation dates, all got the gold embroidery on. Yeah. It's special occasions, and because we see gold and it's got that sheen and lustre, and we kind of associate it with richness and special things. So because of that, it's become something that people want to do but feel a bit nervous about. So hopefully we'll be able to dispel a few of those myths today.
There you go, and demystifying it.
Yes, yeah.
So you've transferred our pattern onto the silk.
So we've transferred the pattern on, and what we need to do first is we've got some gold passing thread. So this is the fine thread that we talked about before. You've got different colours. It's smooth, it's the one with the thread core, and it's wrapped round, the metal is wrapped around a thread core. So we need to leave a certain amount of that to be able to start and finish. So I'm just going to cut a section of this off so that we can get rid of that. And then what we do is we need to measure out, because you've got it in long lengths. Now I'm going to start by going round this section, because I want to show you how you start off, how you get it moving, and how you do some little wobbly bits like the corners, because quite often that's the thing that people kind of worry about. A straight line doesn't feel so precious, but actually when you're getting curves and turns, they kind of worry about how to get the corners. So the best thing to do is to get your gold out of the pack. You allow about 1 inch, and we're going to start in the corner, and you're going to just walk round, allow a little bit more, so 1 inch extra, and then fold it in half. Cut through the thread. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to find the centre of that, so put the two ends together, and then just give it a little pinch to encourage it to have a turn. So I don't know if you can see that, but it's got a little turn there. So what we're going to do is I've taken some of the blue thread. So this is a mercerised cotton, which is a really nice weight to work with. I've come up, I've gone through the loop, and I'm going back down again. And it's going to hold that to the fabric. So you've basically got that loop, you've come up, you've gone down, and it pegs it into position. So what we're then going to do is, if you've got your 2 pieces of metal, now I want to put a stitch that holds it into position, so I'm basically pegging it down like a tent peg. So I'll come up on my line, on one side of the line, and I'll go down just on the other side of the line. So, and you want to allow the width of the metal in between, so that the tent peg holds it into position. So if your metal is that size, if my stitch is a lot bigger, so if it's a lot wider, it's obviously not going to hold the metal in place. Whereas if it's kind of hugs that metal, you'll get a better finish. So you're going to allow stitches at about every kind of 2 to 3 millimetres. Anything up to 4 is fine, 4 millimetres. And you'll want to try and get them nice and even. Okay. And you want the metal to not twist over each other, you want them to follow a path.
Right.
Okay, so, because otherwise, if you lie them flat, you get a lovely sheen to the metal, whereas if they twist over each other, they start to get shadows, so it starts to look less smooth. So you just keep running along the shape like that. Okay, so just repetition, keep going.
It's very therapeutic, actually.
You know what? There's been so many studies recently about the wellness factor of embroidery, crafts generally, but embroidery particularly, because there is a slower pace to it. And I know a lot of people think that's going to be quite frustrating, but actually once you get into it, that pace, you can see it developing, so you can see where you're going with it. So, and once you get used to it, you get more confident and your speed picks up. But it's one of those things that you just want to start going along with it and keep going. And as I say, you just keep going like that.
So you're following your dotted line that you've
I'm following my outline all the way around the outside line. So that's you, and we do that for all of these shapes. So you can see that you go all the way around and all the way to the bottom, and we have like an inch spare at the end, which I'll show you later how to finish off. And then we can do them, as I say, this is just in a different colour, so it started at this point with the curve and held it down and then stitched over it, left an inch long here, and then this again we've gone round on ourselves. All of these sections are stitched the same way, and the top wing is stitched down in the blue strand in this colour, and then the bottom wing is stitched down into the pinky red tone, so you get a lovely little tonal change. So with the
butterfly kit, you get all of these threads in.
Absolutely, you get all the threads in there, so you've got all the right amount of threads and a bit extra for you to play with, basically. So you can really have a good bash with that and feel that you're kind of developing along. So as I say, it's one of those things that you can just take your time, have a go with it. You know, they always say, people always say, oh, you know, you must be so patient, and I'm actually one of the least patient people you're probably ever going to meet.
Which is rare when you're talking about embroidery.
Yes.
You would think you need a lot of patience.
Yeah, you know, it's really funny though, because some people lose track of the time when they're gardening or reading a book. I love those things, but the thing that I lose myself in is stitching. And because, as I say, you can see that development, you can see where it's going. It's just, as I say, my timekeeping is pretty atrocious anyway. So I don't wear a watch, for example.
But I bet you have to be quite efficient with your time when you're working on such big commissions and you're working with...
Yeah, I set alarm clocks. So, so if I'm working on something and I have to go and meet somebody, I'll always set an alarm clock, because I will miss that appointment otherwise. Because I just get so engrossed. So, and you know, people who stitch know exactly what I'm talking about. They've all been there. They appreciate it. So it's just one of those things. But as I say, you kind of just find yourself getting lost in the technique. So the other thing about Goldwork is you want to make sure that you're working in good light, because you want to be able to see it, obviously, and see the stitching, but if you're in light that's too strong, the light will bounce back off the gold, and you'll feel a bit snowblind. So you kind of don't want to dazzle yourself, so you really want to make sure that you're kind of positioning it. Sometimes it's just tilting the frame slightly so that you're comfortable. So it's just keeping an eye on those things. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to jump forward. I'm going to trim that. I'm going to jump forward to this textured area at the bottom of the wing.
I do love how you created that though. Can you see how quickly Helen has just done this part, which does look beautiful when it's wrapped in. It looks literally like separate beads, parts of gold.
It does, doesn't it? The thing is about Goldwork, it looks so complicated once you've finished it, but when you start working through it step by step, as I say, it's actually quite a logical process. So it's just the end result dazzles you and kind of blinds you to the simplicity of the process. So being able to share that is really lovely. So,
well, again, we've had lots of messages. Mary said, I'm loving Helen's enthusiasm. Never done this before, but certainly going to give it a try.
Feels
so
like
just
a win.
like you say, to demystify it and to break it down.
Absolutely. You start the stitching. We'll be starting a new obsession. I will not be paying for your stitch therapy, I'm afraid. But
it comes with an addiction warning.
I fully give you the addiction warning right now. We'll hook you in, and that'll be you done for life. So it's
So
just,
when did you start Goldwork?
You know what, I started Goldwork at the Royal School, so when I was an apprentice, and I'd seen Goldwork on things obviously, but I'd never had a go, and I'd never stitched until I went there. And the way that they taught it was so clever and just so straightforward, and it's the way that I've always approached it since. And I do lots of experimentation with Goldwork and things that you can do traditionally and things that you can't do traditionally, and playing with the rules, you know, throw the rule book out the window sometimes. But that was where I first did it, and I've just loved it ever since, and I've just been a complete sucker for it. So there's two ways of turning a point on this. So if we want to get a nice sharp point, if we want to get a slightly more gentle curve, what you can do is you can come up, and I'm actually going to just stick those ends flat so you can see a bit clearer. I'm just going to use Scotch tape to just stick those out of the way. So what you can do is you can just make sure that you stitch really into position, hold it tight, hold the thread, hold the couching thread tight underneath, and then bend it back on itself. Because the gold has got that thread core, it wants to just keep going in a soft bend. So if you really pull that holding stitch tight underneath and then press it, it encourages the core to kink. So that will be easier then to manipulate it into a new shape. So that's the one way of turning corners. So you can see you automatically then get a lovely little bend.
Yeah.
So, and if you want to, then you can then give that an extra little pinch with your fingertips or with some tweezers. So
you actually can manipulate it quite well, can't you?
It's easier than people think. As I say, people think, oh, it's not for me because it's very complex and very fancy, and you know, there's a lot of rules to it. And actually, it's, as with everything, it's one of those things that you really want to play with it so that you feel comfortable with the threads. So, you know, if you have any spare threads left over at the end of having the pack, just get some calico in a frame and just start playing with it. You know, nobody's going to sit there and say, well, that's not right.
Yeah.
You know?
So what is it that you need to get started? You need a hoop?
Yeah, you need an embroidery hoop. I like one that you don't have to hold, because the thing about having a freestanding hoop, whether it's a seat frame, floor stand, you know, a barrel clamp, whatever, if you're having to hold it, it's taking one hand out of commission. So you've got two hands, you want to use them. Yeah. And it helps you to manipulate if you've got two hands. But equally, it can be quite hard on your hands if you're holding the frame. And sometimes that's the thing that makes people put the embroidery hoop down. So they'll be stitching for a little while, their hand will get sore, so they put it down. Whereas if you're doing it like this, you'll actually find yourself stitching a bit longer. Yeah. I'm fueling that obsession again, aren't I? So, sorry guys. But yeah, so it's one of those things that you just want to think about the position that you're sitting in when you're working at it, make it comfortable for you. And
think about your posture, because you said you actually, when you're doing commissions and you're doing projects, then you actually find yourself aching it, muscles hurting in places you didn't know existed.
You didn't know you had muscles, and that you're sort of like, how can that be hurting? But yeah, so it's a question of, you know, making sure that you've got good light, making sure that you're sitting correctly, always fueled by biscuits. So it's you know, we try and keep the biscuits and the embroidery separate, you know, eating a different, step up and away from your work to eat your biscuits, you know, so you get a little break. It's a good incentive.
Especially if you're working on Kate Middleton's dress, you can't be eating
there were
cake.
Absolutely 100% no biscuits near that dress. You know, absolutely not. So, but yeah, so it's just good practice. But it's also giving yourself a bit of a break, because as much as it's really easy to get obsessed and get into it, you know, don't take it to a dark place. Don't sit there and think, I've got to finish the wing before I go to the toilet. You know, people do that. It's you're taking it to a bad place, and your kidneys are going to blame me. I'm not having that. But it's one of those things. So you need to get comfortable. So I prefer a ring frame that you don't have to hold. Good lighting, comfortable seat, bit of back support is quite good, like a wedge pillow or something, so that you kind of don't slump, because quite often people find themselves rolling towards their embroidery. So it's just one of those things. So
any particular needles?
No, I mean, we use different types of needles for different types of projects. So in this one, we're using an embroidery needle that's a size 10, and we're using a tapestry needle. The tapestry needle is just to plunge the ends through for these threads that are frayable. And as I say, I'll show you how to use that in a bit. But it's just whatever you can see that you need to be able to thread up, really. People think there's a lot of rules and regs about it, but we tend to use blunt needles for things that we're going through the holes of fabric, so cross stitch, canvas work, black work, things like that, because you don't want to pierce the fabric, you want to go through the hole. So a blunt needle helps with that, whereas sharp needles and most other things. So we're using a smallish needle for this one, because we're going to go through the core of some of the other threads later on, so you need a finer needle to be able to pass through the middle. But other than that, that's as complicated as it gets. So people overcomplicate these things.
I think people think, well, Goldwork, I'm going to have all of these different
major kits. Yeah, major kit for this. No, not really. So it's one of those things, you can start pretty small scale, although your obsession will grow. So, you know,
you've been warned.
I'm putting it out there, I'm being honest. So the other way of turning a corner sharply, and you can use that for the tips of the turn here in the butterfly, in the tips of the wings there, or even in the dragonfly in the top there, if I can layer that on top. In the corners here, we've got quite sharp turns. So the way that you could comfortably turn those is also another way. So you'd separate the two threads. You put a stitch over the outer one, nice and small, up and down to the same hole. Hold that thread tight, bend that back on itself individually, and then you'll put your stitch over the inner thread, but you'll put it so it's slightly further in. So if I stitch slightly further in on that line, tighten it again, and bend that back on itself individually, I can then put them back together as a pair and make sure that they're then sitting, my next stitch will sit quite close to that turn point, and it will encourage it to sit in a very sharp point. So you'll see the difference between the two finishes when I pull this through. Can you see that the one is naturally sharper than the other?
Yeah.
So the one that I've just done is a lot sharper than the first one, which was a bit of a softer bend. And as I say, if we tweaked that first one with tweezers or whatever, it would look sharper. But as I say,
Depends what look you want.
each to your own. It depends on if you want a softer finish or a lighter finish.
And like you said, it's actually more sort of forgiving than you think. And nobody's going to say that one's sharp and that one. You can just
absolutely
have a play around with it.
You know, I'm not being funny. They're not going to have my sample sitting with them at home, and nobody's going to sit there and compare the picture to the actual finished piece. So, you know, you have to produce a piece that you're happy with on your wall or giving to somebody or whatever you're going to do with it. So, you know the tuition's in the template and on the programme, obviously, but yeah, apart from that, you're on your own, enjoy it.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. We've got some more messages. Ellen, totally absorbed. That was it. You're addicted, Ellen. Oh, I'm pleased you're loving it.
Good.
Naomi's got in touch with us as well. I'm thrilled to see Helen on the show. My niece Izzy is a second-year student at the NSN. Amazing. At HCP, where's that?
Hampton Court Palace. Yeah.
So that's where you were as well?
Yes, yeah.
Amazing. I'll be sending her a link to this, and then you got cut off, Naomi. But Penny, happy second birthday, loving the show, especially the Goldwork. That's from Penny in Swansea.
Good stuff. Excellent.
Kathleen's asked a question. Do you have to back the fabric with silk when in the hoop?
Well, okay. So you can see on these ones, what I've done is I've just put I've just got the silk, but for preference, what you'd probably do is you'd put a layer of calico into the hoop. So when you put your silk, when you've drawn your pattern on your silk, you'd pop a piece of calico underneath it and pop it together in the frame, and it basically just gives it some strength because I'm just doing a small design here, so that's why I've not, and it's the ends through it are minimal, and I'm used to what I'm doing. Whereas on my actual piece that are on the wall, I did put that layer of calico underneath it, and it's just to encourage you to have that. It's a safety net more than anything else. It's to have a bit of security because when you're putting the ends through the fabric, people quite often worry that the silk's going to tear. In reality, unless you're being really ham-fisted with it, then you're really unlikely to do that. But the calico offers just that bit of security to help, you know, feel more comfortable about that and keep the silk nice and in good condition. So yeah, so you could put a layer of calico underneath, and it just gives it a bit of, as I say, a bit of a safety net, so that you feel comfortable with taking those ends through. So people panic a bit less when you've got that in place.
Yeah, when you've got that on the back as well. It would I would be worried about what the back of it looks like.
Yeah. Well, I mean, somebody once said to me that asking to see the back of somebody's embroidery is a bit like asking to see somebody's knickers.
Oh, right, okay.
So,
well, Paul always does, doesn't he?
Asks to see the back, or it's you know, it's a bit of a joke to say, but it is worth pointing out. It's this very Victorian obsession with the idea that you've got to see the back, and the back's got to be the same as the front. The back's a working area. It's not an aesthetic area. Yeah. So as long as it's neat and it's tidy and you've worked in an orderly manner, don't worry too greatly about it. It's going to be fine, you know. So don't let that stop you. It's
right,
fine.
Should we go and quickly recap and then we can do the Dragonfly?
Absolutely,
We'll show some more. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Right, we can go and quickly recap. Oh, I'm so pleased that you're loving it as much as we are. We are so excited about this. So, bit of a stock warning. We knew this would happen. I think everybody's going to get addicted to this, aren't we? I'm certainly going to have a go at this. Once everybody checks out, there is now single figures remaining. And I mean, there's a lot of people that have got them in their baskets. So again, not to pressure or to rush you, but just to simply warn you. It's the first time we've ever done Goldwork, and everything's in the kit that Helen has put together for you. So the butterfly first. Here are your lovely instructions, which have got all of Helen's templates, her designs, her stitch plan, the images, her own artwork, the drawings, the inspiration. It's just gorgeous. And of course, you're going to be able to watch the show back at any point to get all of Helen's tips again. So you have all of her instructions in there, which will come with it, including, as I say, your stitch plan. You've even got a template, up to you whether you want to maybe use some of your colours and decide where you want your threads going. You also have brand new silk, brand new hoop as well, brand new metal threads, everything that you're going to need in there to create, and a bit more, Helen said, so to have a bit of a play around with. And then also, am I saying this right? Mercerized skein. Mercerized. Mercerized skein as well. Brand new. You've got the blue and you've got the purple. 15 metres on each. So there's that one. If everybody checks out, there's 5 left. There's only 5 left, and that's for the butterfly. The dragonfly is this one. But there's lots of details in here. I mean, Helen's going to talk you through everything from fastening off, talk to you about your Japanese gold, couching around right-angled corners, all sorts. You've got your step-by-step instructions. If everybody checks out, it's completely sold out on the Dragonfly. Again, be careful, just be careful, be careful. If you do really want this kit, which I know so many of you do, we'll do our best to get more in, but it will sold out if everybody checks out. There's your silk, your hoop, the threads, and you also have your skeins, brand new. £49.99. Just very quickly as well, you are going to get addicted to this. If you want another hoop, maybe, to have a go. These are lovely, aren't they? They're really nice with the sort of brass, very antique-y looking. £2.49. And if there isn't going to be enough bling-bling on there, then why not add some Swarovski crystals, genuine Swarovski crystals. I always feel like I'm saying it wrong, Swarovski. I have to put my teeth back in after saying that. 12 in a pack. £2.99. Okay, come on, let's go back over to Helen. We're loving this hour. I wish you need to come back and do a whole day with us.
I know. We'll have a big project day.
Yes.
So what we can do is we're going to stitch on the Swarovskis and crystals, whatever you want to call them. So they've got metal mounts in them. So basically the idea is that the crystal sits in the top and it's got a metal mount that has claws on it that holds it in place. And the metal mount has a hole that goes north-south and one that goes east-west. So you're basically wanting to stitch it on. So you'd use a double thread. So you've got
you've got a slightly longer one there,
yeah,
haven't you?
So I've got a slightly longer one. So you want normally a fingertip to elbow length. I have slightly long arms, so it tends to be a slightly longer length. But you'll look also at the condition of the threads. So these are nice solid threads, so fingertip to elbow length, long arm or otherwise.
Do you condition it? Do you use a beeswax?
Well, yeah, so for the crystals you don't need to, but when we start to work on the cutwork threads, I'll show you how to condition your thread and explain why we do that. So, but as I say, fingertip to elbow length. This one's doubled, so fingertip to elbow length twice. I've put the needle onto the thread and knotted it together. And then what you can do is, as I say, you slide the needle through in one direction. So I don't know if you can see that. I've slid it through north-south. Take it down to the fabric, nudge it into position, and then stitch down just angled very slightly underneath the crystal so it holds it into position. Catching it on top of the toe. Dragonfly's toe is catching the crystal thread. There you go. And then I would do it in the opposite direction as well. So you want a stitch going in one way and then you'll put the stitch in the other way. So I'm just coming out from underneath. I'm tugging through the hole. So just pass it through. A bit like how you sew a button on.
Yeah.
You know, a button with a shank, you do the same and then you angle out underneath.
But full bling sparkle.
You know what?
It does just look like the most amazing piece
Bring
of
on the
jewellery,
glitter.
though, doesn't it?
I know.
I'm sure I saw it. It must have been on your Twitter, or I'm not sure where you were, and there was the most amazing, was it Versace?
Yes, I'd been to the most incredible exhibition. It was at the Met in New York, and it was crystal galore on this particular jacket. I think it was an Yves Saint Laurent, and I'd done a video of it because as you walked around it, the lights bouncing off this thing was just monster bling, and I was just like loving it. So I put it on, and I think that was the most response to most of my posts. It was like, there's glitter fiends out there, and I'm
Absolutely.
happy about that because
Yeah.
that suits me. But yeah, so it was one of those things that you're just like absolute glitter fiends, and crystals always do that for you. It's just one of those things that it's just such a pleasing finish.
And you've done things on the red carpet as well, haven't you?
Yes,
the Oscars,
yes.
lots of glitter again.
Yeah, so lots of glitter. I've done stuff for Kate Moss,
Oh,
and
wow.
that was a dress covered in Swarovskis. That was for Fashion Rocks. That was when I worked at Hand and Lock in London. When I worked for the RSN in their studios, we did a dress for Naomi Harris, who's been in Pirates of the Caribbean and Bond movies as Miss Penny P and stuff. And she wore this dress to the Oscars, and it was covered in metal threads, gold and crystals and beads, and it was a red carpet green dress, so it was an eco-friendly, sustainable textiles dress. So that's always very interesting. So they choose an event every year that they dress somebody to be eco-friendly. So sustainable textiles. So that was a really lovely one. But yeah, I mean, stitch buttons on Elton John's jacket, you name it.
What a claim to fame.
Yeah, I know, you can't go wrong with that.
Kate Middleton, Move Stars, I've put, it's Elton John's buttons
It's
on.
a funny job, you know, it's one of those things people kind of, as I say, never kind of grasp what you do, and then you try to explain it and you're like, yeah, and that happened and that was funny, and then that happened and this was weird, and they're like, oh, and this was pretty good, and people kind of like, people tend to remember more about what I've done than I do, and they'll be like, do you remember when you worked on that? And I'll be like, oh yeah, that was a great job.
So also Vivienne Westwood as well, you've worked with Vivienne Westwood?
Yeah, and apparently she's got my Goldwork book on her bookshelf. I was very impressed because Vivienne Westwood's like one of my fashion idols. I love, because she's a history buff as well, very into her tailoring. So
what's your book then? What's it called?
So it's the Royal School of Needlework, Essential Stitch Guide to Goldwork.
Okay.
So as I say, if you like this technique, it's a step-by-step process and it takes you through. And as I say, it's a really kind of straightforward book, whether you've done it before or whether you've never done it before. There's something for everybody.
Well, do you know what? It's been so popular because all of your kits have sold out.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, lovely. Thank you very much.
Apologies if you have got it in your basket still. It's now completely sold out. We will do our best to get Helen back. We need more.
Absolutely. Sounds like it. So with the pearl, we'll show you how to do that. So the legs, and the legs of the Dragonfly are the pearl, and then the antenna on the butterfly, the little antenna in the front there, are also the pearl. So you basically stitch this down. It stretches out slightly, so you'll give it a little bounce, and it's just to ease. Can you see I'm not pulling it, I'm just bouncing it, and it just relaxes that metal a little bit. And then the idea is that you basically hold it down. So I'm going to put a stitch, and because we've kind of relaxed the loops a little bit, the stitch will sit in between the grooves and it will start to fasten it straight on. So all you need to do then is to make sure that you've got a stitch at the very start and the very end, and then you'll kind of work on the assumption that you want kind of every other groove to be filled with a stitch, and it will hold it down really neatly into position. And as I say, it's got quite a lot of body to these threads, so kind of like...
I'm like you, everything I just have to feel the texture.
That's it. I mean, it's a lovely thing. You can just, and as I say, I'm just moulding it round that corner, so you can see I've just bent it to in position. So you just stitch it down. So you want to be down more or less into the same hole, and it just sits into the groove then, so you can't see the stitch. So you decide how long you want it, put it in place, and then you don't see it because it sits invisibly, because it's sitting in that groove. So as I say, you come to the end, so I'm going to give it another little turn just to ease it out at the bottom. What I'm going to do is I want to cut that off, so I'm going to just get my scissors. Make sure you're not cutting through your working thread.
Any particular scissors you need to use to work with?
Well, you can get metal scissors, so they have a serrated blade.
Okay.
So they're quite good because when you're doing cut work, which is what we're going to do next, it means that the metal doesn't roll, so you get a precise cut. Whereas in reality, for passing threads and things like that, you can use your normal scissors. It's not going to really blunt it. The pearl's the only one that really blunts your scissors. So sometimes people just keep a pair of Goldwork scissors, and they're normal scissors, but they just keep them for Goldwork. So they'll put a little ribbon on them so they remember, so they don't blunt their favourite ones. And then what you want to do is to just put a little stitch in the end to make sure it holds into position, because you want it to lie flat. So you can see that goes on quite quickly.
No,
it actually comes together really quickly. You see
people are shocked about this. They always expect it to be a slower process. So it's interesting when you can kind of get going with it. So shall we look at the cut work?
We've got about 6 minutes.
Yes, the cut work's the last technique, so it's quite quick. So what you want to do is you want to double thread. So so you'll wax your thread, and in the kit you've got a little wax conditioner, so it's beeswax.
Ah, I saw that in the kit and I thought, oh, what's the button for?
What's that for? Yeah, it's beeswax. So it's 100% pure beeswax. You run the thread through it, and it's to basically make sure that any fibres that might be sticking off that thread don't catch.
Right.
Okay, so you basically want to do that, and then what you can do is get your needle threaded up. You use a double thread when you're doing cut work, so that you don't end up, because it's going through the middle of it, you can be using 2 threads because it basically makes it stronger to hold to the fabric. Tends to be rule of thumb, unless you're trying to create a particular aesthetic. You'll use a single thread when you're going over something and a double thread when you're going through it. So it's a good rule to remember. So what you do then is all you need to do is to cut the threads to a particular length that you want. So in this case, we want quite small pieces. So you generally, for a chip, you'd look at the width of the metal, you cut it so that it's just slightly longer than it is wide, so little rectangular chips. Okay, so if I just transfer that onto here so that you can see that they're tiny.
Yeah.
Okay, so like little beads, like little seed beads, and then you literally thread it on and stitch it flat. Okay, so, and you do that, so nice small pieces stitched down at random angles so that they're nice and secure. And it just fills in the area like that. And it just, as I say, it's just a massive twinkle then. And you just work through as per the guide, depending on which colour, or if you don't like where the colour's placed in the piece, you've got plenty to play with. You can just, you know, flip it over and do a different finish.
Have you got fantastic eyesight? Have you seen that? I've seen a lot of people working with the magnifying glass.
Yeah, so I mean, I quite often say to people to take their embroidery at the finest level that they do with them to the optician.
Yeah.
So it's a good tip because quite often you're not being tested for your craft and you want to spend quite a lot of time doing that.
That's such a good idea.
So if you take a piece of embroidery with you, then obviously you want to be tested for driving and walking, so you're not like Mr. Magoo or something. But yeah, taking your embroidery with you, if it is something you're serious about and you like doing a lot of, then it's worth making sure, because sometimes they can tell you what level of magnification you need to just clip onto your glasses. Yeah. So that's rather than just overkilling it with a generic thing.
But this is the sort of height distance that you want to be working.
Yeah, I want to be quite close to the work. A, because it doesn't mean that I'm rolling towards it then, because I'm struggling to see it, but also because it needs to be the distance that you can see and operate at. So, as I say, it needs to be comfortable for each person. But and that's why the adjustable size seat frames are quite good. You know, the stands that you can adjust the height of work pretty well. So.
But you need to bring more to us. You need to bring more.
I bring all my goodies in. Yeah.
Is there any, can we have a look at, we've got literally a couple more minutes. Are there any ones that, I mean, look at some of Helen's work. Talk us through a couple of these. I mean, I love the
I've just brought a selection of goodies in today. So this is metal thread, obviously. So it's some of the techniques that you've been looking at, but it's slightly more advanced. So this one's actually padded in sections to raise it up, and that's one of the next things that you can do. And you can use different tones of metal in the same way that we are in this, but I've just striped them through to create shade and light on the body. And chips, we've got chips through here, so that's a technique you've just seen. Yeah. We've got overstretched pearl through here and normal pearl around the wings. So as I say, it's building up skills, so it's a bit like when you're learning vocab, you kind of learn simple words and you then harder words and then harder words, and you build more complex sentences. Stitching's the same, so it's that confidence at the start to build. So yeah, so this is a technique called ornue. So this is where you use the same type of metal that we were using to start with, but what you do is you stitch over it with colour. And it really kind of, it's quite hard to see, isn't it? But that's it, beautiful. So what you do is we've got the chips through here, through the back and through the leg, which is exactly the same as I've just shown you. And then this is the same type of metal, but rather than stitching with a self colour, as we have done today, we've used a contrast colour, the blue or the pink. But what you do is you put those stitches nearer to each other or further away in quite subtle shades in this one to create form, so the idea of shade. So yeah, so that's, as I say, ornue, and then it's got a bit of surface stitching at the bottom, which is feather stitch, French knots, straight stitches, things like that.
It's amazing. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
I'm so sorry that we've run out of time. It's gone so quick. There's so much more I want to talk about.
Does it go
Good
so...
luck at the finals as well. You're nominated for Designer of the Year, aren't you?
Designer of the Year. Yeah, but really chuffed.
Amazing.
Yeah, thank you.
Please come back and let us know how you are.
Will do.
We're all definitely going to book onto your course, aren't we, Victoria? We're coming to see you. But lovely.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Been so
you.
lovely. We've
Thanks for having me. Thanks.
Loved having you here. We'll see you soon.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Thank you, Helen. Okay. Now, there's not much to recap because everything's sold out, which is brilliant. I'm so pleased that you love it. But if you want some needles, these are some of our favourite needles that whenever we do stock them, which one, number 10 or 24? So, whenever we get our tulip needles in, they are always really, really popular. These are your round tip, size 24, the tapestry ones that Helen was mentioning earlier on. £6.99. They come in a really adorable little test tube. If I open it up, I can show you. There you go. How many do you get in here? Is it 6? 6. 6 needles. By Tulip as well, a Japanese company that are fantastic. You will love those. Well done to everybody that managed to be successful and get the kits. We loved them. I'm gutted that they've gone. I wanted to get one as well. If you missed the So Special at 10 o'clock, then here they are. These are amazing. Lots of these have already been checked out. You are looking at solid sterling silver. And it's a little pin box or needle box or pill box, however you want to use it for your little treasures. But that, see the wheel on the end of the sewing machine, it actually turns. It's gorgeous, work of art again. The next one is your little trinket box with the cotton reel as well. Solid 925 sterling silver. The lovely embossed floral design going up. Oh, I love it. The treasure chest. There it is. And again, the handles on the side, they actually move. They're sort of isolated. They're lovely. Beautiful filigree work. Treasure chest to keep any, maybe a thimble in there or any other of your treasure. Very Victorian, isn't it? But this is a company that has been working with silverware for over 100 years. And talking of royalty, this is another company that has such association with royalty and Harrods and Liberty. £79.99 for the thimble with your onyx. And again, sparkles. We've been all about sparkles. That hasn't been our only offer today. We've had offers galore. So, who wants a bargain? If you want to get involved with our birthday bonanza, then why not just spend £3.99 today and you're in the prize draw. It will mean that you receive one of our pin badges for £3.99. Brilliant. 1 P&P all day long, no matter how many times you check out. And as I said, the more times you check out, the more entries you have into that brilliant prize draw, daily prize draw. So in here, you get your dressmaking shears. Maybe you could keep one of them. You could keep those for your gold work, couldn't you? So you could just keep your dressmaking shears for your fabrics and keep these for your gold work. Your embroidery scissors. You also have a retractable tape measure, and you get a quick unpick. The blue one. £3.99. Fabric shears, 8.5 inch. Your embroidery scissors, 4.5 inch. Your retractable tape measure on a keychain, keep with you all the time. And your quick and pick. Competition. So our daily prize draw. Talking of our prize draw, did you buy yesterday? Your name was put into the hat. And today's winner, if you entered yesterday, Maria Jones, you are our lucky winner. If you, like Maria, want to be a winner, all you've got to do is check out your basket. The more times you check out today, the more entries you have into tomorrow's prize draw, which is brilliant. Again, goodies worth over £100. So definitely make the most of that. Don't go anywhere though, because Victoria is back after the break with some of her gorgeous creations, some brand new cushions coming up after this.
We've turned 2, and to celebrate, we're giving you the chance to win an array of fabulous prizes every single day during our huge second birthday event, taking place from the 7th to the 12th of February. We've got fantastic bundles for sewers and quilters of all abilities, with hampers from June Taylor and thread boxes from the like of Madeira and Metler, as well as all the storage and books you need for 2019. To enter our daily competitions, all you have to do is make a purchase at Sewing Quarter via our TV auction or online. You can also enter for free. Simply head over to our website and click on the web banner to find out more info. We've also got daily sew specials that include the brand new Sewing Quarter Aurifil thread box. So make sure you tune in every day from Thursday the 7th to Tuesday the 12th of February, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 73 and Sky Channel 687, or watch online at www.sewingquarter.com.
We've got some exciting news. Sewing Quarter are delighted to announce that we now have our very own app, available for download on all iOS and Android devices. Simply go to the App Store or Google Play and search Sewing Quarter. Once you've downloaded the app, you'll be able to watch Sewing Quarter live 24 hours a day and purchase all the products on today's show. So download the app today and keep watching Sewing Quarter on the move.
Hi, I'm Victoria Pete and here are my top tips. My first tip is when dressmaking is to wash your fabrics. As soon as you get home or as soon as it arrives in the post, stick it in the wash. Wash it as you would do with the finished garment, get it ready so that when you're ready to sew, you're ready to go. My next tip is posture. When you're sitting at your sewing machine, particularly when you're doing something like quilting, pay attention to how you're sitting in the chair, because quite often when you're really concentrating on quilting, you have a tendency to hunch, and before you know it, you'll end up with a bad back. So my last tip is to not sew when you're tired. So many times I've sewn when I'm tired and I make mistakes, and you find yourself unpicking or wasting fabric. Sew when you're nice, ready and fresh.
Happy birthday to the Sewing Quarter from me, Cindy Cloward, and everyone at Riley Blake Designs. Here's to many more years of happy sewing.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we love to share our favourite products with you. From bestsellers to brand new discoveries and those essential but unsung heroes. And of course, the forgotten gems. I love chatting about my own latest finds and long-term favourites. So every Wednesday, I'll be sharing my personal top picks and telling you a little bit about why they've won a place in my must-have list. You can also find out more about my top picks on the website, gathered together in one really convenient place for you to make it even easier to shop for yours and my favourite sewing accessories. All you have to do is click on the shop button and my top picks will be the first thing that you will see. So make yourself a cuppa, keep your eyes peeled, and every single Wednesday you'll discover Wendy's latest top picks. I'll see you then.
Birthdays are better when they're full of surprises and gifts. So we decided to make our second birthday extra special with a free gift for new and existing customers who purchase any web or auction product during our second birthday event. Shop between 8 AM on Thursday the 7th of February and midnight on Tuesday the 12th of February, and you will automatically receive a free brand new Sewing Quarter pin badge. This new exclusive pin badge, worth $4.99, is the second Sewing Quarter badge in circulation and is the perfect gift for any Sewing Quarter fan. You even get a £5 off code on the back of the badge for your next purchase. Plus, if you spend over £30 in one transaction during our 6-day event, you can also get your hands on a brand new Sewing Quarter shopper tote bag worth $6.99, which includes not only one, but two beautiful patterns worth £7.99. So join in with the birthday celebration and get your hands on these fabulous free gifts. Each offer is available while stocks last. See the website for full details.
Thank you for joining us. I feel like it's our birthday party, isn't it? Day 2 of our 4-day birthday bonanza. Thank you so much for your company. I'm so pleased you're loving it as much as me. I just said to Victoria, I feel like I've got butterflies with excitement today. It's just everything buzzing going on in the office. It's brilliant. We are right now planning our school field trip along to Helen's workshops, all of us. in the office, we're all going to go along and have a works do there. That's such a good idea. Right, this hour, before, in fact, just a stock announcement. Yesterday, as I said, we had a certain amount of 680s that were shipped or sent over to us, especially for the birthday week. It's not going to last these 4 days. If everybody checks out of their basket, then it's sold out completely. So warning on the 680 bundle, in fact. So it's saving him £90 nearly. A lot of people have got it in their basket, and if everybody checks out, then it is gone. This is, again, completely no pressure, and I'm not here to push or to rush you, whatever, because we will always be able to get more 680s, but we've bundled it today with a saving of 89, especially for our birthday. So if the day was the day to maybe upgrade your machine, then, and you've got it in your basket because you want it, please remember to check out. You get the rotary cutter and you get those 18 fat quarters included. They'll come separately because the machine will be sent from Elna. It comes with the Elna guarantee as well, but the 680 is a fantastic machine. It's got that slightly wider sort of throat space, which is going to be great if you're doing quilts, hence why Lucy Brennan bought this machine from us. Joe Carter uses it for toy making. It's a really good universal, fantastic machine. It's got that computerized, that's the wrong one. There it is. The computerized screen as well. And so many different technical features and functions. You can have a look at all of these on our website, but just to have a bit of a quick flick through, it's got how many different stitches? 170 stitches, alphabets, and different, what did I call it earlier? Number bets. All different numbers as well. There's some of your stitches. Have a good old play with those. You've got loads, buttonhole stitches. It's got a memory on there as well, so you can save your favourites. Look at the little wardrobe to keep all of the feet and accessories. In fact, they're all the standard accessories that you get with the machine. Your standard foot, your satin foot, your darning foot, all sorts. But have a good look through all of these on our website and make the most of it while stocks last. I don't want to rush you, but we now have more of you have it in baskets than we have available. It is now extremely limited. So it's simple. If you want it, please do check out. Just be careful. I've got a feeling it will sell out by the end of show. If you're watching on a replay, it's worth calling up and finding out availability. It's worth definitely calling up and seeing if it's there. Right. This hour, it's about, well, we've got 4 different cushions to show you. I'm going to show you this one first because this is our Vic. So this is Vic Carrington's, which, in fact, Wendy and I decided that this is as exciting as, you know, when the Brit Awards, when they collide, Beyonce and Rihanna collide together to create this amazing performance, the most anticipated performance. When you combined Victoria Carrington and Kath Hardcastle together, they will just come up with something amazing and magical. So we've got lovely cushions this hour. So this is Victoria's with her origami. I'm just checking for approval that I've said it right, because I've got it very confused with oregano or oregano. Oregano. I'm just mixing the two, but she's adding some spice into there anyway. So let's show you what you get in the bundle. 1.5 meters of fabric in total. So you have 1 meter of ivory, 0.5 meter of raspberry. You also have your Alice Caroline, which looks, oh, it does look absolutely gorgeous on this one. 16 squares, 6-inch squares, your Tana lawn. You have templates, you have instructions, all sorts. I mean, that's a nice big sort of hefty pack in there of lots going on. All of your instructions will be in there, $33.99, including your templates and a thread to start you off. And that's to create this. It's really beautiful. I love the binding around the edge. I love the envelope back. And then if I turn it round as well, look at the detail. It looks so designer, doesn't it? It does look so, so designer. If you saw this in a, you know, a really fancy department store, Liberty, how much would that cost? Perfect time of year as well. We're looking towards spring, aren't we? We are looking towards spring. We'll be in March before we know it. That's going to look lovely as a staple piece on, maybe on a bed or on a lovely armchair in the lounge. Gorgeous. Bee. Right, how excited are we this week for the sewing bee? Who wants a sewing bee cushion to be snuggling up against maybe? Look at that. Big buzz around this one. Okay, I can't claim these jokes as my own. They are my producer Paul's, as if you hadn't already guessed. They've got a certain ring to them, haven't they? Buzz. Okay. And just look at the, I love the free motion embroidery that we use to create this furry bee. It looks like a fuzzy buzzy. And the honeycomb hexes. £26.99. So in this kit, you have, what do you have in this kit, Paul? 1/2 metre of white, 1/2 metre of black, 1 metre of spot on, your thread. You get 1/2 metre of bijou, no, fat quarters. Fat quarter of your bijou and a fat quarter of your spot on. And you have your full instructions. Be appliqué patterns. Okay, look how good that looks as well. We love this end cushion. Did you make Kath Hardcastle's quilt? The doggy quilt, if you did. This is where we've got that lovely collaboration with the butterfly on his nose. I wonder if my friend Amy's watching. She said she was going to watch the show. I love this. How much do we love Dachshunds, Laura? Laura and I have got a slight obsession with Dachshunds. So any project that comes in, we're like, oh, I love Dachshunds. Oh, they're gorgeous. Dash for it. There you go. Paul, did you come up with the name of the graphics for this? Dash for it. And look at his tongue. So that's the only bit that you're going to need for the stash, from your stash. It is lovely. Okay, so in the kit you get 1 metre of winter green, 1/2 metre of your bijou, and 1/2 metre of your teal bijou. Thread, you get your instructions, and that will make this. Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? But then, do you know what? Once you've got that appliqué thing, you could then appliqué that onto a bag, or you could even make doggy placemats, couldn't you? All sorts. We always love a dachshund. The cat. Oh, meow. This is lovely. I sound crazy sometimes, don't I? When you can't hear what's going on in my ear, I just realise they're meowing in my ear, so I just joined in on the meows. And remember, you can't hear them. Okay. No. Okay, show the cushion. So, there it is. Oh dear. And look, there's the mouse hiding. And on the reverse, there he is. He's ran away. With the lovely binding again. £26.99. So in the kit, you get 1 metre of spot on in primrose, 1/2 metre of bijou, 1/2 metre of bijou. Your thread. You also get all of your instructions. Do you have the other one of the other cushion? Yeah. I'll show you in a second. I'll show you it later. Okay. Thank you, Laura. £26.99. And from that you can make this. Lovely colourways as well. Wendy's put them together with a lot of thought. All of the different colourways are perfect for, I know so many of our homes will look lovely. Hello, hello, hello. Hello. These are so nice. The Brit Awards, are you ready for your collaboration with Kath? We've really felt this up, haven't we?
I know.
Having a sing?
No, it's not going to happen. You'll be all right at that.
So, I mean, you have worked with Kath to make sure that these work together as well. Yours, I love your butterfly. It's beautiful.
Yeah. So we wanted to sort of give people a good range of choice for this hour.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is demonstrate the flowers and butterflies cushion. And I'm going to show you how to make a butterfly, and then we're going to put together the dog cushion as well.
Fantastic.
So I just, have we got one of the patterns with the...
Yep, let me grab one. Which one do you want? The butterfly?
The one in the packet, and then the butterfly one would be great. Thank you. Right, so basically, the way this works is you get one set of instructions.
These are all your instructions as well, aren't they?
Yes, they are, yep. So we wrote a set of instructions to make an actual cushion. So one lot of them will just show you how to make a plain cushion, how to bind it, how to do an envelope back, and then show you some different options of how to applique anything on, really. So that's sort of a generic instruction. And then the other instructions is to make a panel which is the same size as the cushion, but you could make that into anything. So you could make a wall hanging, or put it round one of those box frames and staple it on. So we wanted to sort of have a generic set of instructions, and then people could do what they wanted then if they wanted to make something different with the applique, rather than just a cushion.
Yeah.
So that was the idea behind that, really. Okay.
So we're going to go for the spring meadow first.
We are, yes.
I'm excited for spring now. I feel like we've had enough of
Me too.
winter.
It's coming. Last night I noticed it was quite light at 5 o'clock, which was a change.
Yeah, and it was 9 degrees. It was 9 degrees this
it was
morning.
7 degrees in the car when I... Yeah. Right.
Lifting.
Okay. So basically, in the pattern for the spring flowers cushion, you get this template. Okay, and then you also get this template of which you cut out the bonder web shapes. Okay,
Right.
so I'm going to quickly show you how to do that. Right.
So this is
So
where
I'll
you're
just do
using your
one.
Tan Lawn, Alice
Yes,
Caroline. Oh,
yeah,
it's lovely.
and it's really nice and gives you a good range of different shades, and then the squares are also big enough so you can make some different size butterflies as well. Okie dokie. So all I'm going to do is take my templates, and I'm just going to, onto the paper side of Bonder Web, I'm just going to trace the one shape. Okay. Okay. And then what I'm going to do is roughly cut it out, leaving about a quarter of an inch around the edge.
You're doing this before actually adhering it to your fabric. Like the last time we put it all onto a piece of fabric first and then cut out your shapes.
So yeah, but what I'm doing is I'm just leaving a quarter of an inch around the edge, and then I'm going to stick it onto the fabric, because you don't, you can get quite a lot out of these 6-inch. Are they 5 or 6 inch squares? I can't remember.
Yeah.
So you can make quite a few different bits of these out of the different shades. Also, what you want to do in the pack is take the green ones out. There are 2 green shaded ones, and keep those for the leaves.
Okay.
Okay. Right, so I'm just going to press that.
There is a right side and wrong side to
onto
these
there.
Tan Lawns, which you can see at home, can't you?
Yes, you can.
You might not be able to see as well on camera.
Yeah,
but
yeah. And if you wanted like a lighter shade, you could always use the back, because the print's really good quality on the back as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, maybe you prefer that more muted
yeah,
tone
yeah.
actually.
Yeah. Okay. So all I'm going to do now is cut around the actual line itself now. Okay. Right. Okay, let's put that onto there. And then just to take the paper off the back, you just score it in the middle and just peel it away like that. Okay, so you do that for each one of the shapes.
Just randomly, however colours you want, like you said, just leaving the greens for the
Yeah, so
the
just
leaves.
use the different greens for the leaves, and then with the, there's one that's got little buds on, so I use the same sort of colour for that. So yeah, right. So that's that one. I've already made all of those, you'll be pleased to know.
Brilliant. So you've cut them out, you've got your Bonder Web on them,
Yeah.
you've cut them to the right
Yeah,
size.
and taken all the papers off the back.
Okay.
Right, finish with that one.
Take that off.
Thank you. Okay, so the next thing we need to do is to trace. So take your main positioning template, and then we're going to trace onto a piece of fabric which is 14 inches by 20 inches, and that's the size of the cushion, the final size of the cushion as well.
It's a nice cushion actually, isn't it? It's nice to do the bolster
Yeah.
ones as opposed to the square ones all the time. I do like the changing cushion.
We wanted a bit of variation, so and also you could, like I said, you could use it as sort of a picture or anything like that as well then. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is literally just trace round the sort of the centre of the flowers and the leaves, okay? So that's where I'm going to stick the bond web down to. So I've pre-done those ones, so I'm just going to do this one. And having the light box is really good because obviously if you choose to use like a dark fabric or something like that, then you can see through it easily. Okay, and you need to trace your butterfly antennae as well. Okay, now you don't need to put in, actually I didn't need to do those, you just need to put in your leaves and your sort of flower centres at this point. I'm going to do those details later.
The parts that you're going to put your Alice Caroline in.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
There you go.
So many different settings on that, isn't there?
Just get brighter and brighter.
Right.
Oh no. Disaster.
We've got them all there still.
Yeah,
they're
we're all
not
still
flying
there.
away.
Okay. So what I'm going to do now...
Do you want me to take that as well?
Yes, please. We haven't got a lot of space on here today,
Oh,
have we, with all our gear?
I'll take this.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. And then we'll just put... So again, like we did with the Peacock this morning, just position these whilst they're on your ironing board rather than trying to carry them across the room on a single piece of fabric.
Do you want to use a pen that is going to be removed by iron?
Yeah, yes.
So you've used a friction pen.
Yes, so I've used a friction pen, yes, yeah. Because you don't want to put anything on there that's stays by heat sort of thing. Okay, I'll just pop these on.
And on the templates, it actually says flower 1, flower 2, flower 3, but like you're doing now, you can just, like a jigsaw puzzle, match them in. And it correlates with that placement template as well, so it's very straightforward. Okay. It works so well with the Alice Caroline, doesn't it? Oh, it's lovely. And I love the fact that you've got the circles and it almost just looks like it's been doodled round then your stitching. Yeah, so the reason why I did it like that was to give people the option that they could go to town like doing petals and things on it, or you could literally just sew round in a circle just to make it look like a little dandelion pom-pom plant. Yeah. So what is that the technical term for those? A pom-pom plant, I don't know. Dandelions. Okay, so I've taken my papers off the back, so I'm literally just going to press these on now. Okay. And it's quite a quick project to do as well, this. Nice. And it looks so effective. Yeah. I think it's because the butterflies are 3D, which gives it a different sort of dimension to it. Okay. Let's take those off. Oh dear. I think I've put him on the wrong way around. There we go. Right, that'll do. Oh, I don't know, I've put it up there. Let's just overlook that one. Okay, so the next thing you need to do is to trace your detail on now. So we're going to put the antennae and the stems and things on again. Okay, we'll just go for it on there. That's it. With this, we can see through a bit. Yeah. You might need your light box again. Yeah. But... Okay. And then again, you just trace on your details. So I'm just going to put some stalks on the leaves. I mean, like I said, you can do whatever you want, really. Yeah. So with these, with the ones with the fabric, it is useful to have a light box because then you can see through. But the pattern's so straightforward that you can just sort of hand draw it on anyway, even if you can't see through. I think that's the love of it, actually, is that sort of doodle sort of feel, isn't it? Yeah, definitely. Don't need to worry too much about it. So you basically draw all those on, okay? So let's get rid of that one. That one's done. Okay, now at this point, you need to put, thank you, Vicky. Good, I'm a little assistant. So at this point, you now need to put some form of stabiliser on the back of it. Okay, so what I've used here is some wadding with some 505 spray and just attach that down, which is pretty straightforward. Or you can use stitch and, so it's all basically depending on the project you do. If you're doing a cushion that's bound, I would use the wadding to give it a bit of body around the edges.
And then if you were to do, say, a picture that you're going to put in a frame or anything, I would perhaps use stitch and tear, which then, which is like a kind of paper, which you stitch your pattern onto, and then you just peel it off the back so it doesn't, so it just completely goes. Or you could use a fusible interfacing, which just irons onto the back.
Like the H640.
Yeah, yeah. So that's the one with the wadding on, isn't it? But then obviously if you're using the fusible, you have to look at what point you stick that onto your thing, because if you've drawn your lines on, you're going to get rid of them. And yeah. Okay, but you definitely need a stabiliser, otherwise it's going to distort your fabric while you're stitching. Okay, so we're going to stitch it now. So what I thought I'd just mention was, because this is free motion.
Do you love free motion quilting?
I do, yeah, definitely. But I like doing small projects like this. Yeah. So I wouldn't even attempt to do a quilt, because I don't like the thought of once you get going on it, that's it, you've got to keep going. And also with a quilt, if you're free motioning it, the aim of that situation is that you need to try and get all your stitch lengths even all throughout, whereas mine kind of go long, short, long, short. And with this sort of free motion, it doesn't matter because you're kind of doing a doodly type thing. So if you're just starting out, I think this is probably a better option than trying to attempt
So you've been waiting for that project to have a go with your free motion foot, then this is a really good one to do it with.
Exactly.
So do you need an extension table?
So I tend to use an extension table. It does make it easier. Basically, I was going to show you these different types of foot, because this can get a bit confusing.
Oh, well, our machines all come with lots of different feet. Yeah. Standard, don't they? Or you can buy different free motion ones.
Exactly, and they all do different things. Yeah. So, for example, so this would be a standard one that I got with my basic sewing machines. This is my backup machine one. So this is classed as a darning foot, and you basically put it onto your machine. It presses down on the fabric, and then as your machine needle goes up and down.
Almost like hops, doesn't it?
It hops, yeah. Hang on. That's it. It does, like, there we go. And then it hops up and down, okay? But this puts quite a lot of pressure onto your fabric because you can't adjust the height of it.
Okay.
So that hops up and down, and as it hops, that allows you to move it. So when you're using this one, it does feel a bit more pressured. Okay. On my bigger machine, I got this foot with it, which doesn't jump, which doesn't hop, even though it's got those springs on. So yeah, this would be a free motion foot.
Open toe like that.
Yeah, so I find the open toe one is a lot easier because you can easily pull your thread to the back without trying to poke it through that hole for a start off, because that's got a closed foot. And you can also see better when this has got a, I can't see it really very well on. So you can also see where you're going better with an open toe as well, I find. With this one, this has got an adjuster on it, so it can either sit really close to your fabric. So if you're just using stitch and tear, then you can get quite close to the work. Whereas if you're using wadding, you can then adjust this little screw thing, and then it lifts it up. So it's not pressing hard down on your fabric, and then it just glides over the top. Okay? So
which one are you going to use on your machine now?
Well, this one, we've only got the hopper foot.
Okay.
So I'm going to have a crack with this one.
Okay.
So I'd normally use one that kind of glides. Now, one thing I would say is that when you're trying out free motion, you want to think about the height that your arms are.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely, because then otherwise it can become really hard work. So if you're kind of like this, it's going to be hard work, whereas you want your arms sort of at right angles.
Okay.
Okay? You need to...
roll your sleeves up. Ready?
You need to drop your feed dogs, okay? Because basically with free motion is that when you're stitching and the feed dogs are up, okay, your needle's going and your feed dogs are pulling your fabric along, okay? When you're free motioning, the needle's going, but your fabric isn't moving, so you then move it yourself with your hands, okay?
So there's a button normally on the side, isn't there, to drop your feed dogs, which are the little teeth.
Yeah, so have a look in your manual. When choosing a thread for this sort of project, I would generally say go darker because if you choose a thread that is a similar colour to your fabric, it does just look like there's little pinpricks all around the thing, and it kind of ruins the effect. So you want to kind of make it stand out a bit more. What else can I tell you? Also, when you're doing this sort of thing, I don't generally pull my threads through to the back. I just go on the spot a little bit, and then I trim that end off at the front.
This one's got like that locking sort of stitch, hasn't it?
Yeah, you don't even need to do that. You can just sew on the spot. Also, I'd recommend that never start a project from cold. Always have a practice on a spare bit first. And if you've never done anything like this before, what I do is maybe cut a few pieces of wadding and fabric, and then just have a go. And if you just did 10 minutes a night for a week and then compared your first night to your 7th night, you probably have a really good comparison.
I'm getting so inspired today.
So if I just show you a couple of if you've never done this before, a couple of exercises you could do. So a lot of people think that the best way to do it is try that like stippling effect, where you kind of go like this, which looks great, but it's actually really not a beginner's thing to go at, because you're always constantly thinking, where am I going next? Whereas if you kind of drew, say, a couple of lines like that, and then practice stitching like up and down, and then you're practicing going backwards and forwards and to the side and things like that, and then you can do other things like, say, looping round like that.
Yeah.
So just try it out and see how you get on, really.
That's a good tip.
So the idea of it is that when you're sewing, it's like the biting point on a car. You've got to get sort of a balance.
Okay.
So I normally set my speed to about medium.
And do you use your foot pedal? Because if you've got the 680, could you just go start, or do you need to use your foot with this?
I use my foot, like I say, because it's like the biting point on the car. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah. So if you moved your hand, hang on, I'll go in the middle of here. So if you're stitching and you move your hands really fast, you're going to get big stitches. If you move really slowly, you're going to get tiny weeny ones. So you need to get a happy medium. Okay, so I'm just showing you now. Okay.
So that's your medium.
Yeah. And like I say, you're not going to suddenly be able to just start doing this and be perfect.
Yeah.
You won't. So you've just got to. It's just a matter of practice. So these, I don't know whether we're going to be able to see this.
That's fine. So there are your long stitches. That's if you push your hands and you move quickly.
Yeah.
Then you can see here you've moved really slowly. You've
Yeah.
got tiny, tiny stitches. And then you've got your rhythm here.
Yeah.
And you're happier with your even rhythm.
Yeah.
But don't boggle yourself with getting it absolute even stitches. Like you said, sometimes even yours are longer and shorter.
Mine are long and short all the time. They're never the same length, because it's just not my thing to do them the same length.
How have you done all of these little? How long have we got? Sorry.
Oh, am I waffling on that? Oh, my life, it's past.
What, 20-something minutes? No, it's really important though, that we break it down in the tree motion. No, you're not.
Okay, so if I just do a little bit of this. Okay. Oh, sorry. So all I'm going to do is just stitch around, and do not worry if it goes. You want to try and keep inside the line, but don't worry if you go off, because it all adds to the doodly effect. And if you go around twice or 3 times, it can look a lot better. Because I don't normally use a hopper foot, you see. That's going to be my excuse of why this is going to be bad.
Needle down again when you just, so do you try and do as, you plan your route before you start, so you think, right, I'm going to go round there, up there, and try and do as much as you can without tying off the end.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of people will go, just move their hands and go around the shape, whereas I feel better when it's going away from me, so I do turn it round. So it's just personal preference. Just draw some shapes out on some scrap and try it. And also, quilting gloves are also useful if you find your hands are quite dry and not grip into the fabric very well.
They've got the little sort of grips on the end, haven't they?
Yeah, they've got the rubberized ends.
And if you are working on, you know, lighter fabrics as well, I'll just get them mucky. So it's good to protect your fabric as well, isn't it?
I mean, you could go around these with any sort of stitch you want. So you could use, if you didn't want a free motion, you could just use your standard foot and just go round them. Or you could blanket stitch or anything you wanted.
It's quite a nice project, like you said, to try your free motion. I think it works really well with the sort of doodled effect. But just do like we did earlier on with Peacock and say go round with blanket stitch.
Yep.
I do like that raw edge sort of look that you get with this. It's good that you've got those lines as a guideline, but they will disappear.
Yeah, and if you want to make your line thicker, so for the stems, you just keep going up and down.
There you go, you can see there's the thick stem line. Yeah. So you've just gone up and down, up and down, up and down a few times.
Yeah, until you're happy with how it is. But yeah, I mean, this sort of project's great because if it looks no good at the end, you can just use. You've got plenty of the
it will look
fabric,
amazing. Have faith.
and you can just. I mean, that looks.
How do you do the little circles then at the end?
So the little circles at the end. What I did for that is, so I just went up to the end. Okay, and then I stopped, and then I just literally used my fingers and went like that. So just to... And then just fill it in like you'd be, like as if you're colouring in. And then again, I just go over that line.
You're making this look so easy though, Victoria. I'm going to go home and I'll be like, no, I can't do it. I will have a go at this though.
But yeah, you should, and even if you just try it out on the scrap like we said earlier, and write day 1 on the corner, and then do 7, have 10 minutes a night, and then see how you are at the end of the week.
Challenge
and then put it on
I will, I'll put it on
sewing
page. I will.
Yeah.
Watch this space, I'll do my first one tonight then.
Okay, so that's that. Okay.
Brilliant. Right, we'll quickly recap and then we can go on to... We've got to do the butterflies as well, haven't we? Butterflies and dogs, we'll do it. Right. We've got 20 minutes in total, so let's quickly fly through these kits. The butterfly kit first, you get... There you saw the cushion, which is gorgeous. Try your free motion, definitely. You get your Alice Caroline, 1.5 meters of fabric in total, and your 6-inch charm pack with your instructions and your thread, £33.99. The B one next, oh, it's lovely. I'm not surprised, this one's really, really popular. The British Sewing Bee starts on Tuesday, doesn't it? No, 17th? 12th, is it the 12th? 12th. Your Be Appliqué pattern, so you get your instructions, you also have your 2 fat quarters, and you get 2 meters of fabric in total with your thread, everything you're going to need to make the cushion. The dogs, which we're going to go through very quickly in a second, is this one. Oh, the little dachshund. You have all of your instructions, everything that you're going to need to create the dog cushion for £26.99. Your fabrics, 2 meters of fabric, your thread and your instructions. And there he is with a little butterfly on his nose. The last option is the cat. All of your instructions to create the cat with the mouse, your fabrics, your thread, and all of your instructions, £26.99. It's a really lovely size as well. It's a nice big cushion. Your bolster size is, I'll find out. Do you know the size of it, Victoria? It's the finished size of the cushion. 14 by 20. 14 inches by 20. And just quickly, while you're looking at that one, if you do want to put in the eye, the instructions are also in the kit to be able to do the little eyes. So if you want to fill in the eyes, then you can, and the instructions are in the kit as well on how to create his little eyes for your feline friend. Brilliant. Right, let's do some butterflies.
Okay. So what you need to do to make the butterfly. So I've gone for the larger option, which I think is 6 inches by 4.5 inches cut. Okay, so I've cut 2 pieces of fabric. One's my Liberty, and then the other one's the solid that comes in the kit as well. And then I've put those 2 pieces together, right sides together. Okay, now what you need to do, I'm not going to do this because we're a bit short on time, so I've just drawn it on. So you're going to do a little back stitch, go up to the corner, and we're just going to sew a 1/4 inch seam all the way round, and then back stitch at the end.
Leaving a nice big gap.
Leaving a gap in the middle. Okay. Then we're going to just trim off the corners, just so it reduces bulk. Okay. And then we're going to turn that inside, right side out.
To create a little pouch.
To create that. And then all you do is use a ladder stitch to close the gap there. Okay. So that's that. Shall I move that out of the way, and then we might be able to see better?
That's fine.
Okay, right. Here we go.
Here we go with
Here we go.
Are you good at making swans and all sorts and elephants out of towels?
Oh, no.
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 Butterflies out of fabric. Come on then.
Okay, so you start with your body fabric up and your wing fabric down, okay? And then you fold it in half so it's short size together.
So what's this technique called?
Origami.
Okay.
Okay, and then you fold it again with the short sides together. Okay, now I would probably press this, but it'll be all right. Okay, and then you open it up, right? Then you hold your left-hand side down, and then with your right hand, you grab that corner bit, and then you fold it back so your bottom corners meet there, and you've got like a little hood bit. Okay. Then what you do, so can you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so then what you do is you turn it over, and then this bit here, you bring up to the centre. Okay? And then you pull this centre top bit down. I mean, these instructions are all
and you can watch this back.
Yeah.
Watch this back.
Yeah, and then all the photos for every single step I've put into the pattern as
brilliant.
Well. Okay.
We're making this very clear now.
Okay, so I'm pushing that bit down so it meets the back triangle. Okay, let me get some window clips. Okay, so I'm just going to clip those corners. Now, the more even you can do it, the better. Obviously, I'm a bit under time pressure. Okay. I might just actually press that bit in, and it's going to be a bit easier. Okay.
At home, would you press after every fold?
You can do, but it's just for
to
this
make sure
bit.
that bit's really precise. Okay.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now, so you've got it like that, and then I'm going to draw these on because just to show you. Okay, so if you can see there, what I'm going to do is just tuck those inside. And press it down. And do the same on the other side as well. Okay. So you've got it like that. Can you? Oh, there we go. That's it. So they're inside. Then what you do is you take your clip off and you fold back your top layer like that.
Where did you learn how to do this?
I saw it on the internet.
Yeah, it's really good, isn't
Yeah,
it?
really good. And then again, you take your top corner and bring that down to meet the centre.
I love it.
It's so easy as well, isn't it?
Brooches and finish it on hair
clips. Yeah, I've made hair clips for my daughter. All you do is just buy like one of those clips with a on it and and then just glue gun it on the back. So that's
brilliant.
That's that.
And the great thing is, watch that back on YouTube. Make a note of that time, and you can watch that back at any point and make everything galore. So then you've just stitched. Where do you stitch them?
So
together?
then what you do is you then you then go in through the centre. It'll be easy for you to see where to stitch when you've made one. So you just literally go through the centre just to hold the middle together, and then just go backwards and forwards a few times. And what you can do as well, so on the cushion, I've stitched on the antennae onto the fabric and then stuck the butterflies over the top. But,
yeah, cute.
But what you can do is you can get, say, so before now I've used some really thin brown elastic, about 2 inches, folded in half, put a little tiny dab of glue on the end so it doesn't fray and also looks like the bibbly bits on the end, and then just stitch that into the middle there, and it looks like the antennae.
Oh yeah, that's
and I saw on, I think it was a Sewing Quarter fans page, yes it was, that a lady had stitched on all like little tiny beads all down the centre, which looked like its body, which looked great. So you can do all sorts of things with it. You could stitch on little beads on its wings and stuff like that. So
again, do some embroidery like we saw with the Goldwork, the little bead bits. Oh, that would look gorgeous.
Yeah.
Okay, right. How long have we got, Jessie? How long have we got with Victoria? 11 minutes with you. Oh, brilliant. So we'll be able to do a bit of the dash. And
and then another thing was, I was just going to mention, is you can either have his tail there, like that, or you can just stitch it upwards so he hasn't got the tail. It's completely up to you.
Okay.
But then you just secure it on the back with a few stitches and then stitch it onto your cushion front.
Brilliant.
And then construct your cushion front as per your generic instructions.
Brilliant.
Okay. Right.
Now you've cut all the pieces and you've put the bond web on.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's exactly the same process as we did with the peacock, and also how we made the flowers. I've lost the ability to speak now.
It's 1:45. It's that time.
Okay. So these are all really straightforward to cut out.
And once again, like the peacock instructions and with Kath's instructions in the past when we've done the dog and cat, there's every single little part, there are templates for them, and they're really clearly labelled and really well thought out and designed. Yeah, precisely. Okay, so first thing we're going to do is do the eyes. So like the peacock, on the, this is the back of his eyes. I've left the paper on there, and then I've removed the paper from the iris and the pupil. Okay, and I'm just going to stick those on like that. Yeah, leave it on because otherwise it will just stick there.
And press those on. Am I going to regret putting this on here?
It's not going to stick, it won't stick.
It's me going, leave the paper on, and I'm probably taking it off knowing me. Okay, and then I'll leave that to cool a bit before I do that. Okay,
How long do you need to sort of leave it to cool? It'll be easier to peel off if you leave it.
Yeah. That was just a bit hot.
Okay.
Okay, so I've taken the back off my main dog's body, and I'm going to just position him there. And you need to think about how, because he's kind of like squatting down at the front, so you need to think about how you're going to position that. So make sure his feet are at the bottom. Right then. Then we've got is that his back leg? Do we think?
Where's the cushion? Can we see the cushion again? The finished cushion.
I think that's his back leg.
There you go.
Oh yeah, there's his back legs. So with the tongue, you've either got the option of having the flappy tongue, or you can just stick it on using the bonder web as normal. So it's just a different option. Right, so there's his front leg. And these are obviously all labelled, and you'd cut them out as you went, as you go.
And does Kath give you the order in which you lay them out? Just follow the picture of...
Yeah, I mean, with this one, except for the eyes, I just put it all on and then stuck it all down at the same time. Whereas with the Peacock this morning, we did his body first. Order, and this is quite straightforward.
Yeah, there's not as many pieces actually to stick down. There's not as many in the face.
This is a really good beginner's project. So what I've done is I've made up a tongue. I'll do that in a minute and show you how to do that, but I've just used this one in the interim.
This would be a lovely beginner's project because again, it looks so effective, doesn't it? If you're a dog lover or you know somebody is a gift for someone, it looks really impressive.
Yeah.
And they're quite large pieces to cut. There's nothing too fiddly, really.
Yeah. And if you wanted to use it as a picture for in like a kid's room or something, you wouldn't even have to, you wouldn't necessarily have to stitch around it if you didn't want to.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, hang on, let me just move those off there. So the only tricky bit, which isn't even tricky, is just popping his eyes behind the holes. And there he is. And his nose.
Is that his
collar?
So you could even put a name on there, couldn't you?
Yeah, or you could buy like a little charm type thing that you can just stitch on. Right, so there he is. So that was really quick and easy, wasn't it?
That was literally about 2 minutes or 3 minutes,
So yeah, it's a really fun one to do.
And again, you're just making the butterfly as you would.
Yeah. So there are different sizes.
Yeah. Is it just which size you start with? Which size rectangles you're starting with? Does that determine the size of the butterfly?
Yes. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
So is this one that you're sticking his tongue down?
So this is one that's got a flappy tongue.
Okay. Okay. How do you do that then? How do you make
show you?
Amazing.
I'll show you. So then you would basically, so what Kath's done on her cushion is to do a blanket stitch all around the edge and then pick up any detail which you can just draw on with a friction pen and then just go over those with the stitches as well.
Oh, so you look, his eyebrows.
Yeah.
And his eyes.
Yeah. And the definition over his legs and stuff like that. Okay. Right. So to make the tongue.
Now this is just using a bit of scrap fabric, isn't it?
Yes.
Something from
yes, it is. I think you need this. Do you get the black in, or do you just use a?
No, you need just a little bit.
Yeah. So you just need a tiny little bit of black, a tiny bit of blue, and a little bit of pink.
Just something from your stash.
So what I did is I traced the template out of the pattern, cut a 1/4 inch seam round, and then I doubled up a piece of fabric like that, okay? And then I'm just going to stitch around the edge, leaving that top bit open, okay? And then I'm just going to do a couple of back stitches at the start and end, just so it doesn't all come apart when you pull it through, because it is a bit tight to pull through. Just put my feed dogs back up.
So you're sewing along the line that you've drawn?
Yes, yeah, you're on the line, yeah.
Your feed dogs come up. Is it saying they're still down?
There we go. There we go. Okay.
So is there even a template for the tongue in the... Yeah,
yeah, there is, yeah.
Brilliant.
So when I sew round quite a tight curve, I just normally do like 2 or 3 stitches, then lift the presser foot and turn it. Otherwise you get kind of like a 50p effect, where you just got a load of straight lines. And I'd maybe for this just drop the stitch length a bit so it's a bit tighter. I've done mine just on a normal and it just needs to be a bit tighter, I think. Okay. So then what you do is you cut round leaving quite a small seam. Okay, and then you take the bonder web off. Again, if you've used a smaller seam, it helps with removing that without tugging at the stitches.
Ah, yeah, I understand that.
Yeah. Okay.
We've got about 3 minutes, Vic.
Okay. Right, so this is a little bit of the fiddly bit now. It's to poke his tongue through. And I'm not going to be able to do this now, am I? Under pressure.
Well, we've got 3 minutes. We won't be counting down. 2 minutes 50.
Oh, blimey.
It's one of those sitting in front of the telly, isn't it?
Yeah,
It's like putting on your tights. When you got wet legs.
Oh, don't go for a close-up on me. That's hard.
No, they won't. We'll just talk. We'll have a sing-song. We're ready for our Brit Awards moment. That's it. No, that's it. She's done it now. Go on then.
Oh, it's just because I'm under pressure. That's why I can't get it through.
You can. You've done that so... I mean, that was in the space of about 20 seconds. In telly time, it feels like a long time, but at home, it's nothing.
Well, when I put my daughter's milk on for hot chocolate in the morning, I only put it on for 50 seconds, and you would not believe how many jobs you can get done in 50 seconds. Yeah. It's unbelievable. Okay, so I've done an absolutely terrible job of that. But still, your stitches won't come out.
Joyce has said, hi ladies, brill show again.
Oh, thank you. She must have sent that before I started doing this.
For you.
Right, that is absolutely appalling. I do apologise. Cass will not be happy with me. Anyway, so that's what his tongue looks like. And then you just stitch down the centre and back up again, and then you've got the middle of his tongue.
Oh, I love him. I love him. All of them, you do the binding as well, don't you?
Yes, yeah. So with the cushion, you get the instructions for how to do the binding, which you can then use for a quilt as well.
Yeah.
So it shows you how to do the finish off the ends as well, and then an envelope back, and you get the pattern to do just a plain back if you don't fancy doing the binding.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're done. When are you back next, Vic?
2nd of March, I think.
2nd of March.
Yeah. No, 17th of February.
I was going to say, you're back here in 2 weeks, aren't you? We've got more to do since then. Anyway. It's so lovely to see you. Thank you so much. Right, what am I taking across with me, Paul? Everything. Oh no, we've got pictures, haven't we? There we go, there they all are. Thank you, Vic.
Thank you.
See you soon. Okay, so. Oh, these have all been so popular. Where do we start? The dog. Our lovely Dashund, he's so adorable. And like Victoria said, I mean, you could even just make him as a wall hanging or in a child's bedroom or somebody that loves dogs. Oh, it's just so full and characterful. Wagging his tail, all of your templates, your instructions are all in here. £26.99. 2 meters of fabric, your thread and your instructions as well. The cat next. You have your instructions. I mean, there's some real great top tips in here as well. Lots of photographs. How to finish off your cushion, do your binding, all of Victoria's instructions as well of how to do the lovely butterflies that were in the last one. Okay, the bees. Here's your bees with your honeycomb. So hang on, with the Victoria's butterflies, you get the instructions of how to do that, I'm assuming, with the dog and with the flower cushion. Am I right? You get your fat quarters, 2 meters of fabric. With the origami, what do you mean you don't understand the question? The butterfly, the origami, do you get the instructions in both? Oh, my producer doesn't know. Okay. I know, but Jessie was going, I don't understand. 1.5 meters. I thought out of everybody, you would know though, Paul, because you can see here, look, you've got Victoria's instructions for the origami, and on the picture there, you've got your cushion instructions as well. Okay, that's to create this. £33.99. Tomorrow's show, the birthday bonanza, will continue. We've got the gorgeous John Scott back with you tomorrow. Hello, hello, House of Alistair at 8 a.m. Always a pleasure to have Alistair with us, especially on a birthday. It's going to bring you lots of treats, I'm sure. At 9 o'clock, to Grandma's House Quilt with Emma Bradford. At 10 o'clock, oh, it's our, if you've got any of your plant tips as well, she's actually a botanist, our Emma Bradford, so we love having her with us. At 10 a.m, House of Alistair for Baby. At 11 o'clock, Tilda's Friendship Quilt, again with Emma Bradford. And at 12 o'clock, we've got designer fabric and kit sale, all with John Scott. Plus, of course, more prize draws, more goodies. We'll reveal the winner of today's prize draw. So anybody that's bought anything, you automatically entered into the prize draw. Thank you so much for your company today. What an amazing show. If you've just tuned in and you've missed any of the madness that has been today, we've had a brilliant, all 5 hours full of guests and demonstrations. So watch the replay, check out your basket, make the most of the 680 deal and all of the other bundles and kits that we've had on offer today. It's been incredible. Thank you, of course, to Cara, to Victoria, and of course to Helen McCook, who was a very special guest today. It was lovely to have her, and well done to everyone who got those kits. Oh, that's going to be so exciting when you get that home. Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the birthday celebrations. I'll see you next week. But from all of us here at Sewing Quarter, see you in the morning.
We're starting off the weekend of celebrations on the 9th of February with something fabulous from the House of Alistair on Saturday morning. Emma Bradford joins us to demonstrate a brand new and exclusive to Sewing Quarter Riley Blake quilt at 9 a.m. Followed by more products from Alistair MacDonald at 10 a.m. At 11 a.m, we unveil the delightful Tilda Friendship Quilt designed by the talented Louisa Gold, followed by an amazing hour of further designer fabric must-haves. Simply Sewing is a magazine for dressmakers and home sewists who are passionate about fabrics and love to sew with stylish patterns. Each issue is packed with technical know-how, templates and easy-to-follow instructions to sew yourself quick wardrobe updates, accessories, plushy toys, gifts, bags and more. Plus, each issue comes with a free dress pattern from our expanding trend-led collection. We're proudly flying the flag for contemporary sewing with stylish patterns and beautiful photography to inspire sewists across the globe at every level.